Okay, I'm having difficulty getting my PowerPoint presentation to show up, but if you've got your student manual, you'll have those slides there, and I will get this thing corrected on the next break. Anyway, Modular 1, we're going to be talking about the Texas Standard Report Form, which is a mandatory report form that you must use. And if you haven't heard the magic number yet, it's 7-6. So after this module, you should be able to apply the requirements for completing that standard report form. You'll discover terms and keywords to use to communicate in an effective manner to your clients. And you'll be aware of terms that you should avoid when completing the inspection report, and create descriptive and constructive statements that describe deficiencies based on your inspector's opinion and experience. Because we all vary. I mean, there's different ways that we'll word things. I can word it one way and you'll word it a different way, and somebody else will still yet word it another direction. So just as an overview, home inspectors, we communicate through written reports and verbal discussion with our clients. Communication be face-to-face. Sometimes it's by email, sometimes it's over the telephone, sometimes it's FaceTime. There's a lot of different ways we do it, but while the discussions often add to your client's understanding and comfort, it's a written report, that document, the inspection results that can be referenced, not just for that day, but for weeks, months, even years after the inspection. So you want to make sure you write it concise enough that you as an inspector will understand it a year from now or 2 years from now, should something come up and you have to answer on it. But you also want to make it simple enough that the clients can understand it. So we try not to write these things on a college level English or beyond, but keep it down probably a 8th grade reading level, where someone that doesn't know anything about inspections, never owned a house before, doesn't know how to do anything, can they read your report? And that's what we want to see. In Texas, we use a TREC standard inspection report form that's required. That form was designed and provided consistency in reporting and inspectors and clients. The inspector can reproduce the information contained in the form using technical tools, but the information has to be reported exactly as it appears on the form. TREC Rules 535.223 describes acceptable customizations that can be made to the report form. And there's several of them that can. Always refer to the TREC website, though, to ensure that the most current form is being used. Don't get caught using 7-5, 7-4, 7-3, 7-6. It is 7-6 right now. So don't get caught using the wrong form. The changes went into effect voluntary last September to use the 7-6 form, but as of February 1 of this year, it became mandatory. So if you're not using 7-6, you're in violation of the TREC rules. Appendix in your book shows the RE 7-6, and we'll open it at the end of this class today to try to show you what the report form looks like and some of the changes that we've made on it. All right, that standard report form, the first 2 pages, the first page contains just space for reporting and status of certain systems and components. The first 2 pages of the report, though, includes information for the inspector and client to understand regarding the inspection. There's some really good points that they've added for us in the report that's good for inspectors and good for the consumers to understand it. The first 2 pages of the report includes some elements. The client and the inspector's information. You have to have the names there and who you are, identify yourself with, of course, your TREC license number, the purpose of the inspection, it's the responsibility of the inspector. And then I like point 4 on the list where it says the responsibility of the client. To me, that wrote you guys a safety net on your inspection report, saying that it's not your responsibility to go in and tell the client, you know, you need to have an HVAC guy further evaluate the system, or you need an electrical contractor to further evaluate the electrical system. We can tell them that, but it's not our responsibility to organize that and put that together for them. We simply tell them you need further evaluation. That's the responsibility of the client. Excuse me, just got awakened from another computer in the office here. We use a report to report limitations, the notice concerning hazardous condition deficiencies, and any of the contractual agreements such as your inspection agreement, and any additional information you want to provide. There's a space that you can do that. Of course, that's optional for you. TREC Rule 535223 contains a requirement and deviations allowed by the standard inspection report form. The rest of the report consists of 6 sections. And I know all of you know that because we've had these six sections for a long time. The structural systems, you broke down to the electrical, then the heating, ventilation, air conditioning system, plumbing system, of course, the appliances, and then all the optional systems. So let's talk about completing that standard report form. The top section of the report identifies 4 potential findings and defines them as, of course, you know the 4 check boxes we use: inspected, not present, and deficient. And for each item to be inspected, there are 4 boxes that can be checked directly under the appropriate. I still may turn my speaker down. I'm sorry if you hear a burr from my side. It may have been my laptop computer over here opened up also. So if it's still doing it, please let us know, and we'll do something on our end to try to change this thing for you. Anyway, the 4 check boxes, more than one of those boxes can be checked. For example, the I box and the D box can be checked. A lot of times that's marked on just about every section because of our requirements of performing on the standards practice. Now, when the NP box is checked, a comment is very helpful to further explain the item's lack of that item and why it was, if it wasn't there. It may not be a problem if something is not present, such as no fireplace, no chimney. So you wouldn't even have to put a comment out there. But if it's a lack of roof covering, then that's a serious problem. So if the roof's missing, you put not present, you definitely need to comment on that because someone needs to know what you're writing about. If an item's inspected and no deficiency were observed, just simply checking the I box for inspection is all that's required. The client is then informed that the item was inspected. There's no observed deficiencies to report. Now, you're allowed in some case to check more than one of those check boxes. If an inspector finds an item deficient, the inspector will check the D box. Let me back up for a minute, checking that I box. Let me just inform you from an old time inspector here, almost 3 generations here, that if you mark the I box and you don't put any comment out to the side of it, let's say you check the I box on the, let's just say the dishwasher, for example. By checking that I box, you're informing that client that you inspected that system and you found no deficiencies noted while you were at that inspection. So that client's going to assume that you inspected it. If you do that on the HVAC system and you check I on all 3 sections under the air conditioning heat system, they're going to assume you did a complete check on that system. So it's very important that you go ahead and explain what you did see, what you didn't see. And if you inspected, explain what you did not inspect or were not able to inspect. Excuse me. If the inspector finds an item as deficient, he'll check that D box. It's not necessary to check both the I and D box if you find a deficiency. My practice, in my inspection business, I always check both, the inspected and deficient, but you don't have to. You can just check the D box and still be satisfying TRECs on it. Now, if an item cannot be inspected because it was buried, it was hidden, it was concealed in some way, then the NI box will be checked. And at that, if you mark the NI not inspected, that requires an explanation in the comment section. Again, if you mark the NI box, it does require comment in that explanation section. If the client agrees to exclude an item from the inspection, it should be noted in that box also. If they say, look, I've got my own HVAC contractor inspecting the HVAC system, well, in that case, you check all 3 of the air conditioning section boxes as not inspected. But by doing that, you would have to put out to the right-hand side and under the comments that the item was not inspected because client has their own HVAC contractor evaluating these systems. And you have to put, I always put, this is excluded from the report at the client's request. So, it's like I said, we can write them in different ways. You may write yours different to what I would, and I'm just giving you some terms off the cuff of my sleeve right now. So, inspector can write up to 3 applicable boxes. For example, an inspector can mark an oven. It could have all 3 check boxes. First, inspected, check for all overall visual inspection. If there was a broken knob, one of the burners, deficient boxes checked. And since the performance of the 4th burner with a broken knob was not operated, it couldn't be checked, an explanation would be provided in that comment section. So there you go. You've got 3 boxes checked right there. So question for you. Can you check all 4 boxes? Put your answers in a chat box for me. Okay, can anyone give me an example of where you possibly could check all 4 boxes? We're getting all no comments on it. Okay, that's what the book tells us, that you can check 3 boxes. I'm sure there could be an exception where you could have all 4 of them checked at one time if you really wanted to dig into it and find something, All right, the comment sections on the reports, that's used to identify, report the condition and location of the deficient item. For example, let's say that you found a cracked commode during the inspection. You should use the comment section to report deficiency and identify which bathroom it was. In other words, there are 6 different bathrooms. You got a cracked commode. Somehow you need to identify which commode it was that you're talking about. Now, the comment section can be used to define the scope of the inspection of any particular item. For example, when it's very hot outside, the heating system may not be operating because of the heat outside. If it's 110 outside, and I'm not going to turn the heat on the house, and you probably won't either. So it's a good thing to tell your client that, this is why I didn't turn the heater on for you today. You can still put the inspected box, check the inspected, not inspected. And I would tell you, you may find something marked as deficient. But a list of components that are typically part of an inspection can be included in that comment section. For example, one would include kitchen, bathroom number 1, bathroom number 2, laundry area in the comment section under the plumbing section of the report. It's a good idea to use this space to include rarely found items such as a bidet. Pre-printed forms may be printed with rooms to have different furnaces and related components, but most of the time, you don't want a pre-printed form to list out 5 HVAC systems. You're not likely to find 5. I know sometimes you will. There's houses that are humongous in size and they may have it, but typical home is not going to have 5. You may have 2, 3 at the most commonly. Now, just as a reminder to you, the check boxes cannot be replaced with circles or brackets. The word comment cannot be moved to another section located on another section of the report form. It has to stay in that same area. Now, I did have a few Q&As that were sent in to us, and I'm going to go over these with you real quick while we're talking about the report. One of the questions went into TREC said, can the report identification that shows up at the top of the report page after the first 2 be moved to the bottom of the page? TREC's answer was yes. See section 535223 bracket 3. An inspector may make the following changes to the standard form. Place the property identification and page number either the top or the bottom of the page. Another question, can the other sections be not printed if not being used? In other words, under the different areas where you have others at the end of the sections, can those not be printed? In other words, removed from the report? And they said, yes, it can. Inspector may make the following changes to the standard, delete subsection L, others, and section I, it goes into different sections of the report form that you can remove those. Can the verbiage referring sponsoring inspector on the front of the page where it says your license name, license number, and sponsoring inspector, can it be removed if you're not sponsoring, if you're not a sponsor apprentice or someone? Yes, it can. You can take that section totally off and not print it. Can an inspector add sections below the other section? So on the report where you have the heading for that particular topic, and then you have the comments, and you may have other sections down there. It says others. Can an inspector add sections below the others? Yes, you can. But those additional subsections should be listed under the corresponding appropriate section. For a system or component not specifically covered by the SOP, they should be placed under the other section as a lower level subheading. Most software programs will allow you to multi-level list options. For example, main heading is A, multi-level subheadings. Options should be 1 or I or small a in brackets. Inspector may make the following changes to the standard form. You can add subheadings under items, providing that the numbering of the standard items remain consistent with the standard report form, and list other items in the corresponding appropriate section of the report form, and additional captions, letters, or checkboxes for those items. Okay, another question, can you do a single item inspection on your report version provided notice is made on that document stating this is not a TREC inspection, and etc. Inspectors are wondering if a buyer or seller wanted only a roof inspected, could they use a single item inspection report, not on the RE-7, but provide notice that this is not a TREC inspection? Yes, under section 535.223, the section does not apply to the following. Inspections of a, let me get back and change my page, single system or component as outlined in clause 2 of this subparagraph, provided that the page on the report contains a notice either in bold or underlined reading substantially similar to the following. This report was prepared by a buyer or seller in accordance with his client's requirements. The report addresses a single system or component and is not intended to substitute for a complete standard inspection report of the property. Standard inspections performed by a license holder and reported on a commission promulgated report form may contain additional information a buyer should consider in making a decision to purchase. So those are just some questions that popped up that I wanted to share with you, that you probably have the same questions. And if you'll bear with me a minute, I'm going to unplug my notebook computer and let Brenda take it out of the office for me. If that's what's doing it, I don't know how it was shut off. So I don't know how it would make a humming. But if you still have that noise, please let me know and we'll work on that again. So anyway, those are questions, answered as far as you can change the report. You know, clarity is a word that something you should look for as watchwords on writing your report. The job of the inspector is to discuss the general condition of a property. This is the reason the inspector was hired in the first place. You know, the inspector, you're not there, and I see this many times with inspector, but you're not there to determine who should repair anything. It's not our job to, you know, tell them who needs to do it. I mean, it's not bad to say, yeah, you may need a plumber to further evaluate. But you're not there to tell them use this contractor or that one. You're not there to determine when something should be repaired. We just write it up as deficient, not functioning. And you're not there to determine why something doesn't work. You don't have to look into it, guys. That's the easy part about being an inspector. We are to report what we see. You don't have to try and go in overboard and explain how to make things work or why they're not working. You don't have to trace down and figure out, hey, I know why your stove doesn't have a fire to it. Your burner is missing. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is write it as deficiency. And you don't have to determine how something should be repaired. I mean, a lot of times as inspectors, we'll get asked by realtors, we'll get asked by the client, well, how do we do that? that can get you in trouble sometime by answering that question. You better off come up with some type of comment on your end that you can just say, you know, you need to just have a professional come out and service it. So under the responsibility of the client on the report, the standard report form, inspector may recommend the client seek a qualified contractor or licensed professional for further investigations of items such as partial or potential maintenance or repair items, further evaluation of service to a system, potential repair or replacement of a system of components, further evaluation of a homeowner, handyman, etc. So what are some reasons that an inspector might recommend another licensed contractor or professional for evaluation of a system? Pop me in some answers on the Q&A for me, and let's see what you come up with here. Hot water heater is not working. Good. Foundation. Yep. Good answers, guys. Keep them coming. Roof damage. Yep. GFCIs, electrical system problem. HVAC not operable. Not hitting. Missed that one. Couldn't read it quick enough. Yeah, you got it, guys. There's a lot of different answers on that one that we can come into. So good answers. Federal Pacific Panel Board, absolutely. All right, good. Thank you for participating. Appreciate that. All right, what are some examples? Let's change the subject question for a minute. What are some examples of safety issues that inspectors have come across that have resulted in a recommendation to consult a licensed contractor or other professionals? So some safety issues that you come across, yeah, electrical panel board buzzing, yeah, that's an electrical issue. Hazardous wiring, exposed wiring, missing GFCI circuits, yeah, handrails, yeah, the list just goes on and on and on. It's actually just part of our inspection report, isn't it, guys? Gas leaks, yeah, gas leaks is a biggie. Gas leaks something, if you have a gas leak that you notice at the inspection, you need to contact your client, the listing agent, the selling agent, and the homeowner if possible. And if it's real bad, you can call the gas company, but I would caution you, because the minute the gas company hears there's a gas leak, a lot of times they come out and remove the gas meter. If the home is occupied, I would dare say the homeowner's not going to be happy with you. So you may want to give them a chance to call a plumber and get them out there firsthand. Just a thought. All right, good question, good comments, guys. Thank you so much for participating. And I encourage everybody to look at the chat box and you see these answers from the questions, and you can learn a lot from that. So thank you. All right, let's talk about some important keywords. These keywords can be tied directly back to the TREC standard of practice. One, let's just say accessible or inaccessible, cosmetic, deficient or deficiencies, performance or perform, specialized tools without using specialized tools, specialized procedures without using specialized procedures, limited visual survey, basic operation of the system or components, general condition at the time of the inspection, parts, components, and systems, determine conditions beyond the control of the inspector to reasonably prevent inspection of whatever system it is or component. The condition or materials are hazardous to the health and safety of the inspector, and the list just goes on. Okay, I was trying to read some chats here as we go there. So, my granddaughter, good morning, baby. Come to say, tell her Papa hi. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got to stop and take that hug. All right, I'm going to give you some additional keywords and phrases that can be used. Following is a list of those additional keywords. A lot of times we use these. You can ask yourself the question, do you use them or have you ever used them? Appears to be good, may contain, serviceable, I don't know, possible, suggest, appropriate, limited, due to, you can fill in the blank, unable to, again, fill in the blank, ensure safety. We advise thorough, complete, verify operations, not qualified or equipped, this unit, components, comparison, this section, history of failure, infiltration, potential, susceptible, prone to, adverse conditions, further evaluate, hazardous conditions, compromised, observed, noted, extensive, nearing the end of useful life. And one of my favorite is in my opinion, and then highly visible. These are words that you could use in your report form. I often use in my opinion when I'm giving my opinion on something, because that's what it is. It's the inspector's opinion. So you usually can't get in trouble when you put it in my or in this inspector's opinion. So let's see. Let's discuss some of the overused words that are abused. Let's talk about what you should avoid in an inspection report. What type of words? I always say keep the things simple. Use a KISS technique in writing your report. Make it easy for someone else to understand a report. It may be mundane to you, but keep it simple for them. Avoid these words in the inspection. Use of unnecessary big words. Who you're trying to impress. Again, keep it on about an 8th grade reading level where people can understand what you're saying, because no one's out there as smart as what inspectors are. That was a laugh. Use of overly technical terms. You know, sometimes the more we learn, the more educated we get in doing inspection. We may use technical terms. I know years ago, I used to use delta T for my air conditioning temperature readings. And I was so upset because I kept getting calls from HVAC contractors that didn't know what a delta T was. And I would get so frustrated after getting called. I thought, you know what? I'm not writing my report where someone else coming in behind me can read it and understand the report. So I took out the word delta T. I just put the difference between the intake and output is this temperature, and tell them what my desired temperature range was I wanted to see. So that eliminated that issue. But that's, you know, something as simple as that can cause the report not to be useful for those that are reading it, or it may cause you to get more phone calls. Hey, Mr. Inspector, can you explain what you mean by this? I've actually had plumbers call me and tell me, man, I think you're off your rocker. What is a settlement trap? And you know, you scratch your head and think, you know, you're a licensed master plumber, you don't know what a settlement trap is. Well, you've done this long enough, you learn. And I questioned the guy. I said, Mr. Plumber, humor me for a second. Tell me where you're from. He said, well, I'm from up north. And he named the state. I don't recall what it was. But I said, well, let me ask you this. I said, have you ever heard of a drip leg? He said, oh, yeah, I know what a drip leg is. I said, well, settlement traps, the same components as a drip leg, but just in a different location. I explained to him where the drip leg goes. And he said, oh, yeah, I know, or where the settlement trap goes. He said, oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I'll put that on. So sometimes it's just a simple communication with them. And it can be as easy as just a brief phone call at times. But never treat them as they're idiots, because they're not. They're smart people that call and ask those questions, but they just need an understanding on it. Excuse me. All right. Don't use industrial jargon. A lot of people is not going to know what those terminologies are. Use of imprecise descriptives, use of vague of ambiguous words, never use a value scale. For example, never put on your report, the air conditioning system is rated a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being good, 10 being bad. Yours rated as a 5. Never use that type, or even rate your report rating like that, because a lot of realtors will ask you when you sit down and go over the findings with your client, and if the selling agent's there, they'll say, well, rate this house on 1 to 10 for me. That is not a good thing to do. I would discourage you from doing that. Don't use abbreviations. Report a system or components very well maintained or in excellent condition or as function as intended. Those are not terminologies that you want to put in your report. I'm going to repeat that again because this is so important to you. Never report a system or component as it appears well maintained or as being in excellent condition. Or one that I always shudder to, and when I see and read it, function as intended. How do you know how it was supposed to function? If you did not design that system yourself, you don't know exactly how it was intended to function. Never do that. Never use that term. Never state something does not appear to affect the structural integrity. You're going way beyond your scope on that one. Never suggest what you would do if it were you buying a home. I've attempted time to say, wow, you want this dump? I would never buy this piece of junk, you know? But you have to just watch yourself. You have to be a professional at all times. Never stating the water heater is broken. If it's not functioning as properly, then you put it down. It's not functional. Never guarantee anything. You got to be careful if you start trying to say, I guarantee the roof's going to last you another 5 years. There may be a hailstorm that afternoon and it's over with. Never use stating the anticipated lifespan of a system or components. Especially on a roof or HVAC system, never tell someone, oh, your roof looks pretty good right now. You'll get another good 5-10 years out of it. Inspectors like to talk and share their knowledge, and sometimes we like to beat our chest like, hey, I'm a smart guy out there. Please don't do those things. It only hurts the profession, and it gives inspectors bad names, and it also hurts your reputation. All right, speaking of that, the inspector's conduct during an inspection. Consider this as just a gentle reminder of professional conduct during the course of inspection when accompanied by a client, a contractor, a painter, another inspector, anyone, realtor, whomever. Do not criticize how things were installed from a personal standpoint or knock other inspectors or service companies. Many times I've gone in behind inspectors, and the inspectors before me may have missed some things that was quite obvious to me as I walked in. But guys, education, background, experience, it goes a long ways, and all inspectors are not created equal. We don't all have the same experience. We don't all have the same education background. We haven't all been doing this for 30 years. So, your knowledge is built. We just continue to build on this thing. So don't go in knocking somebody. Give them a break here. Here's an example of some inappropriate statements or remarks or expressions or actions. And you may have done some of these yourself over the time. But you're giving a guy the report, and you find a section that you just think was horrible condition. All of a sudden you go, oh me, don't do that. That's that's going to scare them, and they're not going to hear anything else except what you told them on that or what they think you saw. Laughing in a derogative manner. We don't need to laugh at them. We don't need to make an exclamation like, oh my gosh. You don't want to do something like that. I remember me and one of our engineers one day was up in an attic of a house that had foundation issues, and the client had called me out and an engineer out at the same time. And of course, we were comparing notes as we went around. We got in the attic and looked, and I mean, it was hard not to say something. But as we got into a room by ourselves, we told each other the worst foundation issues, roof structural failure we've ever seen. Wonder it was still standing. But we couldn't go in and tell the client that. It was just too much to go into and do. It would not have been the appropriate thing to say. Negative sounds or gestures, swearing. You never want to swear on a job site with your clients. You don't want to be an editor of things like such. I don't know if I'd, whatever you want to fill in the blank with. Asking why would you buy this dump? Exclaiming, what a filthy mess. Now, I felt like I need to go take a shower when I left because they were such a filthy mess. But you can't tell the client that. They've got eyes, they can see, they know what it is. And besides that, you don't know what their house looks like, where they're coming from. They may live the same way. Smoking cigarettes, chewing tobacco, chewing gums or dipping tobacco. Hey, y'all need to cut the noise out, please. Sorry, I got a little background noise here. But you shouldn't do that on a job site. So, you know, any of these words can be overused or abused. Example is it appropriate to use appears to be in statements like I'm going to give to you now? Let's say the window pane appears to be broken. Does it really appear to be, or can you just say the window pane is broken? I mean, if it's got a crack across it, it's not just appears to be, it is broken. So it's clearly visible to everybody. So state it on your report. Don't say it appears to be. Now, the windowsill appears to be failed. And we're talking about insulated glass type windows that it may be foggy, whatever. It may or may not be acceptable during this situation to use a statement appears to be. I have seen some houses where the windows appear to be foggy, but yet they were so dirty, I couldn't determine if they were foggy or dirty. Sometimes I've even tried to clean some of them to verify before I state on my report the window sills have failed because there's just no one cleans the windows, it seems like. But you know, you could say the exterior windows appear to be foggy. All windows should be cleaned and evaluated for possible fogging. It is not probably acceptable to use appears to be in this statement, as it may not be clearly discernible that fogging is a problem on the windows. So exterior windows appear to be foggy. Either they are foggy or they, to use the word appear to be may not be quite appropriate for that one. All right, that's two key components on making a statement, developing a statement. Number one, you want to report the type of deficiency or defect. If something's marked as deficiency, you want to tell them where it's located and what it is. Report that location. Note that optional systems, additions to the statement could be additional information about the deficiency or recommendation that are meaningful to the client. I've had clients over the years said, well, you said I had a plumbing pipe leak underneath the kitchen sink. Who do I call for that? I mean, folks, we got to understand some of our home buyers are naive to any of this stuff. They don't know what the answers are or how to do it. So, you know, sometimes you just got to be careful how you word stuff and explain it to them. Sometimes in that case, you may want to say, I recommend a licensed plumber. Here's another example. Water stains were observed on the ceiling finish material in the living room. Well, the cause and remedy should be further evaluated and corrected as necessary. So some limitations and disclaimers. A disclaimer is the inspector's statement of liability. The inspector is telling the client what they will do and what they would not do during the inspection. So when inspecting a house, inspector encounters many limitations worthy of noting in the report. Should not be afraid to repeat limitations that needed in order to clarify what the inspector is doing or not doing during an inspection. This helps clarify transparency with the client. In other words, if you're inspecting a townhome and it has no attic access, well, in that case, excuse me, in that case, you're going to have to put not inspected on all the attic components. If you can't get there, you can't see it. So your explanation would be there is no attic access to this property. Here's another good statement. The water was turned off to the house at the time of this inspection. Okay, the water was turned off to the structure at the time of this inspection. I am unable to check the operation of the water fixtures and associated components that use water due to this limitation. A limited visual survey of the general condition of accessible components will be performed, and if any deficiencies are observed, they will be listed in their related section. Yeah, this could be, you couldn't operate the water heater. No water. You couldn't operate the dishwasher because the water heater was off. You had no hot water. Another thing, you say, I was unable to inspect the operation of some of the windows due to window treatments, personal effects, large, heavy, or fragile storage items or furniture. A limited visual survey of the general condition of accessible windows will be performed. If any deficiencies are noted, then they will be listed in the appropriate section. TREC requirements now does not allow you to do a sampling of windows, receptacles, you have to inspect all of them according to TREC standards. So in your report, if you can't see all the receptacles to get to them, or all the windows, if you can't open all the windows, then you need to put a statement similar to what I just read to you in your report. Just say, I was unable to inspect the operation of some windows, receptacles, whatever, due to, and give the explanation of what it is that you caused you not to be able to do that. You can say the central AC system was not tested due to the outdoor temperature freezing at the time of this inspection. Okay, if the outside temperature is below 60 degrees, you're not required by TREC to operate the HVAC system. If the client's concerned about the cooling system, the inspector should recommend hiring a qualified HVAC contractor for further evaluation. And you can still do a limited visual survey that will be performed, and any deficiencies you noted in those systems would be listed in those appropriate sections. Okay, the interior has been recently painted. I love going to a vacant house or even occupied house. Everything's freshly painted and looking so good. And it's just, what do you do? How do you write it up? Well, you have to write something up if there's evidence of recent painting on the interior finish and prior interior finish repairs. This condition may limit the inspector's visual observations and limit the ability to render accurate opinion as to the performance of the structure. I always add another caveat to my statements on that to say hidden damages may be concealed and not visible to this inspector, just so you'll know it. But in conclusion, when you write that inspection report, remember, you're just a reporter. You just report what you see, identify what you can and can't do, define exactly what you observe, describe the finding details using concise sentences, recommend further evaluation by a licensed professional or contractor as applicable, print clearly so the client and other readers can actually understand your report. Yeah, some reports we still have are handwritten. Yes, I did say some of them are handwritten. If you use a computer, hopefully you can read your computer. Ensure that all the information is accurate. Okay, we have a quiz, and I do not have where I can show you online what the quiz is. So I'm going to flip back here to the quiz questions, and let's see if I can get back here real quick. Now, I apologize again. I hope to have the PowerPoint up where I can show you the PowerPoint and go through this stuff. Okay, here's your questions. Please put your answers in the chat box for me. It's going to be lettered A, B, C, D. So pick your answers. Okay, first question. What requirements must an inspector meet if the inspector decides to reproduce the standard report form using their own technology? Again, what requirements must an inspector meet if the inspector decides to produce the standard report form using their own technology? A, the reproduced form must contain the exact same items in any order. B, the information must be reported exactly as it appears on the TREC approved standard report form. C, the reproduced form must contain a disclaimer. D, the reproduced form must be on standard 8x11 size paper. Pick a single answer. I see some of you giving us a couple A and B answers. Pick the best of the four. All right. Majority of people's picking B, and B is the correct answer. The information must be reported exactly as it appears on the TREC approved standard report form. So if you selected B, you're correct. If you select any of the other ones, guess what? You missed. All right, question number 2. I told y'all this would be tough, so hang in there. What is the maximum number of boxes an inspector can check referring to an inspected item? What is the maximum number of boxes an inspector can check referring to an inspected item? A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, D, 4. Okay. Oh, you guys and gals are fast. Well, I'm telling you. Wow. Good answer. All right. The answer was C. 3 is the maximum number of boxes an inspector can check, referring to an inspected item. Y'all were listening. See there? All right. Question number 3. What information or phases should be avoided in a written inspection report? A, the location of the deficiency or defect. B, limitation or disclaimers. C, at the time of the inspection. D, jargon or industry specific terms. Wow, some of you still pick two answers. The answer is D, jargon or industry specific terms. Those should be avoided. All right, let's go to the next question. Number 4. Excuse me. What are two components to a well-written statement in a written inspection report? A, the location, type of deficiency. B, location of deficiencies and photo documentation. C, type and cause of the deficiency. D, type of deficiency and repair recommendation. Well, y'all are good. I still get some double answers. Again, you only get to pick one. The majority of you guys and gals have got this right. It was A, one of the two key components to a well-written statement and written inspection report. The answer is the location and type of deficiency. Okay, that is your exams for Module 1, and that is conclusion of Module 1. We will take a 10-minute break and we'll return and go at this thing again. So thank you, and take your break and come back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start on Modular 2 now, but I had a couple of questions I wanted to answer for you online, and I may not be able to answer all of them in person online, but I do have my some of my education staff working with us that will answer these in the Q&A box for you. So, but if you know the answer yourself, you may be able to share it with other inspectors. I see in reviewing these chats that are Q&As that some of the inspectors, oh yeah, I've already got my answer. So someone's asking, what if there's 2 inspectors on a job? How's the second inspector's name and license number documented as we could in 7-5? It's the same way. You just put their name next to yours or underneath yours or somewhere like that. But you do it, however many inspectors you have on a site with you doing that inspection, each of them has to have their name and license number listed on that TREC report form. So make sure that you do that. Now I'm going to remove this chat box from my screen where I can go ahead. I did get my PowerPoint working, guys. Again, I am so sorry it didn't work. A little button called share screen pops up. It didn't pop up on mine for some reason. So finally, it's come up there. So hopefully you're being able to see Modular 2, which is a statutory and rule updates of the SOPs and departures. So we're going to go ahead and start on that. Now, I will tell you that some of you said I've got a feedback, and I only have one computer open, so I don't have anything else. I've removed everything else computer-wise out of the office. So, you know, I don't know why I would have feedback. So I do apologize if you're getting that. I do not understand why, but we'll go ahead and get started here. This is Modular 2. There's 8 modulars we'll cover today. So at the end of Modular 4, we'll take the lunch break. But after going through this module, you should be able to understand and your responsibility to know and practice according to the current rules. You should be able to recall statutory changes to the Texas Real Estate License Act and the Inspectors Act. You should be able to explain when the SOPs apply. You should be able to recall circumstances when departing provisions apply and demonstrate an understanding of how the structural or the standard inspection report form is used. So let's go ahead and start it. Let's see if I can change slides here. Let's see if it works. Let's see, where'd it go? Down here. Okay. All right, just as an overview for you, it's every license holder's responsibility to know and practice according to the current rules and regulations. 2 primary laws that govern the standards of and for the, let me back up, my tongue got twisted around there. The 2 primary laws that govern the standards for and conduct conduct of inspectors in Texas are found in Chapter 1101 and 1102 of the Texas Occupation Code. You'll see us use that a lot of time and abbreviate that as the TOC. That's the Texas Occupation Code. Based on authority granted by these laws, TREC has adopted and maintained rules specific to the standards for and responsibilities of inspectors. Chapter 1102 of the TOC provides TREC regulatory authority over licensing and regulation of inspectors in Texas. While Chapter 1102 of Texas Occupation Code focuses primarily on the regulation of sales agents and brokers, it also provides the commission the general authority to administer Chapter 1102. Now, the TREC rule publications, these are applicable to inspectors in the state and detailed in Chapter 535, Subchapter 8 of Title 22 of the Texas Administrative Code, TAC. TREC publishes all proposed amendments and adoptions, rule changes in the Texas Register. If you haven't logged in and signed up and registered to receive those information, you can certainly go to the Texas Register, the Secretary of State, and register for that and get your notification of anything that's going on with TREC, any proposed rule changes, any new rules, things that's going on that affects your industry. TREC also notifies license holders of any proposed and adopted rules in the inspector's insight. You get those at least 8 times a year. If you're not receiving those emails of the inspector's insight and the TREC Commission's information, then you probably have the wrong email at TREC. And you may not be aware of it, but if you have a wrong email registered at TREC, you could be in violation of TREC's rules. So you need to make sure that you've got your correct email. Go into the TREC website, check your profile, verify that you've got all your information in it correctly. And especially if you're doing business as, you have a name for your business, you must have it registered on TREC as DBA. I see those fines and come across all the time where gals just forget to do that at the TREC site. So I get comments all the time, I didn't get the email. Well, a lot of times we'll use the TREC email list that they have of all licensed inspectors to send out notices about things going on in the state. So if you're not getting an email from us, there's only a couple of things that can happen. Either you have the wrong email that registered with TREC, or you have blocked it, put it in spam somehow. So you may want to go in and make sure you've got it and approve to InterNACHI and TREC on your approved list of people that can send you emails. Excuse me. Okay, key TREC rule changes since 2019. 535.218, continued education requirements for renewal. The revised rule allows inspectors to receive continued education for courses applicable to inspectors that have taken to satisfy their CEU's requirements of an occupational license issued by another Texas governmental body. In other words, if you have another license held by TRCC as a plumber, electrician, HVAC contractor, the way I'm reading this is that you may be able to get continued ed hours from TREC for your home inspector license by submitting those. Yeah, I would suggest you submit those directly to TREC and get an answer for it and see what happens on it. It's worth a try. They may tell you no, but according to what the regulation here says, you may want to write that rule number down, 535.218. That became effective March the 5th of 2019. So write that date down if you've got questions or have license in another profession that's licensed, regulated in the state of Texas, and see if you can get that education hours. 535.219, schedule of administrative penalties. This was effective March 5th, 19 also. This change added a statutory violation to the penalty matrix, which was inadvertently omitted. Professional conduct and ethics in 535.220. This change tied this section back to the parallel requirements of 531.118, which was recently updated to provide more flexibility for license holders when linking the required consumer protection notice form. Excuse me. Continuing education required for renewal. Continued education topics required for inspector to renew their license are listed and are no longer cross-referenced in 535-213, which was repealed and expired effective January 28th of 2021. The rule includes the minimum requirements for receiving continued education credit for ride-along inspectors course, now only available for CE. Lastly, the amended expanded the ability for an inspector to receive up to 4 hours. Now listen to this one. You have the ability to receive up to 4 hours of CE credit per license period, so for every 2 years, by attending any TREC Real Estate Inspectors Committee meeting. So if you really want to know what's going on in the industry, I encourage you to participate in the IAC meetings, and by going, you will also receive credit for that. You can receive, like I said, up to 4 hours for a licensing period. So every 2 years, you can get up to 4 hours. So plan on going. That's one way to get some of your continued ed hours. All right, 535.222, the inspection report. This change reduced the amount of time that an inspector has to deliver a report from 3 days. Now, we used to have 3 days to deliver that report to a client after the inspection. Now it's clarified it to only 2 days. So now you only have 2 days to have the report sent to the client. There is a little caveat to it. It's if you have not received payment for service, you do not have to deliver that report. So in other words, from the time you do the inspection, if it takes you a week to get payment for that inspection, you don't have to release that report until you get payment. But once payment's received, then you need to release that report to your client. So if you have questions, just put it in the Q&A box and we'll see if our education team can answer that question for you. Sorry, my wife come behind me and I don't know what she was doing. Okay, examinations. 535.209 says this change provides new inspector applicants the opportunity to complete the national education and take the national exam prior to taking the state education and state exam. An applicant may still choose to take all pre-licensing education set for the national and state exam at the same time. So in other words, you can take them one or the other or both at the same time. This change coincides to changes it to inspectors pre-licensing education and experience, again, March 1, 2021. This rule further identifies specific courses that must be taken if an applicant fails the national or the state exam 3 times. In other words, if you have someone that's coming on board, or if you're new to the industry, you haven't got licensed yet, if you fail either one of those exams, the national or the state, 3 times, then you're going to be required to take some additional education classes. We want you to be able to know what the rules and regulations are if you go out to do an inspection. And that's a scary thing, to go out and do an inspection without having hands-on training for a while to become familiar with what's expected. All right, 535.212 education experience requirements for license. These revisions signify streamline the pre-license education experience requirements for inspectors. Currently, we still have 3 types of license: the apprentice, real estate inspector, and professional inspector. The more experienced license types, real estate and professional, can be obtained through experience sponsorship through substitute coursework, which includes a hands-on practicum. Now, the hours that's required to get a license today is 194 classroom hours, but 40 of that is what they call a practicum, which when that word came out, I had to ask clarification, and I had to get those I asked clarification for. They had to get clarification what practicum is. Basically, it's going to be in-field training. So to get the license is 154 hours classroom, and now they have to do 40 hours of actual inspections. And that inspection does not include them just riding with you, watch how you do it. They're supposed to be able, at that time, be able to do the inspection themselves and write at least a minimum of 5 reports. So that gives them a chance to do it. We don't want them to get out of school, do the ride along practicum with someone else doing the inspection, and the inspector do the inspection, and the student still doesn't know how to write a report, we want them to have the experience of it. Can you imagine letting them just ride with you, see what you do, and say, yep, I got my 40 hours. That's not what this is about, guys. We need to train our industry in a way that when we turn them loose out to go do inspection for a consumer, that's not the first report that they wrote. So work with us, and let's make sure that the people that are in training do have the ability to write the report, and you can review it and go from there and see how they're doing, maybe guide them a little. Okay, qualifying real estate inspector courses. Revisions of pre-licensing course work more closely guidelines of those of national exam and create improved Texas modulars along with practicum that will satisfy the field component of the training. Now, the consumer information 535.18, the amendments to the Consumer Protection Notice adds a statement to alert consumers that inspectors are licensed by TREC and are required to carry or maintain E&O insurance to cover losses arising from the performance of a real estate inspection in a negligent or incompetent manner. And if you've got your student manual, you can look back at Appendix B for Form CN13, and it'll list that. But the consumer notice. Now, receiving an undisclosed commission or rebate, 535.148 addresses that. This change corrects a statutory reference and updates a form adopted by a reference pursuant to changes enacted by the 87th legislation in House Bill 1560 that regulates residential service companies are no longer registered by TREC, but now registered under the Texas Department of License and Regulation, TDLR. Section 535.201 defines the changes correct a reference in the standard of practice, subsection 3, referencing 535.227 and 228, or 233, I'm sorry, which establish a minimum requirement for real estate inspection conducted under Chapter 1102 Occupation Code. Some of these things get to be rather lengthy, and probably this is some of the most boring parts that I can share with you, but these are things that you should be aware of and just keep in mind. 535.2.06, the Texas Real Estate Commission, effective 12/2/21, the revision extends a year the commission is abolished to correspond with State Bill 713 of the 87th legislation, which extended the TREC Commission sunset review date all the way over to 2031. If you remember, we just had a sunset review a couple of years back, but now it's going to be pushed out to 2031 with a review TREC again. Continued education requirements, effective 12/2/21, 535.92, the rule eliminates subsection F, which also allows license holders to obtain continued ed credit for courses taken to fulfill a requirement of professional designation, and includes a list of specific profession designations recognized by the Commission for purpose of obtaining CE credit. License holders may still receive CE credit for such courses if providers have submitted and the Commission has approved the course for credit through the usual course approval process. So if you're getting a designation and there's courses that need to be taken for that, if the provider, whomever it may be, has gotten permission, or I say permission, has gotten approval from TREC to give you CE hours, then they would grant that CE credit for you. All right, 535.223, standard inspection report form, effective February 1st, 2022. And I'm sure that everybody knows the number on it now. The rule and the form adopted clarify the requirements when an inspector uses computer software or other means to produce an inspection report to ensure that it complies with established reporting requirements. 535.227, standard of practice, effective February 1 of 2022. The rule requires the inspector use all reasonable and appropriate tools necessary to comply with the requirements of standard of practice, and specifies that if an inspector provides services beyond the scope of the standards of practice as part of the real estate inspection, they must be competent to provide those services. Now, key words on this: beyond the scope of the standards of practice. So if you ever go beyond that, if you bypass, supersede the standards of practice, then the TREC says you must be competent to provide those services. So competent will be something that we'll need to look at here in a little bit. So be thinking about what the word competent would mean to you. Additionally, the rule clarifies the inspector cannot perform an inspector for a client until they have notified the client of any system or components that the inspector does not routinely inspect that are otherwise required by the standards of practice. So in other words, if you don't always climb on the roof, you need to let the client know that at the time of booking the inspection. Finally, the rule includes a new definition for gas distribution systems to conform with changes made by proposed amendment 535231, standard of practice minimum for plumbing systems. 535.228, standard of practice minimum inspection requirements for structural systems, effective February 1st, 2022. This rule change updates requirements for garage doors to better reflect current building code requirements and clarify reporting requirements for gas fixtures and appliances listed under this section to conform to changes made by Amendment 535.331. 535.229, standards of practice minimum inspections required for electrical systems. Again, this is a rule change begin effective February the 1st, 2022. Change updates the requirements for electrical system to better reflect current building code requirements. Standard of practice 535230, minimum inspection required for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Again, effective February the 1st, 2022. Revision clarifies what an inspector required to do and report when determining if a HVAC system is functioning properly. The rule changes also clarify reporting requirements for gas fixtures and appliances listed under this section to conform to changes made in 535.231. Standards for minimum inspection for plumbing system, again, effective February the 1st, 2022. It requires an inspector report of material used for water supply lines, water drain lines, and gas distribution systems. Hear me again, rule change requires an inspector to report the materials used for water system lines, water drain lines, and gas distribution system. Specify that the items are required to be reported only when visible. So on your report, when you identify your water lines, your drain pipe lines, or the gas line materials, it's a good thing to put, I observed copper water pipes where visible. I observed black iron pipe for gas lines where visible. That way you're letting the client know, because they're not going to read these rules and regulations, but it's up to you to identify and tell them what you did see, what you can't see. So yeah, there may be 4 or 5 or 6 different types of gas lines or water lines, but if you can't see them, you can't identify them. So report what you can identify. An inspector is to report water pressures exceeding 80 psi. So if the water pressure, using your gauge as you test on the water pressure of the house, if it exceeds 80 psi, then you need to report it as a deficient. The rule also moves the requirements related to inspection of a gas distribution system that are currently contained in various other sections of the standard of practice to a brand new section, D of this section, and clarify reporting requirements for gas fixtures and appliances listed under this section to conform with the new section D. So gas lines and gas systems can be reported under section D on the plumbing section. So that's all in the new report form. You'll see it under the plumbing section. Standard of practice minimum inspection requirements for appliances effective February 1, 2022. This change moves a general exception to requirements of this section to the end of the rules to mirror other sections of standard of practice. It also updates the requirements for bathroom ventilation to better reflect current building code requirements. Specifically, that certain items are required to be reported when only visible, and clarify the reporting requirements for gas fixtures and appliances listed under this section to conform to changes made by proposed amendments 535231, minimum standards of practice for plumbing systems. Okay, the minimum standards for required optional systems is under 535.233, again, effective February 1, 2022. This rule change adds an optional reporting requirement for built-in appliances. Specifies that an inspector is not required to report on the performance of an underground zone of a sprinkler system, and clarifies that private sewage systems is not limited to a septic system. So changes and stuff that we do on the reports and on the standards of practice. You know, how can an inspector get involved in making these rule changes? The process. How do you get involved in it? Pop me up some in the Q&A answer that you may do. You know, and I'll just give you some tips on my side. You can bring an item to the attention of the inspectors committee or the TREC staff. You know, if you say, hey, this isn't working, or this needs to be changed, or maybe this is a better way to do this, just bring it up to them. Let them know. I mean, you know, I get emails all the time that I pass along because inspectors are afraid to deal with TREC or commissioners of the inspectors committee. You can attend the meeting for the IAC. You can bring up topics. You can discuss it. You can open the comments on it and see where it goes. You can provide written comments to the committee or the commission after rules proposed before it's adopted. That's how you can get a change made before it's adopted. So once you get a notice on it, if you stay up to date, then that's how you go ahead and put your comments in and get maybe get a change. Of course, you can attend a commission meeting and give comments in person. Those are always scary moments for most of us, because we never like to get up in public and talk and give an answer. So I don't see the Q&A, Brent. You get any question on it? Okay, so no big comments on that. What kind of continuing education is accepted beyond TREC's providers? What kind of continuing ed is acceptable beyond TREC's providers? Continuing education completed by a Texas license holder who holds an active inspector license in another state where the course was approved for CE in the other state and a CE was completed during the term of the Texas license. Instructor credit for teaching approved qualifying or CE inspector courses. Credit for attending a full Texas Real Estate Inspectors Committee meeting up to 4 hours per license renewal period. Continued education completed and maintain a separate list but related occupational license issued by a governmental body in Texas completed during the term of the inspector's license. So there's another one. Yeah, I haven't changed the PowerPoint. I'm sorry. I think I forgot just to even change the thing. Okay. All right. This is where we're at on this thing now. The when do the SOPs apply? The SOP applies to an inspection conducted by an inspector licensed in Texas for a prospective buyer or seller of a 1 to 4 family unit that is substantially completed. In other words, the SOP applies only when an inspection be performed on a property that is the subject of a real estate transaction. All right, so when are the SOPs not applicable? Well, in general, the SOPs do not apply to systems or components that are not listed in the SOPs. The SOP does not apply to cosmetic or aesthetic conditions, including wear and tear from ordinary use. A real estate inspection is a limited visual survey and based performance evaluation of the system and components of a building using normal controls that provide information regarding the general condition of a property at the time of the inspection. It's not intended to be a comprehensive investigation or exploratory probe to determine the cause or effect of deficiencies noted by the inspector. So good wording on that. Tell you what the inspection is, and this tells them what the SOPs, well, they're not applicable. So they, to me, I think that's some good wordings for us, guys. It protects the inspector. While the SOP does establish minimum requirements, nothing prohibits you from providing a higher level of inspection than what's required by the SOPs, or from inspecting components or systems in addition to those that are not listed on under the SOP. But there's one thing that you better remember on this. If you can do those systems that are beyond the SOP requirements, you must be competent to inspect and report on systems that are beyond the scope of our inspection. So be careful there. If you get into something that you have no business getting into, something way over your head, it's not part of the SOPs. Let's just say generators, for example. Do you inspect generators? Have you been trained to do generators? Do you understand the function of a generator? If something goes wrong and you wrote it up as acceptable or no deficiencies on it, then if called into question, you may be questioned as to what training do you have on it? Were you competent? If they find you're not competent in the system, you could be fined or penalized on it. Okay, let me go open this thing. Brittany said I've got some questions here. Let me see if I can find where I'm at here. I'll try to answer it. Does this specifically mean that the final phase inspection of new construction is covered as a TREC inspection? Yes. If you do the pre-pour or pre-cover or pre-drywall, however term you want to use on it, the final inspection home is finished, and it is for a buy-sell situation. It would require the TREC report form. Okay. Okay, good comments on it. Okay, let me get back to where we're at here. All right, let's talk about the departure provision for a minute here. Routine departure from the SOP. The SOP authorizes the inspector to forego inspecting the component or system required by the SOP under certain circumstances. These circumstances include the inspector and inspector client agree that the item will not be inspected. You better put that in writing on your report. The inspector is not qualified to inspect the item. It's okay, guys. If you don't know how to operate something, or if you're not qualified to inspect it, be upfront with the client. Let them know that. The item to be inspected is a common element of a multifamily development and is not physical contact with the unit being inspected. Okay, let's say you inspected a condo unit. It's a multi-unit, say it's a bunch of apartments that was turned to condos, and they have a boiler system for hot water for the entire complex. You don't need to inspect that, but you would put under the water heater section, you'd put that as not inspected and put a comment outside. These units, this is a multi-family unit, and it has a boiler system present, which is beyond the scope of this inspection. Let it go as that. You could do that for, say, the roof. If you're doing the downstairs unit of a 3-story building and the roof covers the 3rd floor, you're not going to be able to inspect the roof. It's really not going to be applicable for that 1st floor. So that would be something you'd have to just put as not inspected and explain why. The inspector determines using reasonable judgment. Notice some of the words that we're throwing out here. Reasonable judgment that conditions exist that prevent the inspection of an item. Conditions or material are hazardous to the health or safety of the inspector, or the action of the inspector could damage the property. Now, several illustrations we give you here. Let's just say, let's take the first one. Condition exists that prevent the inspection of an item. You've got a panel board. It's covered up by a heavy bookcase. It's full of all kind of looks like serious whatnots or keepsakes and books, and no one's there to help you move it. I'm not going to move it. So that would be a condition that prevents you from inspecting that item. That's just one example. All right, condition of material that are hazardous to health or safety of the inspector. Man, nothing comes to my mind right off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys have probably got some. Throw them out there and discuss them. The action of the inspector could cause damage to the property. Well, I've been through that one a bunch of times. The attic access screwed shut. Everything was caulked. You may cut it, you may unscrew the screws, but by doing so, you may pull down some of the drywall. Could damage the property. The other most common is electrical panel board on the interior of a home. Many times we see these things painted, caulked around, and I have actually taken a knife and cut the caulk around the edge of the panel board to open it up. And I can tell you times, I remember several times where as I pulled it off after I'd even cut it, the caulking stuck so good to the drywall paper. As I pulled the cover off, some of the drywall paper ripped. Well, I was obligated to correct that. I caused damage to the property. So when you're in a situation like that, you needed to make that decision. Do I feel lucky today? Should I do this, or should I just say, hey, because it's being sealed and the possibility of causing damage to the property, if I try to open this, it is excluded. So sometimes, you just have to make a judgment call, but that's what you want to be able to do in a reasonable judgment call on your behalf. If an inspector intends to forego a component or system required by the SOPs based on the circumstances listed above, the inspector is required to notify the client at the earliest practical opportunity that the component or system will not be inspected, and make appropriate notation in the standard inspection report form, including the reason that the component or system was not inspected. So when do you let the client know you can't take the cover off that panel board? At the earliest practical opportunity. As soon as you see it, you make that call. I'm not going to do this. You need to let the client know. If he's not there, call them, let them know that you're going to have to exclude it. You may want to let the agent know that, hey, I'm not going to inspect this. You may have to have your homeowner open it up for me if they want me to do it. A lot of times I've had the agents call homeowners, say, hey, you need to come back home and move your car out of the way so I can get into the attic. Or, hey, you need to come out of the homeowner and move all this stuff out of the way where I can get to the lawn irrigation system or the electrical panel board or whatever. I mean, I'm not moving people's stuff to do the inspection. Yeah, if it's a trash can sitting there and I can scoot over, of course I'm gonna do it. But I'm talking about a lot more work than I want to do. Routine departure from SOP. As an inspector, you're required to notify a client or prospective client before the inspection. Notify the client or prospective client. In other words, they call and ask you about an inspection and you don't climb the roof, you need to let them know, hey, we don't climb the roofs on these things. If it's an inspector routinely departs from inspecting a particular component or system that's required by the SOP, that inspector has a reason to believe the property includes that component or system, you need to make sure that they're aware of it. Okay, let's discuss a little bit. I'm not there yet. I got help here telling me how to do this thing. I probably need all the help I can get, but I'll change it when I get to that part. All right. When is an inspector, give me an example. Let's say when an inspector does not have to use the standard report form. Put it in the chat box for me. Let's see what we can come up with here. 11-month inspection, pre-pour, pre-drywall, phase 1, pre-drywall, single system, pre-drywall, warranty inspection. Yep. You're absolutely correct. That's exactly right. If you're doing code compliance for a city or for a builder, you don't have to use a TREC report form. Maintenance inspection, commercial inspection, yeah, of course. Warranty, inspection for government builder. I mean, you guys are right on it. You're great. Thanks for the information on it. You're good. All right, let's discuss the difference in application of the departure procedure or provision based on whether it is a routine practice or applied to a specific home inspection. Yeah, some inspectors may have a routine practice of departing from provision of the SOP. For example, they may not walk on roofs. Such routine departures should be communicated and discussed before the inspection with the client. In other words, they should be known, be told beforehand, I don't walk on roofs. And, you know, some of them, if it's a 3-story roof, you know you're not going to get up there. So you might as well tell them, look, 3-story roof, we don't get on that, you know, 2-story roofs, whatever your departure would be on, let them know that. So does the fact that optional systems are listed in the SOP imply that all TREC inspectors are qualified to perform the inspection on those optional systems? Pop up your answer in the chat box and see what we got. I love y'all's participation, guys. This is good. And I hope that everyone else, if you're not answering the chat box, at least you can review these things and maybe learn and go forward on this. Does the fact that optional systems listed in the SOP imply that TREC inspectors are qualified to perform inspections on all optional systems? Majority of you answered no, and that is absolutely correct. Just because it's there, if you don't know how to inspect a septic system, don't go inspect a septic system unless you are qualified to do that. And competent would be the word. Competent would be you have some type of training, field training, classroom training, whatever, to learn how to do those things. I remember years ago when I taught a septic class up at A&M with Professor Nichols at the time. It became comical of inspectors, and I got to the point where I was just discouraging everyone, don't do septic systems. If you're not qualified or want to do what you need to do, stay away from the systems. And you know, you have to verify sometimes with TREC, if you get called in question, you know, were you competent to do that inspection? Then, you know, someone would have to, you know, you'd have to back it up with somebody that tells you what and yes and how to do it. Okay, good ones. Let me back up here, and I've got another departure report here. Give me, what are some, excuse me, what are some reasons an inspector may choose not to walk on a roof? Throw me up some more in the chat box. All right, I see a lot of good answers coming up. What if it's a tile roof? Yeah, tile or slate. Somebody put it down there. Say, are you qualified for that? Competent. So there's a lot of things. Too hot. Yeah. There's just a lot of stuff that can go on there. All right, guys. Thank you. The good answers. Good answers. Really good answers. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Okay. Yes. All right. I'll give you time to study this one for a minute. I'm going to give you a case study here real quick. Then we'll go on through these questions. You can put your answers in the chat as you go if you want. All right. Give your notice before departing. Here's a fact. The licensed professional inspector was hired by the buyer to perform an inspection. The inspector inspected the plumbing supply, distribution system, and fixtures. As part of the inspection, the inspector was required to visually inspect the plumbing components located inside a plumbing chase adjacent to the shower enclosure. The interior panel was readily accessible for inspection and opened to reveal pipes, fittings, shower pan, and liner. The inspector failed to open the access panel and did not inspect for visible deficiencies. All right, analysis. The inspector may depart from the inspection of component systems required by the standard practice. If in the reasonable judgment of this inspector, the inspector determines that condition exists that prevent inspection of an item. However, the inspector was required to notify the client and make an appropriate notation on the inspection report form, stating the reason that the component or system was not inspected. Well, TREC reviewed it, and here's the results of their review. The inspector entered into an agreed order resulting in a formal reprimand an administrative penalty of $1,100 for violation of 22 Texas Administration Code 535.227, and it gives the letters and numbers behind that. Failing to make an appropriate notation on the inspection report form stating the reason a component or system was not inspected, and the order was addressed other violations also. So simply because he didn't put that on the report, he got fined. Okay, here's your exam question. Once payment's been made and the inspection is complete, how long does the inspector have to deliver the report? All right, everything's coming in correct, it looks like. 2 days. All right, here's the other one. What update did TREC Rule 531.18 add to the Consumer Protection Notice? And I'll let you read A through D because I don't want to sit there and do it. All right, everybody got that right. A is the correct answer. All right, move on to the next one. When are the SOPs not applicable? A, B, C, or D? The SOP is not applicable when the systems or components are not listed in the SOPs. All right, let's go to the next question. When can an inspector depart from the standards of practice? You can depart from the SOPs when the inspector and the client agree that the component or system will not be inspected. All right, we're going to Modular 3. Now let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and start again here in just 10 minutes. So take a break and come back. See you then. All right, everybody, we are back. We're going into Modular 3. So I appreciate, I was looking at the chat question boxes there as on break, and great comments, guys. I appreciate all your participation and helping each other out. That's what it's all about. Just as we were in a live meeting and we took a break, everybody's out talking in the halls or the back of the class. Keep it up. Good comments. I hope everyone's enjoying and getting some information out of this that's helpful to you. All right, in Modular 3, we're going to go over the inspector's duties, the responsibilities, and ethics. After this chapter, you should be able to explain the minimum level of competency for Texas licensing, distinguish between direct and indirect supervision of an apprentice and real estate inspector, and recall consumer notice requirements, describe examples of compliant advertising, describe the duties and responsibilities owed to the client, recall best practice to enhance inspector-client relationships, and explain inspectors' independence. Discuss best practices in obtaining the client's permission. Let's talk about the word competency. Inspectors must meet minimum competency standards for licensure in Texas by completing qualifying courses, satisfying the experience requirements by either completing a required number of inspection or required practicum, and passing the national and state license exams. Inspectors must continue to demonstrate in that professional competency before they're eligible to renew a license, which is measured by completing required inspection continuing education classes. So what is competency? How do you prove it to those that may come in question? It's by taking your education classes. If you don't take your education classes and have that availability, then you may find yourself as incompetent. In addition to license requirements, inspectors must adhere to the minimum standard of competency that are established by the TREC standards of practice. Now, if a complaint is filed and it's discovered that an inspector failed to comply with the SOP, the inspector could be found in violation by performing an inspection in a negligent or incompetent manner. So I know a lot of inspectors today that I see on reports and comments that they've given to me is that when they write an item up as deficient, they will put the TREC reference number, maybe even the entire comment of what an inspector shall do or shall not do next to their comment, and just to have it on record there. So it's a good way to do it. To each your own. But duty to recall certain information to TREC or to report certain information to TREC. An inspector has 30 days that they must report addition or termination of a DBA, change of your company name, change to contact information. Remember, we talked about email addresses earlier. Once you change that, you got 30 days to report to TREC. Or if you have a new felony conviction or misdemeanor involving fraud, you have 30 days to report those to TREC. Now, as a sponsoring inspector, here's what you need to know. Only a licensed professional inspector may serve as a sponsor for another licensed inspector in Texas. The law imposes many duties on sponsoring professional inspectors, and these duties are listed out in the TREC Rule 535.226. Now, I'll try to do a little summary on this. As an apprentice inspector or real estate inspector, they can only be sponsored by one licensed professional inspector. You can't have two. If you change your professional sponsor, you have to go back to TREC and change that, and your new sponsoring professional has to go in and say that he's sponsoring you. So any change of employment, God forbid, one of our inspector passes, one of our inspector retires, and you were an apprentice or real estate inspector, you have to go find your new professional inspector, and then TREC has to be notified of those changes. So it's got to be reported immediately, not 30 days, immediately. And if the professional inspector says, hey, we're not going to sponsor you anymore, then you're going to be on your own. We're not going to take care of you. Then you better report that to TREC immediately that you've stopped sponsoring a inspector. Okay, now let's talk about the sponsoring inspector's purpose. Direct supervision. All right, direct supervision requires that the sponsoring inspector to present on site, be present on site when an apprentice conducts that inspection. In other words, if you're the sponsoring inspector, you have an apprentice, you have to be on site with that apprentice. You can't be at another location. You have to be right there with him. Indirect supervision would be kind of a contrast of it. The indirect supervision does not require a sponsoring inspector to be present on site when a licensed real estate inspector conducts inspection. That's the difference. You have an apprentice inspector, you have to have direct supervision. As a real estate inspector, if they've got to that second stage of licensing, you can still use them, but they can go out and do inspections on their own. You just have to have indirect supervision of them and have time to go over and review their reports, and you're still responsible for them, but you just have not so much a hands-on as you would an apprentice inspector. Okay, let me get that. Let's see if I can change this slide. All right, consumer protection, consumer information. Protection notice, TREC number CN1-3. As inspectors, you must provide notice to the consumer service recipients regarding the ability to file a complaint with TREC and the availability of inspector recovery fund. So these things go in. The Texas Real Estate Commission Consumer Protection Notices has to be at least 10-point font, or the TREC protection notice in at least a 12-point font. It also allows additional methods to provide the required notice to consumers about the inspection recovery fund if an inspector does not have a place of business or a business website. So let's just say you have no place of business, you have no website. That's beyond my understanding why an inspector wouldn't have those, but it's, you know, they're out there. There are three other ways in which an inspector can provide notice, which may be on a written contract for the inspector services, on a brochure that the inspector distributes, or on an invoice or receipt from the inspector services. So if you don't have a place of business or website, you still have to disclose this information to your consumer, and that's how you do it. All right, advertising. There's a number of different ways that an inspector can advertise their business and services, and there are a number of different target markets inspector can focus on to achieve the highest impact for their advertising dollar. However, guidelines must be followed that the inspector must use when advertising their services. TREC Rules 535.221 details guidelines for the inspector's advertising. Advertisement includes all communication created or calls to be created by a licensed inspector for the purpose of inducing or attempting to induce a member of the public to use the services of the inspector. So let me read it again to you. Advertisement includes all communication created or calls to be created by a licensed inspector for the purpose of inducing or attempting to induce a member of the public to use the services of the inspector. These include but are not limited to the following types of communication: your inspection report, business cards, invoices, signs, brochures, email, websites, including pop-up and chat features, electronic transmissions, text messages, purchase telephone directory displays, and advertisements by newspaper, radio, or television. Additional TREC Rule 535.44 prohibits an inspector from using the TREC seal or logo in any advertisements or on the inspector's website. So I'm going to give you that one more time because it's important to you. The rule prohibits an inspector from using the TREC seal or TREC logo in any advertisement or on the inspector's website. An advertisement for a professional real estate inspector has to include the inspector's name and assumed business name, in other words, your DBA, and your license number. An advertisement for a real estate inspector apprentice is a little different than a professional inspector. They have to include the license holder's name and assumed business name, also include their license number, the name or assumed name of the sponsoring professional inspector, and a statement indicating the person is sponsored by a professional inspector. So a few different ways any advertisement, depending on what your license designation is. Website advertising. Inspector's website must display the license number of each inspector whose name appears on the website. License numbers must at least be on a single prominent page, such as the About Us page. And for social networking purposes, it's sufficient for the inspector's license number to be on the main page or on the profile page. So let's talk about ethics, the overview of this thing. Inspectors must have integrity beyond that of a person involved in ordinary commerce. Inspector must conduct their business with a high standard of professionalism while maintaining independence from any outside influence. Inspector must be objective and fair in performing inspections. Each inspector should uphold and strive to uphold the integrity of a home inspection business in the eyes of the consumer. We don't want you to have anything that would push public fraud or misrepresentation or be unethical in the field of real estate inspection, the real estate transaction. Another goal of inspectors is to help the public understand the value of an inspection. A lot of times in this market we've been in recently, a lot of home buyers are encouraged to bypass inspection. Well, it's our job as inspectors to inform them why you don't want to do that, why you should have your home inspected. So, you know, it's the TREC rules defines that of a client, who is our client, and it goes in to tell us who the client is. And it's a buyer or seller, including a prospective buyer or seller of real estate property that's subject to a real estate inspection conducted under Chapter Level 2 TOC in this subchapter. Now, the responsibility of the client. The definition dictates that the duties owed to the client by the inspector are based on the persons who have interest in the property and is part of the real estate transaction, rather than the person who pays for the inspection. A lot of times someone else will pay for the inspection. Realtor pay for it, family member pay for it, but are they really your client? Well, the definition here defines who the client really is. It's a buyer or seller, including a prospective buyer or seller of real property that's subject to a real estate inspection conducted under Chapter Level 2. Now, when inspecting a property, the inspector's primary obligation is to the client. Previously discussed, inspectors are also required to provide certain notices to their clients and explain any limitations regarding how the inspector conducts their inspection. TREC rules establishes certain guidelines concerning the inspector-client relationship, which include: when an inspector accepts a job, the inspector has a duty to protect and promote the interests of the client and should do so above the interests of the inspector. The inspector is prohibited from disclosing information, results, or client information to anyone other than the client without prior approval of the client. Okay, that one, let's talk about that for a minute. Do you automatically send your inspection report to the selling agent? Do you send it to the listing agent? Do you give it to the buyer or to the seller? Who do you send it to? Well, remember, the client is a person buying that house or property that you're inspecting. That's your client. So before you give that real estate agent that works with your client a copy of that report, you need to have written permission that the client has agreed to do that. Now, on our inspection agreement, we add that paragraph to our report, or to the agreement, I should say, where the client approves us, authorizes us to share that report with their real estate agent. A lot of times the buyers aren't even there. Only the real estate agent shows up, if they show up at all. So, you know, you got to know who's your client, that you have permission to share that, and what do you want to do with it. The inspector should always attempt to increase his or her knowledge regarding new development in the inspection industry. That's one that I was telling you about earlier, and I was telling you about upcoming webinars. We have a TREC legal staff going to be attending our webinar, and the IAC committee members that'll be answering your question on the report form, the standard of practice, and you'll get it straight from TREC's own mouth there. So it'll be a class you don't want to miss. That was, let me see the dates on that. April 11th is HVAC system updates, and April 25th was the TREC legal and SOP for the IAC committee. Too many abbreviations. Because the client is likely much less knowledgeable, less experienced with regards to systems being inspected, you as inspectors are entrusted with the client's confidence that the inspector will truthfully report the condition of the property and a property system. Inspectors, we should always act in a manner that ensures independence from outside influence or interests that could compromise or influence how and what the inspection report to the client regarding the property and the system. There's a lot of things there to do. Now, access to the property for people other than the inspector. How many of you ever got to a house and the buyer shows up, realtor shows up, painter shows up, the cabinet guy shows up, air conditioner guy shows up, plumber shows up, whatever order, any ranks of these things show up? What is your obligation? Are you to let them in? Let's say the realtor didn't show up. You know, it gets to be a little sticky subject there. Well, if they show up with 14 different kids and their aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters and all this comes up, well, the inspector's primary obligation is to the inspector's client. When the inspector client's not the property owner, the inspector should be mindful of his or her duties to the owner. Sometimes a buyer or buyer's agent will need a third party to come to the property and weigh in on something that's outside the scope of the real estate inspection. For example, a pest control company. We see that all the time. An appraiser comes out to appraise a home. So they're there, but the buyer's agent often will schedule those visits to coincide with the home inspection for convenience sake. A lot of times the realtor won't even show up. They'll just send those people out and we're expected to let them in and go on to do the thing. Well, I'm not a babysitter. I don't have time to sit and watch people's kids come into the house and do this kind of stuff. If they're coming out like that, well, I'm trying to do an inspection, not watch what the kids are doing or what Uncle John or whatever is doing. But you got to remember, the property owner has granted you access to the inspection. And this doesn't mean the inspector can grant access to any other parties. So it's up to you. I know I've had inspectors tell me that I won't let anybody else in the house. Well, except the client or the realtor. And that's true. I have been on inspection before, and while I'm doing the inspection, the doorbell rings or door gets knocked on, and I open the door and it's another agent. I don't know who they are. And they've got a couple of people with them. So here I go real quick. My mind says, well, another realtor showing a house. And I have to say, what are you here for? And they'll answer and say, well, I've got clients. I'm showing a house. I have an appointment. Well, at that stage, I have to say, I'm sorry. We're in the middle of an inspection and you're not allowed to come into the house at this stage. I've had them get mad. I've had them get ugly. I've had them get really upset. Well, my solution to that is, look, call the agent that I'm dealing with, I'm working with, and explain it to them. And sure enough, they'll go out and they say, how much longer are you going to be? Well, it could be an hour, it could be 2, it could be 3. So, you know, sometimes I tell them, go eat lunch, come back. Maybe I'll be done. So, you know, you don't have to let them in. But, you know, as courtesy, a lot of times we do let them in, especially the pest control guy. The appraiser, you know, he's licensed and regulated too. And, you know, but the painter, carpet people, those aren't. So, I mean, I prefer the selling agent to be there with them to walk them through. I don't want to be responsible for that, but that's entirely up to you. Now, relationship with other inspectors. Let me see what's on the other slide here. Yeah. Requires inspectors to follow guidelines when dealing with other inspectors. These guidelines require an inspector to conduct their business with fairness and integrity and cooperate with others to promote the high standard of the inspection industry in our profession. I remember when I first got in this business, I was green at it, and I would ask some of the guys that had been in longer than I had, of course. And for questions concerning the inspections, I'm telling you, I used to get inspectors that would not tell me the truth about an item. I knew they were lying, but they were trying to protect it because they didn't want more inspectors in the industry. Well, guys, that's not our purpose. Our purpose is to try to help. If someone's got their license, they're out doing an inspection. If they call, see you, ask you a question, by all means, be honest and fair with them. I mean, you have a relationship with other inspectors that you have to be honest and fair with them. You have a duty to report any possible violations of the TOC or TREC rules committed by another license holder to TREC. Bad actors in the real estate inspection field, they not only harm the public, they're harmful to the whole industry as a whole. So if you got some out that are not following TREC's requirements and doing things that hurt our industry, by all means, you're obligated to turn them into TREC. I mean, that's tough. No one likes to be the whistleblower, but sometimes you have to be. Now, as an inspector, we should be independent. TREC Rule 535.220 requires inspectors to conduct their business in a manner that ensures independence from outside influence when performing a real estate inspection. Inspector's independence is vital to an inspector's ability to present a fair and impartial opinion regarding all the components inspected. Maintaining independence is the best interest of both the inspector and of your client. When others try to influence an inspector, a client trust can be compromised. The inspector's client relies on the knowledge and expertise of the inspector to provide a factual, honest assessment of the inspected property. Be aware the inspector may be influenced by a seller's agent to keep certain deficiencies out of an inspection report so the property easier to sell. You might even be offered more inspections if you just don't make it sound so bad. You know, inspector may also be influenced by a buyer or buyer's agent to focus on certain items to give the buyer negotiating power before closing on the property. Guys, we have to be independent of all that stuff. We cannot have someone influence us. I remember years ago, I got to an inspection. I couldn't get into the house. This was before the super keys and all. Realtor shows up to open the house for me. She tells me, "Now, Mr. Inspector, I haven't sold a house in the last several months. I really need this sale. So if you'll just go light on this inspection, I'll be able to get the sale and I'll be able to get you more business." Well, you probably have all experienced something very similar to that. I just told the lady, I said, "You know, I really am so sorry to tell you this, but you got the wrong inspector. I don't work for you. I don't represent you. And if you haven't sold anything in that many months, chances are you probably aren't going to sell in that many more again. So it really won't hurt my business." So I got the house open, went on, did my inspection, and I was nice to her. I just let her know that I don't work for you. So you guys probably get a chuckle out of that. I think I hear some of you laughing out there already. To ensure the inspector's independence, TREC Rule 535.220 prohibits an inspector from paying another settlement provider, a broker, title company, etc., to be included in a list of inspectors or preferred providers. TREC Rule 535.148 prohibits brokers and sales agents from asking an inspector to pay to be included on such a list. Now, I know you'd like me to read that again, so I will. To ensure inspectors' independence, TREC Rule 535.220 prohibits an inspector from paying another settlement provider, a broker, title company, and etc., to be included on the list of inspectors or preferred providers. TREC 535.148 prohibits the broker and sales agents from asking an inspector to pay to be included on such a list. Now, I know we've all get those kind of letters and calls from offices to be included on their certain list and be advertised. You'll be the only inspector on the list if you'll pay me $1,500. Well, good luck on that one, guys. Let's talk about compensation. TREC Rule 535.220 prohibits an inspector from receiving a fee or other valuable consideration, either directly or indirectly, for referring services that are not settlement services or other products to the inspector's clients without the client's consent. These practices discussed further as we go along here. Pay at closing. How many of you do an inspection and get paid at closing? I don't encourage that. Matter of fact, I would discourage that from you, because most of the time when it don't go to closing for whatever reason, may not even involve your actions. If they don't close, they don't think they owe you anything, so you may not get paid. And the appearance of an easy report also comes into play if you get paid at closing. Well, I'm gonna make it go easy because I want my money at closing. So if you don't close, I don't get paid. So I'll make this report easy. Don't do that, guys. That would just be wrong. Okay. Inspectors could violate TREC Rule 535.220 in certain situations if your compensation depends on the closing of a real estate transaction or is tied to future referrals. TREC Rule 535.220 addresses restrictions on inspectors' compensation and the inspector's payment or receipt of referral fees. There are essentially two situations involving inspectors and restrictions regarding referral fees. The inspector is a recipient of a referral and pays a fee or other valuable consideration in exchange for receiving future referrals. Or the inspector refers a person or service to the client and receives a fee in exchange for providing the client that referral. Both situations are directly related to inspector independence and are subject to TREC's regulations. TREC Rule 535.220 prohibits an inspector from inspecting a property if any compensation or future referral received by the inspector depends on the findings in the report in the inspection report and on the closing or settlement of a real estate transaction. The purpose of this is to protect the public and ensure the inspector is unbiased and serving the client's best interests. The inspector who fails to identify certain deficiencies when conducting a real estate inspection because the inspector fears they will not get future inspection referrals does not serve the public interest. When an inspector's payment for a real estate inspection is dependent on closing of a real estate sale, there's a risk that the inspector may not fully disclose the severity of any deficient conditions in an effort to ensure that the transaction closes so that the inspector can get paid. TREC Rule 535220 also prohibits an inspector from paying or receiving a fee or other valuable consideration from any other service provider. For the purpose of this prohibition, the term valuable consideration includes, but it's not limited to, the referral of inspections, inclusions on a list of preferred inspectors, preferred providers, or similar arrangements, or inclusion on list of inspectors that are contingent on other financial agreements. So in this section, the term settlement service means a service provider in connection with a prospective or actual settlement. Settlement service provider includes, but not limited to, any of the following: federal related mortgage loan originator, mortgage broker, a lender or other person who provides any service relating to the origination, processing, or funding of a real estate loan, a title service provider, an attorney, person who prepares documents including notarization, delivery, or recording, person who provides record credit report services, an appraiser, an inspector, a settlement agent, person who provides mortgage insurance, person who provides service involving hazardous flood or casualty insurance, homeowner warranty, or even a residential service contract, a real estate broker or agent, and a person who provides any of the services for which settlement service providers require a borrower or seller to pay. TREC Rule 535220 allows inspectors to refer non-settlement services, such as a home security or pest control company, to the client. Many of these companies often pay a referral fee to the inspector just for providing the names and contact information of the inspector's clients. TREC Rule allows inspectors to accept a fee or other valuable consideration for referring these types of non-settlement services to clients only if the inspector has the client's consent. In other words, if you go sick an alarm company owner and try to sell them an alarm system, you need to make sure that the client has agreed, yes, you can let that alarm system give me a call or send me an email or whatever. You have to notify them of that. From a client's perspective, an inspector's accepted referral fee may be viewed as improper influence to write an inspection report in a way it provides business for the service companies that would pay a referral fee to the inspector. Requiring an inspector to obtain the client's permission before accepting the referral fee gives the client adequate notice of the inspector's relationship to the service company, so the client has an opportunity to address any concerns with the inspector. Now, let's look at repairs of the inspected properties. When an inspector has performed the inspection under the real estate contract, lease, or exchange of real estate property, TREC Rule 535.220 prohibits the inspector from accepting employment to repair, replace, or maintain or upgrade systems or components of the property covered in the SOPs for a period of 12 months after the date of the inspection. In other words, 12 months after you've done the inspection, you can do those repairs if you so incline and get those jobs. But within that 12 months after the inspection, you cannot do any of those type services. All right, let's have a little discussion. Does direct supervision require the sponsoring inspector to be present on site when an apprentice conducts the inspection? You can put your answers in the chat box for me. I don't see any chats coming up. Let me ask the question. Does direct supervision require the sponsoring inspector to be present on site when an apprentice inspector is conducting the inspection? Okay, everybody's saying yes. All right. Who can the inspector allow into the home during the inspection? Remember, the seller is the one that gives you the consent regarding who can be present. With seller's consent, the inspector can provide access to a buyer. Anyone assisting the inspector inspection may be present. Inspectors should be careful about allowing other parties into the home during an inspection. So who can you allow come in at the inspection? Okay. Okay, question number 3 for you. Should the inspector allow the homeowner to be present during the inspection? Well, the inspector cannot exclude the homeowner, the seller of the home, from being present during the inspection. However, generally it can be awkward to have the homeowner present. I don't like a homeowner to follow me around, say, oh, what are you writing? How long is this going to take? You know, don't do this, don't do that, whatever. You know, I don't like them to be there. Besides that, I don't like to discuss my findings with my client when the homeowner's there. It can really mess up any negotiation that they may have. I also don't like to discuss my findings with my client in a home because of all the recording devices that may be present today. Even outside, you need to get away from the Ring doorbell to discuss it. Yeah. If you're going to discuss it inside, the client needs to be aware that it may be being recorded. Okay, what are the pros and cons of having a homeowner present? Here's a pro. The inspector can ask questions about where certain components are, crawl space access, septic tanks, hidden panel boards, you know, all this kind of stuff. Inspector can ask about the prior history of any repairs. You know, how old's your roof? You know, your septic tank, when's the last time you had it pumped? You know, you can ask those things. Those are pros for it. If they had foundation repairs, can you tell me anything about it? Can you show me any documentation? That's pros for the homeowner being there. Cons, homeowner may inconveniently want to shadow the inspector as they work. Yeah, tell me what you're doing, train me to be an inspector. Homeowner may dispute your findings and explain away any findings you find. It could generally be an awkward situation. Homeowner potential buyers are both present. I mean, you've probably been there just as I have. That's an awkward position to say the least. Okay. What are the pros and cons of an inspector asking the seller disclosure notice before the inspection? Pros and cons of the inspector asking for a seller's disclosure notice before the inspection. Pro, the inspector is not required to ask for that, but it could contain useful information. I always like to have it because I put it in my records. If it comes back that there's issues with the house, I didn't see them, but it was concealed and hidden, then, you know, the seller may have it. If they put no on that report or that disclosure, then they may know exactly what it is. So there's some issues on that one. Seller's disclosure notice may provide information about previous inspection or reveal information to potential evaluate, such as optional systems for items that are not even included on the exam, on the SOP. Cons, asking for the seller's disclosure notice before the inspection can give the inspector a preconceived notion of how the inspection will go. And I don't know if I agree with that one or not. What does inspectors need to remember about real estate agents who have their preferred inspector list? The buyer is allowed to pick their own inspector. Some buyers rely on the real estate sales agent if they don't know anyone in the area. The referred inspector is still responsible to be impartial and to give no preferential treatment. TREC Rule 535.220 discusses the topic. The inspector should protect and promote the interests of the client to the best of the inspector's ability and knowledge. And you need to conduct your business accordingly. So that will be the conclusion on Modular 3. Let's see if I can get down here and get to the exam question. Everybody ready for the exam? Okay, here's question number 1. How can an inspector meet the minimum competency standards for license renewal? A, that's the correct answer. Which of the following would not be considered an advertisement? D, a text message to a client about the date of scheduled inspection. When can an inspector perform repairs on a home they inspected for the client? "12 months after the inspection." An inspector may not receive a fee from which of the following companies in the course of their duties as an inspector? Mortgage loan originator. All right, Modular 4. We can take a 10-minute break right now, but I'll hang around. If you got questions you want to put in the Q&A or the chat box, go ahead and I'll try to answer them while I'm offline here, and try to give you the best answer I can on this thing. So go ahead and put your Q&A out there or your chat boxes, and we'll see what we've got. Otherwise, you take a 10-minute break and be back.
Paul, I have a question.
Okay.
Someone has asked, if I don't walk areas of the attic that aren't decked, do I need to notify the client before the inspections that I only walk decked areas of the attic?
That's a good question, and it's an answer that probably we all should do. I'm probably guilty of not explaining that to clients because I don't take those phone calls, schedule an appointment, but it's something you probably should disclose. If not, if you first get into the attic, there may be areas you can't see or get to. And at that stage, you come down out of the attic, that's the first time that you'll be able to tell them, hey, I can't get to all the attic because there's not a safe passageway. You're not required to walk on top of joists. You're not required to do anything that's going to be hazardous to the inspector. I know a lot of time younger inspectors particularly like to get up and they'll try to get to every bit of an attic space they can. Well, even by doing that, you're creating a hazard to yourself, but you also not going to see everything in that attic. I don't care how much you look, you're not going to see it. Best advice I can give you, get you a good flashlight. I mean, a bright, good flashlight. One that I use is called a Phoenix TK35 EU, small little light. It's got a rechargeable battery in it. It'll last you probably the whole week for your inspection. And that thing has got 4 or 5 different brightness scales on it. It'll certainly stand out and brighten up that attic like it's daylight for you. So you never will be able to see all of it. I mean, where the eaves go down, the cornice sections, you're not going to be able to see all that. So yeah, you're not going to be able to see all of it, but you are covered under the SOPs that you can see the visible, readily accessible areas. So there are some. The name of my flashlight again, if I'll try to hold it up to you if you can see it. I don't know if it's coming across. Is it coming across, Brent? It's a Phoenix, F-E-N-I-X, the letters TK35UE. Now, this is an older flashlight. It's probably, you can see my hand, you can see the side of it. It's not a big one. And it's a, okay, she said now you can see it.
So I'm asking for that flashlight number again.
Yep, flashlight number is Phoenix, FENIX TK35UE. Awesome flashlight light. It's as bright as you'll ever need. I used to carry a big old Q-beam type light with me when I first got in business. Good God, that thing was heavy. This thing fits in your back pocket or your tool belt and goes on. So that, like I said, I've had it for years, so that one may be discontinued, but I'm sure they have replacements. But that's a good flashlight. I do believe that the tool section for InterNACHI will have that flashlight. Somebody's posting a link for you, so there you go, guys. Somebody's already looked it up. You guys are quick. Good.
Okay, someone else has asked the question. Can you refer a repair estimation company? I lost jobs because I didn't provide estimates on repairs or refer a repair company.
Well, typically we don't give cost estimates for repairs on the report. From what I understand, there's not anything that says you can't do that, but I would discourage it because the repair costs, if you notice how the market's been with builders can't get lumber, they can't get windows, they can't get air conditioning parts. Every time they get like that, prices go up on all that stuff. So whatever price you quote them, you could be off. And if that client relies on your word, then I definitely wouldn't do that. I just tell them, look, if I give you a quote, it may be totally wrong. It could be too high, it could be too low. I just don't give estimates, period. And I don't give you a repair contractor. That's your realtor's job. Let them give you that referral. So I always try to just sidestep that one totally. I mean, sometimes it came down where they said, well, you have an electrician, you can give me a name on. Sometimes I give them a name of electrician. If I knew one that was good and competent, mine finally retired, so I'm out. So good questions, though, guys. Anything else?
Okay, someone has said CE question. So Texas Department of Insurance, CE, could qualify for a TREC CE?
Very possible. Well, someone wants to know if there are TREC insurance CEs would qualify for TREC CE. Very possible. The way that the statement reads is that you have to present that to TREC and see if they will honor it. From what I read, they should. But we had one just the other day, an inspector called. He had I forgot which license he had. It was under TDLR, and they sent it in, and TREC sent him back a no answer. Well, they sent it back a second time, and they got a yes answer. So, yeah, it's going to depend on who you get with at TREC and what kind of like inspection and what their experience and education level is, knowledge as far as TREC operations. I think you can probably get that.
Okay, and then someone asked the question, where were you reading from when you were discussing the summary of changes to the SOP?
It's in the student manual, and it's under that modular that we had there for SOPs. It's under that section of the manual. So if you got the student manual, you can go back and it'll read almost exactly what I was giving you from my manual. Someone said, why can I only see black screen? I don't know. It's right now you should be seeing my screen, Modular 4 hot topics. So it may be a setting on your computer or wherever you're on.
Okay, a question is, I work with a pest company and receive a small commission when I schedule them with my inspections. Am I in violation?
That depends. Good question. If you're not disclosing that to your client in your inspection agreement or verbally on the phone or both, then yes, you would be in violation. But if you disclose that you're setting it up as a convenient for your client to schedule the same time of your home inspection, but you may receive a fee from them for that referral, then you'd be okay. But you got to tell the client that you are receiving a referral from them.
Okay, another question is, and this would benefit everyone, would I be able to watch this training again? Is this training taped? The
class is being recorded. It takes us usually a week or so to get it uploaded on the InterNACHI website, but you should be able to go back. The only thing is you can watch it as many times as you want, but you'll only get credit for this class one time. So And if you check out this class early or something and think that you'll watch it later to get your credit, sorry, that won't work. You have to attend this class the full 8 hours. All right, someone asked, what's a good reason to not do a pier and beam crawl? Well, many reasons. I stopped doing them years ago because I got too fat. And I just got tired of crawling, bad knees, everything else. But there's several things. One, the biggest reason I stopped crawling them years ago was for safety. Chloridine was used to treat termites, and that stuff stayed under those houses forever. And you crawl across there without the proper gear, you could be contaminating your own skin, your own body with that stuff. And that wasn't very pleasant on the body. The body did not like what it did to them. So that's one reason. The other thing, if there's water underneath the house, with animals, snakes, electrical wires laying on the ground, many reasons why you would not want to crawl down the pier and beam. The other, not to mention the space limitation. You know, if there's not enough space for you to get underneath it safely, then you're not required to crawl it. If you can't crawl it, or if you don't crawl pier and beam spaces on a regular basis, then you need to let your clients know up front, hey, your house is a pier and beam. Most of the time, your clients aren't going to know, so you may want to look it up while they call you on HAR and see what, or whichever area you're in, Association Realtors, and see what the house is. Is it on pier and beams or is it on slab? I've had them tell me it's slab, get out there, it's pier and beam. I've had them tell me it's pier and beam, get out there, and it's a slab. So, you know, you just have to ask the questions and ask it where they may be able to understand what you're asking. Good luck on that one.
If you also own a pest control company, can you treat a home that you inspected during a 12-month period, or is this a conflict?
Tell me that one again.
If you also own a pest control company, can you treat a home that you inspected during a 12-month period, or is this a conflict? Wow,
that's a good question. That's a deep question there. I can see where it would almost be a conflict if you're doing a home inspection and a pest control at the same time. And it has termites, so you offer to treat it. I'm getting all kind of answers. Yes, you can. It's not for the home sale. Well, yeah, it can be. If it's got termites, they're going to have it treated for the mortgage to go through. WDI is not part of the SOP. Yeah, I don't know the right answer on that. I would say I would write TREC and ask them that question directly, or attend our seminar on April the 25th, and you can ask the legal department that question and get an answer. So I'm seeing a lot of answers says, yes, you can. So I wouldn't disagree with that, but you know, for your own sake and just to make sure that it's right on it, I would say go ahead and see what you can get an answer for.
There's one gentleman that said, yes, you can bid and treat as well as service. I own a pest control company. Then I again would go back to TREC for an answer that you can stand on.
Yeah, I would too. It's better to be safe and correct rather than be wrong and somebody come down on you on things. So, you know, we're getting all kind of answers, and that's a good question, guys. Good discussion.
A gentleman here said that he asked TREC several years ago, and they answered that it was a conflict.
Well, there you go. If you got something in writing from TREC, send it to me and I'll post it for everybody else to see. Good question. Y'all stop coming up with hard questions. You know, I'm just an old country boy here trying to answer them for you.
More questions?
All right. Well, if y'all don't mind, I think I will take a brief recess here for a second. I'll be right back with you. So hang on. Okay, everybody, we're back. Ready to do the fourth modular. We'll be halfway through with this class today and take a lunch break after this one. But good questions, keep them going, and we'll try to answer all your questions as we can. Class is so large today, it's hard to answer everybody. I do apologize if I don't get to you personally on an answer. I will review these chats and try my best to answer them for you at the end of this class, if nothing else. All right. Here's Module 4, hot topics. Things that you should know. Let me see if I can get that slide on for you. All right. Learning objectives. After this, you'll be able to increase your knowledge about safely accessing a property and deporting a property. Understand the importance of communication with the client prior to an inspection. Describe the advantages and disadvantages of performing a sewage scope inspection. Explain the requirements for corrugated stainless steel tubing. We refer to it as CSST, gas piping. Understand smart home devices that may be present during an inspection, how to address them in the inspection report if they are not inspected. All right. This session intends to inform inspectors on new topics of interest and are good reminders for inspectors to consider. Communication, care, and custody. Scheduling access to residential property for an inspection has changed dramatically. Inspector has many issues to consider before ever walk through the door. He has a contract. His contract been signed. Inspection, sales contract. Your inspection agreement been signed? How many days are in the option period? Is the house occupied? Is it vacant? Who wants to be present at the inspection? Will the pets be secured? It's easier to arrive at a vacant home, get the keys from under the front door mat, do the inspection with no one there. Most clients want to be present during the inspection. So what can inspectors do in preparation and during the inspection to accept responsibility for access to and from the property? What can you do? How do you maintain that property the way that it should be? Well, communication, care, and custody are the inspector's responsibility at every inspection. When an inspection is requested, the inspector should verify that with the client that the client actually has a signed contract and the home's ready for inspection. I know that many of you have gone out, same as what I have. They're called schedule the inspection. The day of the inspection, the morning of, they'll call and say, oh, my contract didn't get signed. So off they go. They're not able to do the inspection. So, it's many times we do that. So good question when they call, do you have a signed contract? Then you need to obtain permission from the client for access and who will be in attendance. You should have full access to the property. Nothing should be hidden, obscured, or blocked with anything, such as a car in the garage, underneath the attic, pull down stairs, stuff like that. You should have complete access to the property. The inspector should consider reviewing available properties, information resources prior to arrival. This could include online information, seller's disclosure notice, any city inspections, and even Google Earth images. Inspector may want to obtain additional sources of information used to discuss the clients with clients prior to or at the time of the inspection. Communication is the key. It's important for an inspector to establish client expectations and to ensure the client understands them. We have limitations of what we can do in an inspection. This is not a all-inclusive type inspection. We don't tear things apart. We don't disassemble any items. If it's not functional when we get there, water heaters, we don't light water heaters. We don't turn the water on to a property. Clients need to understand these are things that we don't do, as well as the things that we will do. It's helpful to minimize distraction before arriving at the inspection. For example, the inspector may request that all pets be removed or safely secured. I strongly recommend that all pets be removed, period, during the inspection. Too many dangerous things can happen with dogs. They're always friendly to the owner. They say, oh, they won't bite. Well, they may not bite them, but how about you? So, sometimes dogs get a little finicky on that stuff. But if the house is occupied, ask the occupants that are present not to be present for the entirety of the inspection. The buyer and seller both be present during the inspection. It's important to know that if their agent will attend. Clear communication about how long your inspection normally takes is helpful to all parties. If someone's there, they leave the house so you can do your inspection, it's good to let them know, hey, I'll be here 3 hours. I'll be here 4. If you've been there all day, probably some issues on the house or maybe issues with the inspector if you're there all day on a 2,000-foot house. In today's world of Alexa and smart doorbells, inspectors should assume that anyone attending at the inspection, they should assume that they're being watched, possibly even being recorded. Surveillance to the property owner should be acknowledged and communicate to the inspector and the buyer. The presence of video and audio equipment during the inspection may limit on-site communication between you and your client. I've had houses before where I get to the house and it doesn't have a super on the door. It doesn't have a lockbox. So I call the agent and say, look, I don't have access to the house. Well, there used to be a super on the door. I said, well, it's not there now. So while I'm talking to him, a voice comes on speaker from a camera outside the house and says, may I help you? And guess who was on it? It was the seller. So I said, yes, sir. I need access to your house. It had a digital door lock on the door. I said, can you open the house so we can do the inspection? He said, yes, I will. So he unlocked the door. We went on and did the inspection. So you just don't know if you're being heard or videoed or recorded when you're doing an inspection. So be careful on it. So there's a lot of considerations whenever you do scheduling and communicate and access prior to the inspection. If you've got any thoughts on that, pop it in the chat box. Let's talk about it for a little bit. Let's share that with other inspectors that's on here with us. All right. I like the part where it talks about care. Inspectors should always use a doorbell or knock before entering the property. Don't just go up and get the key and open the door. You don't know. Many times I've knocked on doors, I've rang doorbells, I've waited for people to open the door because it looks like lights was on inside the house. Sometimes they leave them on just to show the house, make it look better. I've knocked on it, rang up the doorbell, and many times I've opened the door and just as I'm opening it, somebody's walking towards the door to unlock it. I said, whoa, I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was home. But, someone could be in the shower. Someone could be asleep. I mean, I could tell you a lot of stories I've run into over the years where people in there don't even know someone's in the house until they open the bedroom door and find them in bed, covered up with cover, they passed out and unaware of anything going on around them. The other thing, if you go into a house, it's necessary you take pictures of what you see. The inspector should leave everything as it was whenever you got there. Just as you found it, you should do it. If there's money laying on the cabinet, guns laying out somewhere, take a picture and just leave it, so if you got a picture that's there and you left it just like it was when you got there. Inspector may share their risk assessments with others at the inspection by warning applicable parties of any potential hazards. For example, if there's firearms laying around, jewelry, currency that should be secured or removed. You want to make people aware that, hey, look, I know it's there, you know it's there, it should be there whenever we leave. That can try to avoid any potential accusations regarding the honesty or integrity of the inspector. Last thing you want somebody to say, well, the inspector, it was there when you got there, and then it's left when you left. You don't want that on your record. Consider any additional protocols such as masks, face shields, shoe covers, hand sanitizers. Inspectors have to take responsibility for safety for themselves, those attending the inspection, and personal property items that are present. I know I always carry a little hand sanitizer with me. I carried boot covers, cover my boots, and I would wear the mask if the people were home and I needed to wear the mask during the COVID issue, times like that. But I always carried the hand sanitizer. As soon as I got out of the house, I clean my hands with it because you don't know what you've been touching, what you may have picked up or what. I mean, protect yourself. Okay, as far as custody of the home, let's see if that's the next slide. There we go again. All right, custody. Only those with mutually agreed upon access are allowed to attend the inspection. If the seller scheduled a repair contractor during the inspection, the inspector should be notified in advance. If any visitor or contractor attempts to access the property while the inspection is taking place, the inspector should obtain their names, photograph, take a picture of the vehicle and any tags they may have. Backup showings of the property, as I said earlier, should not occur during your inspection. So if you get a realtor coming in to show the property again to their clients, don't let them in the house. They have no access, should have no access to it. You'd have to be polite and respectful on it, but just politely tell them, I'm sorry, we're in the middle of an inspection. No one else can be in the house while I have access to it. And if they're standing there when you start to leave, pop the lockbox back in where it goes, have them unlock it with their Supra so it takes record you left, they were there. Additionally, any significant hazard observed during the inspection that needs immediate attention should be communicated to the owner and listing agents. Can y'all give me some examples of what an immediate attention item would be? Put in your chat box. Let me see some of these things. Yeah, gas leaks. That's a good one. Water leaks, gas leaks. Yep, you got it, guys. Y'all right on top of this thing. All right. Inspectors can physically and emotionally be demanding. Inspectors can feel distracted and lack full focus after completing an inspection. They often work in extreme heat. Some of these attics have gotten so bad, guys, it's like a sauna. You cannot stay in those things in our summers here in Texas, and it's dangerous for you. It's even the cold condition, freezing. You probably have done the same as I have. Get to a house and the gas be off. Well, freezing days outside, it's freezing in the house. And, you know, we still want to do our inspection because we're there. It took time on the calendar. But the climbing, balancing, crawling, maneuvering small spaces while trying to stay focused on several hours can be taxing. Crawling around the attic and raise your head up at the wrong time, you find the nails sticking where you bang yourself in the head with nails. Yeah, I've got scars from it. Done it many a time. You think, oh man, why did I do that? So, I mean, there's a lot of things, but, you know, have a kind of a written or memorized departure procedure checklist for you. It can be very helpful. And if you start to leave, make sure that you secure that property, leave it in the same condition which you found it. So, you know, some people can put a sign up saying, I know InterNACHI has a little stand like you see in grocery store where they say wet floor caution. They have one that says inspector at work. You can order those through the InterNACHI's tool section and have those to put out saying an inspector at work, just cautious type sign. Or if you're in an attic, you know, put something down there. You could have a sign somewhere saying, hey, home is in the process of being inspected. I know some inspectors put a sign in the front yard stating that. Attic access, I don't like clients to go into the attic with me. It's dangerous for them, dangerous for me. I've had them climb up on those hot days we talked about where the attics is steamy and they stand at the top of the stairs blocking the access for me to get back out. I'm sitting there just sweating. Get out, move out of my way, folks. I won't down. So sometimes you just have to be polite and say, look, it's hot up here, guys. I need to get out of here. Don't do something that's going to cause injury to you. Sewage scope inspections. Let me see where I'm at here. Okay, talked about some of that, but sewage scope inspection. In August of 2020, Texas State Board of Plumbing examiners modified their previous rule that required licensed plumbers to perform sewage line scope inspection. As a result, a licensed plumber is no longer required to perform this type of inspection. Currently, the SOP do not address sewage line scope inspections. However, if you do those type of inspections, which now you can do them, you have to pay the cost of the equipment, pay the cost of training. But if you're going to do that type of inspection, you must be competent to perform services outside the scope of the SOP. So again, you have to be competent of it. Okay. What are some additional considerations when you schedule or communicating access prior to the inspection? Here are some examples. Weather conditions such as temperature, participation, lightning, wind. It can limit the inspector what he can and what he can inspect. Sometimes you can't get on the roof even though you typically do because the wind's blowing too hard. There's ice on the roof. I mean, a lot of different topics. Storage items, other obstructions can limit full access. Well, you need to make the client aware of that the first time you see that. You get there and the gas is off. You need to let the client know if they're not there. Call the realtor and tell them, the client, gas is off or utilities is off. I can't do the inspection. If the water, gas, electricity, all is off, then what are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, you can do a structural inspection, but you've got to come back and do the rest of it. So repairs, installation may be incomplete. You know, sometimes you get there and they've got the commode off the floor or the lavatory is removed from the wall. So you can't inspect something like that. You have to put it as not inspected and explain why. What precautions do you take care for the property that you inspect? In addition to the item we discussed earlier, here's another tip. When open attic access scuttle opening or pull down attic stairs, place a drop cloth on the floor to minimize debris that falls on the items. If you got a wood floor, you pull down attic stair, that stair steps on that wood floor, you climbing up and down, moving that attic stair footing on the wood floor, guess what it's going to do? It's going to scratch the floor. Now, if you get there and you notice right exactly where that staircase usually goes to, landing on that floor, it's already scratched, I definitely put a picture and a note on my report. Flooring is damaged or scratched or whatever, however you want to word it, where attic stair comes down. If you're there by yourself, you probably have a towel or something that you can stick underneath it, just in case. Most of us carry something like that. Do something to keep it from scratching the floor or causing damage. Don't leave your garage door unattended. You open the door, stay there and finish what you got to do and shut the garage door back. That keeps someone else from coming into the house, or if the house is occupied and there's property in the garage, keep someone from coming in and saying, nobody's here except the inspector. I think I need that new lawnmower. And all of a sudden, lawnmower's gone. So be careful on that. You open the garage door, don't leave it unattended. Make sure all the gates are closed. If you trip a GFCI outlet or a breaker, make sure you find it and reset it. If you cannot find where to reset it, then let the agents know you tripped it, which is required in your standards of practice, and you can't find where to reset it at. I had one time in the kitchen. Seller was home. I tripped the GFCI on the countertop in the kitchen. I couldn't hear it pop. I didn't know where it was at. So I asked the seller, can you tell me where your GFCI is so I can reset this? He said, well, I don't know. Well, they had done remodeling the house, and I have a feeling the thing was covered up with drywall somewhere, but I couldn't find it. So I had to tell the guy, look, you're going to have to call your electrician out. I'm required to trip it, but I don't know where to reset it at. Make sure that you turn off the oven. The oven is seemingly one of the hot spots where TREC gets back after inspector because they left the oven on. And turn the thermostat back like it was when you found it. Make sure you got all your tools with you when you depart a property. Remove all your personal items such as your jackets, your hats, your lunch, any trash you may have, take it out. Don't leave it sit there. So that's some of the responsibilities that you've got. Now, let's talk about hydrostatic testing. We call it a sewage flow test. Hydrostatic testing is a separate deal, and that has to be a written agreement between the sellers and the buyers that they will let them do that test on their house. That's not something that a home inspector can do. Unless you're a licensed plumber, you cannot perform a hydrostatic test. Now, where does this come in play? It mostly comes into play mostly if you have cast iron drain pipes. And a lot of times when they come in and pressurize these things, if those pipes are weakened, they can rupture and cause a leak. And then you've got a multi-$1,000 repair that the plumber created there. And you don't want to be a part of that. I recommend a hydrostatic test every time I find cast iron plumbing, just as a part of my business. All right, some hot topics. CSST gas line, manufactured, installed, and parts are not interchangeable. Identifying bonding wire for gas piping system is a TREC requirement. So that would be a TREC requirement. Let's see, corrugated stainless steel tubing, gas pipe material manufacturers require installation by certified installer for the different types of CSST products. Parts are not interchangeable. Licensed plumber evaluating, repairing, and installing the CSST gas system should be qualified and trained for the gas piping system that is in place. Identification of the CSST material is in the inspector's report. Assists the buyers in identifying a licensed plumber that it would be qualified to evaluate and repair any CSST system. Identifying bonding wires for gas piping system is a TREC requirement. Determining the type of gas pipe present is useful to the client when advising further evaluation of the gas pipe system. It's always useful for the client to be aware of the location of accessible gas shutoff valves, particularly the main gas valve on the exterior of the property. Module 8 will go into the plumbing and optional systems SOP covers, and it will contain more information about the gas distribution center. Bonding wires. Somebody give me an example of what you look for on bonding wires. Can you really verify the bonding of that CSST gas line? Where would we normally find CSST gas line? What is a very common spot to find it? And I'll answer that question for you from my own experience. If you have a kitchen that has an island with a gas range top on it, chances are you're probably going to have CSST gas line coming to it. Why? Because that's one of the easiest thing, that flexible material that the contractor can push through a conduit to get it up to that range from wherever he's got it connected to on the other end. So how would you know if that's even bonded? Are you required to report CSST as it being a hazard? So what? Okay, so CSST is a gas line. You definitely want to identify when your client's there, whatever comment you want to put to it in your comment section, information to your client, you can certainly add that to it. TREC's requirement is that you need to identify the gas line material and identify bonding wires for gas piping system. That is a TREC requirement. Now, if you're looking for bonding on the gas line itself, say you're walking around the outside of the house, you got a gas meter. There should be a bonding wire connected to that gas piping on the outside of the house. It has to be visible and you have to be able to see that it's there. Now, how long is that gas pipe bonding wire? It could be 6 inches and stuck into a wall and stop right there. It could go all the way back to the panel board. It's hard to identify all of it. So can you verify bonding? You can verify what you can see. Can you verify, is it properly bonded? That's a question you will have to answer. So I'm going to move on to smart homes now. You know, a lot of these homes we get into now, automation components are unbelievable. And they considered a general limitation that the inspector is not required to inspect them. I've had houses where the owners would be there because they knew that I wouldn't be able to inspect their system, or they anticipate I wouldn't. And the guy's got an iPad. He's sitting there and said, okay, what do you want the temperature on the air conditioner set at? He punches it in his iPad. He said, okay, you want to see the lawn sprinkler system work? Okay, let me punch this in. What zone do you want to see? You know, tell me when to change the next zone. And I was like, oh my God, I could never do this. I mean, smart homes, they outsmart the inspector on a lot of instances. But you know, if an inspector chooses not to inspect a smart home device as best practice, it should be disclosed to the clients prior to the inspection. Now, if you don't know it and you get there and it's got all these bells and whistles for a smart home, then's when you tell the client, look, I may not can operate this. You know, the sprinkler systems now even have Wi-Fi control systems. But if you're inspecting a system controlled by a smart device, then the inspector and client needs to make arrangements for the inspector to have access. Some of them require password or codes for the components to be inspected. So that's up to you to do that. You know, think about this for a minute. Fun fact, 40 years ago, inspectors were faced with a dilemma of operating a new kitchen appliance. The innovation was called a microwave. So that's 40 years ago. It's amazing how things have changed. Can you imagine 40 years from now what it'll be like? I mean, yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting on some of the inspections that happened then. But you know, here's some of the smart devices you can encounter. Thermostats. I mean, you go in, you set a thermostat down where it's set a temperature. We want to check for cooling. You walk away, go do something else, and notice the AC is not cooling at all. So you go back to the thermostat, you look, and it's set back to 74, whatever it was when you got there. You think, I didn't change it. What happened? Well, some person sitting down on a computer or iPhone or smartphone, and they're changing that temperature back because they got notified their temperature dropped. They don't want their air conditioner that low. So sometimes you have to make sure that people know you're doing that. Sprinkler controls, doorbells, door entry locks, garage door operators, water level sensors, motion activated sensors. There's all kinds of smart devices that you can see and be aware that they're there. And you know, what do we do with these things? So that was a pretty short session, but let's go to the exam now. So question number one, what's the best practice for how an inspector should enter a property to be vacant? Ring the doorbell, knock, and announce yourself. You open that door, as soon as I open the door to anything, if it's vacant or occupied or whatever, I don't care. I say, inspector, inspector, inspector. And I'll say it several times as I walk through the house, just to make sure no one's there. What information should the inspector confirm with the client, the buyer, prior to the inspection? All right, let's see what we got here. Remember we said the house, make sure it's under contract. I mean, if they just put an offer in, that doesn't mean they have a contract. Until buyer and seller both sign that contract, it's not under contract. So you may probably not gonna get the job if the client, the seller doesn't sign it. So be careful on those. Good question to ask. Realtors a lot of time in the business season likes to say, well, I wrote a contract, let's get it on your schedule. They won't have a signed contract. Sooner or later, they're going to probably call you and say, hey, it fell through, guys, sorry. All right, the inspector must be blank to perform a sewage scope inspection. You what? All right, some of you are missing this one. Oh, some of you are missing it big time. I guess if you stop and think about it, all of them could probably be the answer, but you have to pick out the one that TREC requires. So if you want to change your answer, go ahead and change it. We talked about it. We used that word, define that word for you. Competent. Inspector must be competent to perform a sewage scope inspection. That's with anything else, guys. You have to be competent in whatever it is you're inspecting. But if an inspector is inspecting a component associated with a smart device but does not have access to inspect it, such as a login or instructions to a control panel for a sprinkler system, the inspector may not be able to fully inspect it. If so, how should the inspector proceed? If any of you think C is the answer, I'm going to tell you now, you're wrong. Pretty obvious on that one. So I'm getting a variety of different answers here again. Think about it. All right, majority of you got it. Noted as a limitation on the report. You have to report what you can inspect. You have to report what you can inspect and what you do, can't do, you have to report on it. All right. All right, guys, we got to the middle of this thing. We're on Modular 5 now. So let's stop and take a break. It is now 11:30. Be back here by 12:30, and we'll start this class again and get through the completion of it. So thanks again. I hope you guys are getting something out of it. Hang with us, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. It's 12:30. We're back and on Modular 5, Structural Systems SOP. So welcome back. And I love the comments, the questions that you come up with, and how you're helping each other understand and even go further on this. So welcome. Glad to have that. And again, some of our education team instructors will be monitoring your questions and chats. So ask them, and we'll try to get these folks to answer those for you. So we'll go from there. All right. We're going to go into the overview of this chapter, this modular. And the purpose of the information shared in this section of the course is not to break down each component in the SOPs for you, but to share the most common mistakes and answer the do's and don'ts as intended in the SOPs. We're going to start by first exploring some of the definitions outlined in TREC Rule 535-227, Standard of Practice General Provision. Keep in mind that the definitions set a baseline for minimum requirements and how the inspector will inspect and report findings. So let's start breaking down some of the definitions. In the reasonable judgment of the inspector, capable of being approached, entered, or viewed without hazard to the inspector, having to climb over obstacles, moving furniture to large, heavy, fragile objects, using specialized equipment or procedures, disassembling items other than the covers or panels intended to be removed for inspection, damaging property, permanently construction or building finishes, or using a ladder for portion of the inspection other than the roof or attic. Now, accessible in the reasonable judgment of the inspector, capable of being approached, entered, or viewed without. And it lists out those items that you got from A to F. Now, part 1 of accessible states that the inspector must use reasonable judgment. You can see we've got it underlined on the screen for you when performing those inspections. Reasonable describes someone having sound judgment that's sensible and fair. That was in the Oxford language. And also in the Oxford language, judgment is the ability to make considered decisions or come to sensible conclusions. Sometimes we all kind of get a little hot on a hot summer day. We think, well, maybe I shouldn't do this. Or sometimes we just get to the point where we say, well, I can do this. I think I can do that. Well, as you age, and a lot of us inspectors have gotten up in age now, sometimes it's not best to do that. Sometimes we think, well, we can climb that 2-story roof or that 3-story roof. There's access from a balcony or something. But should you do it? And that's where your reasonable judgment comes in. If you've got a bad knee, sometimes your leg gives out on you, you probably shouldn't be on a roof, but you need to disclose any of that to your clients. But reasonable judgment means a judgment reached in good faith and in the exercise of reasonable care. So part 2 of accessible states that the inspector must consider if the systems are capable of being approached, entered, or viewed without the 6 factors above. So being capable, approached, entered, or viewed applies to the inspector will do or will inspect all components as outlined in SOPs as long as they can be approached. You can enter the area or you can view it in a manner as outlined in A through F. SOP does not allow, let me repeat this, restate this basically. The SOPs do not allow for random sampling or inspecting a representative number of components. You're required to inspect all windows, all doors, all receptacles, all switches, all plumbing fixtures, etc. Now, if you can't get to them, as we said earlier in the lesson, you just need to comment that you could not inspect all windows or all receptacles because the home was occupied, furniture blocked away, draperies, whatever. You couldn't open the windows. You just have to explain it and make sure that it's understood with your client. So let's go from that one. Any comments? Throw it in the comment. We'll have people out answering this for you. Now, this talks about the definitions there: reasonable of judgment, a reasonable judgment. So, these are things that you should consider and have in your mind when you start doing. Now, capable of being approached, the inspector will do or will inspect all components as outlined in the SOP, as long as they can be approached and reviewed in a manner as outlined A through F. So, this just goes in and tells you more about it. But definition: performance, achievement of an operation, function, or configuration relative to accepted industry standard practices with consideration of the age, normal wear, and tear from ordinary use. A real estate inspection, as it states in the report itself, is a limited visual survey and basic performance evaluation of the systems and components of a building using normal controls that provide information regarding the general condition of a residence at the time of the inspection. So we can't go too far on what we do there, because this is giving us a definition of what the limited visual survey actually is. So understanding the difference between report and report as deficiency. Several areas in the SOP for structural systems require an inspector to report and report as deficient. The requirement to report helps provide clients information, important information regarding the inspected property. This also provides the client information on how specific components were inspected. As a reminder, the requirement to report does not require an inspector to report as deficient. Let's go and let's look at the type of roof covering. You have to report it. What type of roof cover is it? Is it composition? Is it roll roofing? Is it a metal roof? Is it tile roof, cement tile roof, slate roof? You have to identify what type of roof covering there is. You have to report that. You have to report the vantage point of which the roof was inspected. Did you lean a ladder against the side of the roof, the eaves of the roof? Did you use binoculars? Did you fly a drone? Did you, how did you do it? Did you access it, walk the roof? Those things are what you have to report. While these items have to be reported on, they may not need to be reported as deficient. You just report that it's there and how you did it. The ability to convey the information to the client regarding evidence of previous repairs or moisture penetrations allow the client to seek more information from the seller on the property. Similar reporting requirements are found in the roof structure, attic, interior walls, ceiling, floors, doors, exterior and interior glazing on the SOPs as examples. So TREC Rule 535.228 requires an inspector to render an opinion as to the performance of the foundation. So here you're required to render an opinion. I've seen reports where they say foundation performing as intended. Well, that's not the terminology you want to use on a report. You don't know how it was intended. You wasn't there when it was drawn up and the concrete was placed on the house. So that's one way you don't want to put your neck out there, because someone may step on it. The SOP requires the inspector to provide a professional opinion regarding the performance of the foundation as part of the inspection. Many have argued that the inspector should not provide performance opinions on foundation. However, the inspectors committee and the commission deemed that TREC licensed inspectors are more than competent to render a performance opinion on the structural component of the home. Now, you don't have any financial gain related to homes you inspect, unlike foundations. Repair companies, they will send out foundation repair specialists, and if you call them, they're sending out a salesman hoping to sell you foundation repairs. So, it's, as inspectors, we're not getting paid extra if we say the slab's fine if the house foundation is bad. So just report what you find there, but you have to render an opinion on the foundation. Documenting your opinion in the performance foundation requires more than simply checking the inspected box. Inspector may take into consideration the age of the structure, related foundation components, normal wear and tear for ordinary use when forming a professional performance opinion. Now, when the inspector observes the foundation to be providing adequate support to the structure, they're not required to list any settlement or movement indicators. However, whenever you find the foundation requires further evaluation by a specialist or an engineer, the inspector is required by the SOPs to list a few visible indicators. So what would some of those indicators be? You don't have to list an exhaustive list on that, but you do have to indicate some of the issues that's there. So give me some of your comments in the box here, what some of the questions, comments that you'd write might be on there. Okay, here's a case study for you. Cracked floor tiles revealed a structural problem. Now, facts: a licensed professional inspector is hired by the buyer to perform an inspection. The inspector inspected the home and failed to report deficiencies related to the floor. A large continuous crack running along several of the living room floor tiles was present and visible at the time of the inspection. However, the inspector failed to report it as a deficiency. After the purchase, the buyer found that the cracked tiles were the results of significant crack that extended throughout the foundation. Analysis: the inspector should carefully inspect the condition of the floors, report as a deficiency any worn, loose, cracked, or broken tiles and missing grouts. Now, you can put that under a foundation section, and any adverse conditions that could go back to the foundation, you should put that under your foundation system. Floors, cracks, and stuff, I'd also put under the floor section of the report. The results of this inspector not writing that up: he had a history of prior disciplinary action. Inspector entered into an agreed order resulting in a 24-month suspension with 30 days actual suspension and the remaining 23 months on probation. The inspector was also required to complete additional continued education and to pay an administrative penalty of $1,750 for violation of 22 Texas Admin Code 535.228, failing to report deficiency in exterior walls, ceiling, floors, and doors. Don't let that happen to you guys. I know a lot of times you want to just sugarcoat it and move on, and it's not that bad of a deal, but you got to be careful because there are issues that can result in more damage. It's better for you to report it than not to report it. Report what you see. You don't have to make stuff up because there's plenty of ways to find that you can come in and do that. If you notice, I put the help me out in the middle of this thing: cracked floor tiles. Okay, we're going to switch over to retaining walls. TREC rules address retaining walls related to foundation performance. One of the most common asked questions from inspectors is, when is the inspector required to inspect a retaining wall? Well, simply put, an inspector is required to inspect retaining walls if the retaining wall is failing and the failure will adversely affect the foundation's performance. If this is the case, then the inspector is required to inspect and report visible defects that you observe. Two types of retaining walls: you have a structural wall, you have a landscape wall. Inspector is not required to inspect landscape walls. The 45-degree rule is useful in determining whether a retaining wall is a structural wall or a landscape wall. If the retaining wall falls outside the 45-degree rule, the wall is considered a landscape wall and not to be inspected according to SOPs. If the retaining wall falls within the 45-degree rules, the inspector must perform a visual inspection of the retaining wall and report visible defects. Okay, this is a diagram of it. Now, if you're looking on the left side here, you see this is a structural wall related to foundation performance. See the 45-degree angle here? So it says if any part of the retaining wall falls within a 45-degree structural triangle, the wall is classified as a structural wall that should be considered related to foundation performance. Now, if it comes out here and goes out further, see the 12 feet? Otherwise, a wall is classified as a landscape wall and is considered not related to foundation performance. You can see the 45-degree angle measured from the bottom of the footing. That's your 45-degree angle from the footing. Okay, structural systems continued. And in the manual, there's some pictures that show retaining walls. I don't think it's in my presentation though. Let me go back there and see. No, doesn't do that. Okay, in your manual, there'll be some pictures that Brian Murphy gave to them. And it shows a stack of railroad ties right next to the house, AC condenser sitting on top of it. And it's a 45-degree angle does fall within the 45-degree angle rule. So that is a structural wall. So any deficiencies in that railroad ties holding up, leaning over, rotted, whatever, would be written up as a deficiency. And he's got several others here. He's got a little wall here separating the two lots, but they're further than 45-degree angles from the house footing. So they would not be considered structural wall. They would be landscape. It would not be included in the inspection. Unless you just decided to write it up. Now, structural systems, exterior and interior glazing. TREC rule 535227 requires the inspector to report as deficient insulated windows that are obviously fogged or display other evidence of broken seals. So what does obvious fogging mean? According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, for obviously includes but are not limited to clearly, distinctly, discernibly, visibly, and positively. Evidence of lost seals can change from day to day. Many times you go out and the hour to hour climate change to different climates, sun may shine directly on the insulated window and cause the moisture to develop between the two panes of glass, and other times you won't see it at all. So sometimes it's easy to miss because sometimes it'll appear and it won't appear. It's kind of like a ghost, you know, he's there, you can't see him, and all of a sudden you see him, and there we go. SOP does require an inspector to look for visible moisture, crystallization, or cloudiness between the panes of glass, and those have to be reported as deficient whenever they're discovered. The SOP does not require an inspector to exhaustively inspect insulated windows for evidence of any broken seals or identify a specific location of damages. Okay, porches, balcony decks, and carports. According to TREC rules, inspector must inspect attached balconies, carports, porches, and abutting porches, decks, balconies that are used for ingress and egress. What does the attached and abutting mean for the purpose of an inspection? Well, again, we'll go back to the dictionary. It says attached or connected or joined to something. By this definition, if a balcony, carport, or porch is physically attached to the structure, the SOP requires the inspector to perform a visual inspection of the components and to report any visible defects. Remember, if a carport is close to the house but not attached, then you're not required to inspect it according to the SOPs. The dictionary also says abut or abutting is something that borders on or leans on for support. The SOP requires the inspector to inspect abutting porches, decks, balconies that are used for ingress and egress. With that in mind, the inspector is not required to inspect a porch, patio, or deck in close proximity to the structure that is not used for entering or exiting the structure. And we get two illustrations in the book you can see. One has a balcony or a porch deck that's built up that touches the house, and you walk out the back door, you walk right onto the deck area. That is considered something you would have to inspect. If you have, let's say you got a little concrete porch, and then out 6 or 8 feet from that, they build a wood deck, that would not be adjacent to the house or abutted to the house. That's one you would not be required by the SOPs to inspect, but I still suggest that you do. If it's there, I would go on and do it. So let's discuss some differences and provide examples, if you would, of accessible and not accessible. Put that in your chat box. Let's see some of comments you may have. Define to me what you would consider as accessible and not accessible. No crawl space, access is not accessible. Furniture in front of a window, receptacle, yep. Areas blocked, yep. Small opening, yep. Yep. 12 by 12 attic space, yeah. No access, packed garage. Oh yeah, you guys are right on it. Yeah, absolutely. Do what? All right, guys, y'all are good on that one. Okay, let's go. Let's switch over. Let's share some examples of written foundation performance opinions. Throw me out some thoughts there. How do you write up a foundation if it's has deficiencies or if it doesn't? How do you write it up? Give me both examples. You don't have to give a whole paragraph, just briefly. Foundation appeared to be performing adequately supported for the structure based on limited visual observation today. Okay. Come on, guys, type them in there. Observed large cracks, grading too high, due to the stair step crack, brick veneer. All right. Oh, good. We get some good comments. I'm gonna let y'all do that for a little bit because that's important. People need to see what you write. All right, y'all have some good comments. Appreciate you sharing that. Yeah. Yeah. And under the foundation section, if you have a deficiency on it, as the standards require, you have to list some of those deficiencies. Could be doors misaligned, could be windows that are misaligned or separation, could be separation of drywall on the interior of the walls, could be brick cracks, could be broken floor tiles, as we discussed. That could be a lot of things. So, I mean, you're not only limited to put in there what you want to add to the thing. So, all right, let's give an overview of the foundation here. This SOPs tells us that the inspector shall render a written opinion as to the performance of the foundation. And you have to report the type of foundation. Is it a pier and beam? Is it a post-tension foundation? Is it slab on grade foundation? You have to report vantage point from which the crawl space was inspected. Generally report presence of visible indications used to render the opinion of adverse performance, such as binding, out of square, non-latching doors, framing or freeze board separation, sloping floors, window wall floors, ceiling cracks or separation, and rotating, buckling, cracking, or deflecting masonry cladding. You have to report those things. Then you have to report as deficient deteriorated materials, deficiency in foundation components such as beams, joists, bridging, blocking, piers, posts, piling, columns, seals, and subfloors. You have to report deficiencies in retaining walls related to foundation performance, as we discussed earlier. You have to report exposed or damaged reinforcement. You have to report crawl space ventilation that's not performing and crawl space drainage that's not performing. You have to report the ends of post-tension cables that are exposed. You know, that's a maintenance issue, but at the same time, it's a deficient item on the report. You don't want to let that just slide by as considered a maintenance because it's a specialized repair on the thing. The inspector is not required to enter a crawl space or any area where headroom is less than 18 inches on the access opening. Not required to provide an exhaustive list of indicators of possible adverse performance or inspect retaining walls not related to the foundation's performance. Now, grading and drainage is another thing that can affect the foundation. So there's some things that we can look at and go through on grade and drainage, but the inspector shall report as deficient drainage around the foundation that is not performing, deficiency in high grade levels around the foundations, deficiencies in installed gutters and downspout systems. Inspectors not required to inspect flat work or detention or retention ponds except as related to slope and drainage. You're not required to determine the presence of underground water or determine the efficiency or performance of underground or surface drainage system, such as a French drain or just an underground drainage system. We see those in a lot of houses, but you're not gonna get down and inspect it. You're not gonna run anything, camera down and check the drains or see if they work. So it's something you just can't do. So they kind of give you an out on how to do that one. So let's see, I've got that one. That one's good here. Do I? Okay, I'm not ready for the exam question yet. I'm still discussing some of these SOPs that we've got on the thing. Okay, on the roof, you have to report the type of roof covering, vantage point where you viewed the roof from. We went through some of that earlier in another section. Evidence any water penetration. If you see any type of roof repairs that's been done, you definitely want to note that on the report that previous repairs have been done. It's always good as you drive out and look at the houses around you. If they all got new roofs and the one you're inspecting is 15 years old, you probably need to look close and see why everybody else's roof was replaced and yours that you're inspecting was not. Maybe a good indicator for you. The report is deficient any fasteners, adhesion, roof covering material, flashing details, skylights, and any other roof penetrations. Flashing details is a big one. It's a lot of times improper where we see it at, but the flashing details is a big deal on any of the structural issues, including the roof. Now, the inspector is not required to inspect a roof from the roof level if in the inspector's reasonable judgment, the inspector cannot safely reach or stay on the roof. Significant damage to the roof covering materials may result by walking on the roof. Determine the remaining life expectancy on the roof covering. How many times do we get asked that by realtors and by the clients? Well, how long do you think my roof's got? Well, I don't know. How long do you or I have? And I don't know the answer on that one either. That usually hushes that conversation. You're not required to report the number of layers of roof covering. Even though if you see it's got 2 or 3 layers on and you know it, I would definitely report it. You don't have to identify latent hail damage. Exhaustive examine all fasteners and adhesion or provide an exhaustive list of locations of deficiencies in water penetration. You just have to report what you see. Roof structures and attic. The inspector shall report the vantage point from which the attic space was inspected. Again, this is where you need that good bright flashlight we talked about. Approximate average depth of the attic insulation needs to be reported. A lot of times you see the little paper rulers that they've stapled up in different areas of the attic to show how deep the insulation is on blown in insulation. If it's foam insulation, you have to report foam insulation. You have to report evidence of water penetration. Now, let's talk for just a second. And I'm going to ask you the question. You can answer in the comment chat box. If the house has spray foam insulation, can you report the approximate depth of it? And what else would you report? Okay, you're answering yes and no, but what else if you see spray foam insulation in the attic on the bottom of the rafters and decking? What would you write up? All right, I'm getting a bunch of good answers coming through now. Yep, if it's got spray foam insulation, you have to depart from the TREC standards of practice because you cannot see the rafters, decking, and those type of materials on it. So the spray foam is going to cause you to have a limited view, and that's something you just need to let the clients know from the attic section, roof structure and attic, that you can't see everything that TREC requires you to see. So, you know, it's you just have to report what you can see. Report is deficient. Attic space ventilation is not performing. Man, how many times have we entered an attic and it's 90 degrees, 95 degrees outside and it's 140 inside the attic? I would say the ventilation is lacking. You have to report deficiencies, deflections or depressions in the roof surface as related to adverse performance of framing and decking. Any missing insulation, a lot of time they do repairs, get up there and they just don't put the insulation back on it. Deficiencies in installed framing members and decking, attic access ladders and access openings, attic ventilators. Those things you have to report as deficiencies in any of those items. Now, you're not required to enter an attic or unfinished space where openings are less than 22 by 30 inches or the headrooms less than 30 inches. You're not required to operate powered ventilators. You know, those power exhaust fans, usually the thermostat's way up in there. You need a ladder in the attic to even reach them. You're not required to provide an exhaustive list of locations of the deficiencies or water penetrations. You just have to report what you saw and what you couldn't see. The attic power exhaust vents, they are allowed by code. They're there. But think about the attic power exhaust vents. One of the things that I would always write up is that I do not recommend those. Recommend changing it out to a different type of vent system because those work off a thermostat. And if the house catches fire, the heat's going to rise. That thermostat's going to kick on. It's going to create a vacuum, which will, of course, spread a fire. So I personally am opposed to them, but that's just a personal opinion. And a lot of times you got to stay away from those personal opinions because they get you in trouble. But I think I can back that one up. Okay, interior walls, floors, and ceilings. Let's see. The inspector shall report evidence of water penetration. Report is deficient. Deficiencies in the condition and performance of doors and hardware. Deficiencies related to structural performance or water penetration, and the absence or deficient in fire separation between the garage and living space and between the garage and its attic. Okay, so you have to report that as deficient. How are you reporting that? Give me some comments. Let's share some there. The absence of or the deficiencies in fire separation between the garage and the living space and between the garage and its attics. How many of you have ever seen an attached garage with a PEX manifold block system installed in the wall where the other side of the wall is a living space? Do you write that up as a deficient? Was a firewall compromised? A lot of things there. Electrical panel boards in that same wall where the PEX was, and the other side of the wall was living space. Something to think about. All right, here the inspector is not required to report cosmetic damage or the condition of floors, walls, ceiling coverings, paint stains, or other surface coating, cabinets or countertops, etc. You're not required to provide an exhaustive list of location of deficiencies and the water penetrations. Exterior walls, doors, and windows. The inspector shall report evidence of water penetration. The report is deficient. The absence of performing emergency escape and rescue openings in all sleeping rooms. An attached garage doorway that is not equipped with self-closing or automatic closing devices. I know a lot of the older houses don't have that. And the new ones, they aren't adjusted where they actually will shut by themselves like that. And that's a two-edged sword. A lot of times I'll tell my clients that if you're carrying groceries in and out of the car and you laid your keys on the counter in the kitchen, you go back out for another load, that door closes, make sure that the door is not locked. Otherwise, you'll be locked out of your own house. But a door between the residence and the attached garage, make sure that it's a solid door, less than 1 3/8 inch thick. A solid honeycomb core steel door that's 1 3/8 inch thick, or not a 20-minute fire rated door. Now, looking for a fire rated label on those doors is pretty much null. You just barely ever see one of those. So these are the requirements that you have to report on if it has an attached garage. Missing or damaged screens, deficiencies related to structural performance or water penetrations, and deficiencies in weather stripping, gaskets and other air barrier materials, claddings, water resistant materials and coatings, flashing details and termination, the condition and performance of exterior doors, garage doors, hardware, and the condition and performance of windows and components. Now, you're not required to report the conditions of awnings, blinds, shutters, security devices, or other structural systems. You're not required to determine the cosmetic condition of paint, stains, or other surface coatings, or operate a lock if the key is not available. Many times we find seller's not home, lockbox key doesn't fit all the exterior doors, or you find a room that's locked and you don't have a key. So if there's no key, you can't access it. You just report it as inaccessible. You're not required to provide an exhaustive list of locations or deficiencies in water penetrations. Now, let's go to exterior and interior glazing. Inspector shall report as deficient insulated windows that are obviously fogged or displayed other evidence of a broken seal. Report deficiencies in glazing, weather stripping, glazing, compound, and windows and doors. The absence of safety glass in hazardous locations. The absence of fall protection at windows that are located less than 24 inches from the finished floor and greater than 72 inches from the finished floor. The absence of fall protection at windows that are located less than 24 inches from the finished floor and greater than 72 inches from the finished floor. The inspector is not required to exhaustively inspect insulated windows for evidence of broken seals, exhaustively inspect glazing for identifying labels, or identify a specific location of damage. Interior, exterior stairway. Inspector shall report as deficient spacing between intermediate balusters, spindles, or rails for steps, stairs, guards, rails that permit passage of an object greater than 4 inches in diameter, except that on the open side of the staircase thread, spears less than 4 3/8 inch in diameter may pass through the guardrail, baluster, or spindles, and report deficiencies in steps, stairway, landing, guardrails, and handrail. Now, some of you may not think that's very important to look at those stairs closely. And if it's just a little bit off, it may not seem important to you. But I had a house, we lived in Conroe years ago. Across the golf course from us was a big 2-story house, and a realtor bought it and moved into the house. And we went by and said hi. We met them somehow, came in just through the house and walked through the house. I looked at their stairs. I could see obviously several of the steps were not even. They were not evenly spaced. And I asked her, she said they had their house inspected. I said, did the inspector report that your stairs, steps, risers are uneven? She said, no. But when we moved in, her parents, both of them, and her husband had fallen down the stairs because they lost their balance. And it was just a little, she said, how did you know that? I said, well, I've seen them many, many times. So, I guess experience just teaches you to look for those kind of things. But look for them, guys. That's a big safety issue. Don't give a little bit on that, because someone could fall and get hurt. It's just enough to throw them off balance as they take a step up or down. Usually it's coming down. Inspector is not required to exhaustively measure every stairway component. The inspector shall report as deficient built-up creosote in accessible areas of the chimney, fireplace, box, and the flue, the presence of combustible material in near proximity to the firebox opening, You don't want wood products or combustible areas close to where the firebox is, because that heat can cause it to catch on fire, and of course, then you get a fire issue. You shall report deficiencies in the absence of fire blocking at the attic penetration of the chimney and where accessible. This, if you're in an attic, you don't have a walkway to get around, the chimney is on the opposite end of the attic from the attic access, and you don't have to walk across this joist to get there, then you probably need to put a disclaimer in your report that, hey, I can't get over there to verify if it's fire blocked or not. But a lot of times they forget to put the fire blocking in those areas. So very important to make sure those things are sealed off. You have to report deficiencies in the damper, the lintel or hearth extension and firebox, gas fixtures installed in the fireplace that are not associated with the gas distribution center system, circulating fans, combustible air vents, chimney structures, terminations, coping, crown caps, and spark arresters. You're not required to verify the integrity of the flue. To verify the performance of a chimney smoke test, you don't have to determine the adequacy of the draft. There's a lot of stuff on fireplaces that you can look at, though. Some of them you right up. I'll tell you now, don't stick your head in there before you open the damper. Stick your head in there, open a damper, no telling what's going to fall on your face. Just a point. I don't know. A good friend told me that. Yeah. The inspector shall inspect porches, balconies, decks, and carports that are attached, abutting porches, decks, balconies that are used for ingress and egress, meaning they're attached to a door where people come in and go out of a house. You will report as deficient decks that are 30 inches or higher above the adjacent grade, space between the intermediate balusters, spindles, and rails that permit passage of an object greater than 4 inches. Deficiencies in accessible components. Yeah, now you're not required to report exhaustively measure every porch, balcony, decks, attached carport components, or enter an area where the headroom is less than 18 inches or the access opening is less than 24 inches wide by 18 inches high. So I see we've got some comments there. Dampers, clamps aren't in the code book or anywhere else written. Well, did someone answer that? Someone just answered, gave the TREC section on it. Shall report deficiencies in the damper. So it does tell you that the damper report deficiency, missing damper clamp would be required on it. So you're talking a couple of dollar items, guys. If it's not there, it doesn't hurt to tell them that it's not there. Okay, let's go on to our exam for this part of the session, and I'm going to show you this exam question here. According to the SOP, the definition of performance includes which of the following? Put your A, B, C, or D in the chat box, and let's get it going here. That's good.
Okay.
There's only 4 answers, guys. So if you pick one, you got a 25% choice of getting it right. So let's see what it is. A, you answered B, you were incorrect. Okay, the answer was consideration for normal wear and tear from ordinary use. All right, a real estate inspection evaluates the system and components of a building. Pick an answer, it completes that sentence. Can you see? All right, let's see what the answer is. As they operate at the time of the inspection. All right, As a best practice, if an inspector observes deficiencies in the performance of the foundation that may require further evaluation by a specialist, how should the inspector proceed? List several visible indicators on the inspection report. Remember the binding doors, broken floor tiles, drywall cracks, and the list goes on. All right, if a retaining wall falls outside the 45-degree rule, what type of wall is it? The landscape wall. All right, modular 6. Do we want to take a 10-minute break, Brenda? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. It's 1:15, so we'll be back by 1:25 and we'll get started. If you've got more questions, you can put them in the chat box and some of us will be answering them for you on the break. Okay, everybody, we are ready to get back modular 6 from our break. And you see I still got some coffee I'm sipping on as we go through this thing. I have one question that was given to me that several of you apparently have asked, and I did not see it in the chat box here. But I was asked, talk more about the plumbing manifold on the interior side of the home. Okay, what I'm referring to is one of the PEC's manor block systems, you know, the distribution system for the water, you know, where you see the red and blue pipes connected to it. That many times the plumber, which doesn't know about the fire blockages, fire separation, any of those type of issues, all he knows is how to put the plumbing in. He will put that in the garage wall adjacent to living space. In other words, you have a garage on one side of the wall, on the other side, you could have a bedroom, utility room, whatever, that is considered living space. And when they put that manifold block in that wall cavity of the garage, they cut that firewall, you know, the drywall between the garage and the house has to be fire rated type material. Well, if you cut a hole in it, guess what happens? It's no longer fire rated. So they compromised your firewall. And the only correction I've ever found to do that is to put a fire rated lid or cover door over that panel. They do make one. I don't have the information directly in front of me or in this presentation. I can show you. Maybe Clay can do that. And someone's telling me I'm muted, but I'm not muted on my end. Let's see. Did anyone else not hear me? Okay, somebody else says I'm not muted for them, so I don't know what's going on. But anyway, it's not muted on my end. So Clay, if you're out there, if you can come up with the information where these guys could find the fire rated door for manor block system and post it on the chat box for them, I would appreciate it. Clay Collins has joined us and is answering some of the questions for us in the background here. So it's kind of hard for me to go through the presentation and answer your questions and go. So thank you guys again for being here, and we'll just keep going. We're going to go into the heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems now for the SOP. Just as an overview, the HVA system is something that we can compare to the cardiovascular system of the human body. It has veins that carry blood away from all parts of the body and brings it toward the heart. The heart pumps the blood back through the arteries to every part of the body to start the movement again and again, hence creating the circulation system of the body. Now, a typical HVAC system has a similar task. Central air handler with a high-powered fan both draws air from the unconditioned space through return air ducts and pushes air through similar supply ducts back to the same area for which it was taken, hence the home's air circulation system. Somewhere in the return side, the air is filtered to remove large contaminants, and the air handler, the air is either cooled or heated based on the demand by the occupancy use of a thermostat. If one stops here, most likely the most present residential system, it should be called an HAC system, heating and air conditioning. The forgotten V has only recently been added onto the scene. So today we call it an HVAC system. The SOP details the scope of the HVAC system in the home inspections. It's a common misconception that home inspectors to make opinions on the suitability of the system for the home in an area where beyond the SOPs, such as size of the equipment and the efficiencies of it. To provide these opinions require advanced training in building science and utilizing equipment that is beyond what a home inspectors are required to own. It's critical to understand that a home inspector only required to provide an opinion regarding the operation of the HVAC system and its primary function, creating heat, removing heat, cooling. This is independent of determining whether it is adequately cooling or heating the home. And that's a tough line not to cross. This chapter is going to cover the standard methods of reporting on the HVAC system and to ensure that all aspects of the SOPs are addressed. Now, the first item to report on is the type of HVAC system being inspected. The type of system entry is in both the heating and cooling section of the report form, refers to how the conditioned air is distributed to living space. On the cooling side, AC, there are two main means of distributing conditioned air, ducted and non-ducted. Ducted is when the air is cooled, then blown through the house through a central forced air system. Ducted split systems are predominantly in the southern climates. Non-ducted distribution of air may be accomplished through window air conditioners or through the wall units. These have been around for a long time, especially for single room air conditioning systems. More recent addition are the ductless, or what we call the mini split systems. They bring the best features of both types of distribution, condition air by avoiding inefficient air duct systems and only conditioning the rooms needed. In recent years, these systems have been upgraded to heat pumps that provide both heating and cooling system. Ducted and non-ducted systems can also be described as split or package systems. Some homes may use a radiant heat or baseboard heat, although it's rare in most parts of Texas. The heating section of the report form, the inspector is required to report the energy source. It is merely using electricity to energize heating elements or perhaps a heat pump. Heat pump, we'll just call it HP, is the most straightforward explanation. It operates the air conditioning system in reverse, creating the same BTUs of heat as electric heater system does, for 50 to 75% less electricity used at the meter. A traditional air conditioning system blows cold air inside the home and hot air outside via the outdoor condenser unit. The HP mode in reverses blowing air inside the home and cold air out. So it just reverses the cycle. It must be reported, and the inspector must test the backup or supplementary heat when a heat pump is present. Now, other types of fuels, although rare in Texas, are coal, oil, wood, and pellets. And I, for one, been in Texas all my life. I didn't know what the pellets were, but my son-in-law and daughter moved to Michigan one time, And as we were visiting them, they had I call it a big potbelly stove, what it looked like, but it was a heater. And they put pellets in the thing. And pellets are just little chunks, pieces of wood, look like a pellet. And sometimes they even burn corn in the thing. So there was a lot of different things they can do to produce heat. But space heaters, they're not as typically inspected because they're not a permanent atom or heat source. The prudent inspector will assess the condition of all the components of the HVAC system before operating test is begun. Why worry about the thermostat activates system is part or damaged or missing? In other words, if the condenser's got wires loose on it or a condenser could even be missing, why try to turn the thermostat on? It's not going to work. So, I mean, sometimes you just have to look at what's there before you begin to kick things on and see what's there, what's actually working or not. You should have a visual inspection of all the components, locations, access. At this point, the inspector is 90% done with doing the HVAC system inspection. All right, let's talk about the system operation. After a physical inspection is complete, inspector should inspect for system operation and the performance of it. Be aware of any ambient temperature limitations that may affect the heating or cooling system performance. If limitations exist, they should be noted in the report. So what are some of those limitations? What could it be? Could be the outside temperature is over 100 degrees. The air conditioner doesn't seem to be cooling. Well, it may be fighting all it can to cool. It may be okay. So somehow you got to have a method of checking the system. When an inspector initiates a demand of heating or cooling using thermostat, does the unit respond? Does it kick on? No response, you may not have to go any further. End the test right then and there. You get to the thermostat and it says battery dead. If you don't have a battery put in the thermostat to test it, then you can't check it because the thermostat battery was dead. End of that part of the inspection. Of course, you can still inspect the rest of the system. You just can't check it for performance. If limitations exist, they should be noted in your report. In forced air system, the air handler fan begins blowing air to all the registers. And within a reasonable time, the register supply air should be getting hotter or colder, respectively, than the air entering the return system. Depending on type of system, the time required to get up to optimum performance may be up to 10 minutes. Most inspections will measure the temperature at the closest return register to use as a first reference temperature, and then continue to each room supply register to make sure, to make an opinion as to how well the system is performing using the closest supply register as a second reference temperature. Now, checking every supply register is a key to evaluating the duct system's integrity, noting that later in the SOPs. Make sure that the rooms have the vents, registers in them, because if they've been remodeled with drywall or something, you may miss a register in a room that's covered, that's not cooling. If you have an infrared camera, those are usually pretty easy to find. The SOP, effective February the 1st, 2022, states that inspectors shall report deficiencies in the performance of the cooling system that, 1, fails to achieve a 15-degree Fahrenheit to 22-degree Fahrenheit temperature differential. In other words, if you check at the return air and then check the furthest register from that return air, you should have a difference somewhere between 15 and 22 degrees. If it falls below or above that, then it should be marked as a deficient on your report. A rise of 75 to 80 degrees in the heat may indicate insufficient airflow or malfunction units when heating, either of which should be a concern. Now, additional considerations when evaluating cooling performance includes the ambient temperature and humidity. Heating systems are relatively unaffected by seasonal temperatures and varying humidity, but these factors can significantly affect the unit's cooling performance. A high humidity level may make it nearly impossible for the air conditioner to achieve a cooling effect, so inspecting a vacant home located in a humid region where the HVAC system was off will skew the numbers a lot. So what do you do? Well, as a reminder, the SOP definition of performance is an achievement of an operation, function, or configuration relative to accepted industry standard practices with consideration of age and normal wear and tear from ordinary use. So beware that cooling relative air conditioning performance falls between 3 to 7% each year on average. Depending on the maintenance and heavy use, this in Texas is Texas after all. For example, an average unit that started with cooling capacity of 3 tons, 36,000 BTUs an hour, could see a capacity drop about 20% after 5 years, 40% after 10 years, 60% after 15 years. So on with that knowledge, knowing the HVAC company is interested in pleasing the average consumer, they typically oversize the initial installation, which can delay the apparent shortfall to occupants for maybe 10 years. For this reason, the inspector should avoid making assessments on sizing and efficiencies. So what's the V in the HVAC? Well, it's an interesting fact that ventilation is only mentioned one time in the standards of practice in reference to heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, and what inspectors are not required to perform. So what is it? Venting or ventilation, the V in the HVAC, is a process or exchange of replacing air in any space to provide high indoor air quality, which involves temperature control, oxygen replenishment, the removal of moisture, odor, smoke, heat, dust, airborne bacteria, carbon dioxide, other gases. Ventilation removes unpleasant smells and excessive moisture, introduces outside air, keeps the interior building air circulating, and prevents stagnation of the interior air. Ventilation includes both the exchange of air to the outside as well as circulation of air within the home. It is one of the most important factors for maintaining acceptable indoor air quality in homes. All right, let's look at a case study. The fact: licensed inspectors hired by the buyer to perform an inspection. The inspector inspected the cooling system and reported the following. Today's temperature differential, delta T, is 13 degrees. This component appears to be performing adequately at the time of this inspection. It is achieving an operation, function, or configuration consistent with accepted industry standard practices for its age. The report also included a general notice to the client where the inspector defined what he considered to be acceptable range. He says temperature differential readings are a fundamental standard for testing for proper operation of the cooling system. Normal acceptable range is considered approximately between 15 to 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, shortly after moving in, the buyer found that the AC was not cooling properly, and an HVAC company determined that the evaporator coils were damaged and it needed to be replaced. The analysis, the inspector's opinion of adequate performance seemed to be in conflict with his own description of an acceptable performance range. The commission determined that absent any other reported factor, 13-degree difference would suggest inadequate performance. The inspector failed to check the deficiency box, failed to report any factors that may have explained his opinion of performance, and failed to recommend further evaluation of the system. All right, the results: TREC says the inspector entered into an agreed order resulting in a formal reprimand and administrative penalty for $500 for violation of 22 Texas Administration Code 535.230 by failing to report as deficient inadequate cooling as demonstrated by its performance. So there's a lot there. I mean, he shot himself in the foot because he said normal temperature range 15 to 23, and he had a 13 degrees. So he already told me it's not working. It is working. So that's a little confusing to the consumer, but yeah, he got nailed for that one. High efficiency will affect HVAC performance. The system well, you can't see the picture below, but it shows a high humid. If you get your manual, you'll see it. It has a register and humidity sweating on the thing. It's warm air, humid air, is cool air down to a dew point, condensation. Then you got a picture of the air conditioning duct. We've all seen these things where the outside plastic is gone and the insulation peeled away, and all you see is the flexible duct naked without being covered at all. So there's a lot to go on that one. I don't think the picture's in the thing on that one. Okay. See, I'm sorry, I forgot to slide on some of that stuff apparently. Okay, standard HVAC overview. The standard covers 3 primary areas: heating equipment, cooling equipment, duct system, chases, and vents. Heating equipment, general requirements, inspector shall report the type of heating system. Is it a central forced air? Is it a radiant system? Is it a baseboard? Is it a ductless system? Report the energy source: natural gas, propane, oil, coal, wood, electricity, or others. Is it a heat pump? Is it ground source heat pumps? Type of fuel fired heating systems based on efficiencies: natural draft, forced air, forced draft, condensate, condensing. Didn't get it out. The inspection shall report as deficient all types of units if they're inoperable, deficiencies in thermostats, inappropriate location. So what would you consider an inappropriate location in the HVAC system? Put it in the chat box. Let's see them. Lack of protection for physical damage. Burner ignition devices, heating elements, switches, thermostats are not 18 inches above the lowest garage floor level, unless the unit's listed for garage floor installation. Absence of an opening would allow access to inspection, service, repair, replacement without removing permanent construction or panels. Oh yeah. Yeah, some good ones. How about the kitchen? Seeing the list here: bedroom, garage, basement, bedroom, turning garage. Yeah, you don't want to return the garage. You don't want to return in the kitchen either. Did a 3-story house in the Galleria area not long back, final inspection for buyers. And I walked in the house and the builder was there. I looked up there, got a double oven. As I'm setting the temperatures on the oven to operate them, I look up, there's a big return air chase directly over my double ovens in the kitchen. I told the builder, I said, sir, I said, this is an improper installation on this thing. I said, this is really not good location. He said, I don't want to hear it. He started being real rude about the thing, called me a few choice names. I had to tell him to calm down. He didn't calm down. And I told him, I said, you know, I'm not the guy put that in there in your kitchen for you. Your air conditioning guy did. I said, he's the one you need to be mad at, not me. Well, he said, well, the city of Houston just passed that thing. He said, I got a green tag. I don't need your report. I don't need your advice. I don't want your advice. You can get out of my house. Well, I went in and did the inspection because my client said, no, I want him to inspect the house. Well, in the meantime, the builder kept riding on me. I told him, I said, sir, you really shouldn't upset the inspector. You shouldn't be abusive to us. He said, there's nothing you can do about it. And he went on me. He was ugly. I won't tell you everything he said because it's inappropriate. So I went outside and called the city of Houston, talked to the guys over the inspection department, told them who I was, what I was doing, where I was at, and asked the question, would you allow a return air duct in the kitchen directly over a double oven? He said, absolutely not. I said, well, sir, I said, the builder's telling me that your inspector just passed this. Oh man, the guy got upset. He said, would you hold on for a minute? He goes and pulls a report. The guy's, you know, in the car with the computer and all. So he pulls a report. He said, Paul, he said, he did pass it. He said, how long are you going to be there? I said, well, tell me what you're fixing to do. He said, well, we're coming out. He said, I'm going to red tag the house. I can't do anything until they fix that. I said, no, sir, I'm going to be gone because I've already stirred up the hornet's nest. He's mad at me. And yeah, so you guys come prepared because this dude is hot. So I left and, you know, I never heard the rest of the story on that one. I never got a call back or any retribution on that one, but I thought, wow, dude, don't upset the inspector. So there are things you can do. So we may not be the authority in the jurisdiction having authority over that, but yeah, we're not just somebody off the street that they can do that to us. So keep going with us. All right, things that when applicable, floor passageway of service platform that would allow access to equipment inspection to service repair it. Many times we don't find that walkway accessible or it's obstructed. Deficiency in the mounting performance of window and wall units. You shall report deficiencies for heating equipment such as performance of heat pumps, heating elements or condition of conductors, and you shall report as deficient for gas and other fuel-fired units, gas leaks at the heating system, not associated with a gas distribution system, flame impingement, uplift in flames, improper flame colors, or excessive scale buildup. You shall report as deficient for gas and other gas-fired units, combustible or diluted air, the vent pipe, draft hood, draft proximity to combustibles, vent termination, points of clearances. There's so much on a heater. If it's in a closet, there's certain ventilation that you've got to have for it. Many times, it doesn't matter if it's new house or not, doesn't mean that they know what they're doing or if they did it right. So, you gotta be a little bit understanding on it, but still write up what you see that you know is incorrect. If you have questions, go to our Facebook page. You can pop a question, picture in there, and I guarantee you'll get some answers pretty quick from our members. If you're not a member of that, I encourage you to go to Texas Inspectors, Facebook Texas Inspectors, and click it and go and ask to join. If you're a TREC or InterNACHI member, you can join. We'll give you access to it, and I guarantee you'll like the comments on it. We take care of each other. We don't attack you if you ask a stupid question, because if it's a stupid question, we know there's probably others that need an answer for it, where we make it not a stupid question. So feel free to join us to be a part of it. All right, cooling equipment. Requirements for cooling units other than evaporative coolers. Inspector shall report the type of system. Example be an air-conditioned window unit, evaporative cooler, ductless mini split, whole house, central forced air split, or a package system. Most of the package system I see haven't been on residential, more on commercial property. That's where the whole unit, air conditioner, heater, everything sits in one unit. It's a package deal, sits on the roof, and then they cut a hole and they have a return, and then they run the ducts off of that system too. So it's you don't have an attic to climb on those type. You have to be on the roof. You report report the temperature difference between the supply and the return air, or report industry accepted methods used to determine performance. Now, you better be competent to be able to report the industry acceptable methods. So if you're an HVA contractor, licensed contractor, you may be able to do that. Typical home inspector, you shouldn't be able to do that. Generally report extraneous factors or conditions present on the day of the inspection that would adversely impact the temperature differential or otherwise performing of the unit. Inspector shall report deficiencies in operative units and deficiency performance of the cooling system. If it fails to achieve a 15 degree to 22 degree Fahrenheit temperature differential, you have to report it as deficient. If it fails to cool adequately as determined by other industry accepted methods, the absence of an opening that would allow access, inspection, service, and replacement. When applicable, a floored passageway or service platform. Let's see, noticeable vibration of blower fan. A lot of times you get there and your air handler will be vibrating big time. Well, something's wrong with that air handler. What it is, who knows? I mean, it could be the fan blade out of whack. It could be bent. It could be the shaft of the motor bent. It could be the motor going out and the bearing's loose and the thing's vibrating, fixing to kick out for sure. You don't have to know the reason, just excessive vibration. Send it to an HVAC contractor. Water in the auxiliary secondary pan. That secondary pan is supposed to be dry. If it's rusty, if it has water in it, then there's probably an issue to it. And on that point, I always recommend a float switch be installed. If it's not there, it's just a recommendation. It's nothing you have to do, but that float switch could save people hundreds of dollars in insurance claims later in life if that pan filled up and it was stopped up somehow, it didn't drain, keep from having water flow into the house. So just a thought. You want to report any dirty coils. I mean, if you can open the housing to the evaporator coil and see it, then you definitely want to ride it up if it's successful. Condenser units that are lacking adequate clearances or air circulation has been deficient in fins, location, levelness, or the elevation at above grade. You know, a condenser unit should be elevated above grade about 3 inches. The unit should be pretty well level. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but pretty well level so it works right. One of the things we run into quite often that's not included in this presentation, but a dryer exhaust being installed right at the condenser unit. I would suggest you write that up and explain why that's not a good thing. someone asked the question, should a pan in the attic have both float switch and drain or just one or the other? I suggest both, but sometimes it's just a float switch can be acceptable, but I would still just do them both, because if one failed, you have a secondary float, a drain on the deal. Let's see, we're talking about the dryer vents exiting at a condenser. If you've ever seen the illustration, Google it one time and ask that question, can a dryer vent exit near the air conditioning condenser? You'll have some HVAC companies and some other inspectors with pictures showing the lint buildup on that condenser. That condenser sucking through those coils that wrap around that condenser. That dryer vent will be blowing out lint and moisture, be right on those coils. It can ruin a condenser quickly. So I don't recommend that the dryer vent exits near the condenser unit. I'll write it up each time I see it as a deficiency, because I've seen the results of it. The inspector shall report as deficient deficiencies in the condensate drain and auxiliary secondary pan and drain system, mounting performance of window wall units, thermostats, type of systems, type of water supply line. The inspector shall report as deficient inoperative units, inadequate access and clearances, deficiencies in performance or mounting, missing or damaged components, presence of active water leaks, and the absence of backflow prevention. Requirements for evaporative coolers. Most of us down in the Houston market don't have the evaporative cooler, but those out in West Texas and other sections of Texas may have these things. I remember I had one as a child before the air conditioning systems actually came into existence. Yeah, I'm that old guy, sorry. But the inspector shall report the type of the system, type of water supply line, shall report deficient inoperative units, inadequate access and clearance, deficiency in performance and mounting, missing or damaged components, the presence of active water leaks, and the absence of backflow prevention. Duct system, chases, and vents. Inspector shall report as deficient damaged ducts or improper material, damaged or missing duct insulation. Sometimes you run across and see that in these attics. The absence of airflow at accessible supply registers. So if you're checking the registers in all the rooms, you check the temperature, and it shouldn't vary that much degrees from one room to the other, just depending on how the systems are installed. So the presence of gas piping, sewage vent concealed in ducts, plenums, and chases. Ducts or plenums in contact with the earth, and the inspector shall report deficiencies in the filters, grill, or registers, and the location of the return air openings. As I said, there are some areas that are prohibited in the code to be a return air. Bathrooms, kitchen are two of them. You guys may have some more as you want to add to it. Feel free to put in the chat and do it. Now, when you open a return air chase, usually on older properties, there should be no wiring inside that, no gas lines inside that return air chase. Those chases should be sealed. Most of the time you open the older homes, you're gonna see the back of the walls from the other rooms and the studs being exposed. Plus they'll have wiring in here. So those can be considered fire hazards. So, there's always a lot of things you can look at. The inspector is not required to perform the following action. Program digital thermometers or controls. I know sometimes I'll get out to a new construction and they have these new programmable thermostats and it's locked. Well, you can't check it because you can't change the temperature on the thing because it's set to one temperature and it's right there. You can take Google and Google up that particular thermostat and learn how to unlock it. It takes a little bit more time to do it, but you may be able to use on future jobs. Or you can ask the home buyer to contact the building suit, come and unlock the thing. He'll have to contact his HVAC guy because he won't know how to do it either. But just things like that. But inspect for the presence of the system refrigerant. You're not required to. The type of refrigeration or for refrigerant leaks, winterized or decommissioned equipment, or duct fans, humidifier, dehumidifier, air purifiers, motorized dampers, electronic air filters, multi-stage controller, sequencers, heat reclaimers, wood burning stoves, boilers, oil-fired units, supplemental heat, appliances, de-icing provisions, or reversing valves. You're not required to operate setback features on thermostats or controls, radiant heaters, steam heaters, vented unvented gas-fired systems, heating and cooling system when weather conditions or other circumstances could cause equipment damage, including cooling equipment when the outdoor temperature is less than, how many degrees you think the outside temperature must be before you don't operate the AC? Put it in your chat box and see what you got. I got 65, 65, 60, 60, 60, 60, 65, 65. So I'm getting 60 to 65. The manual today tells us cooling equipment when the outdoor temperature is less than 60. So it's less than 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And heat pumps in the heat pump mode, when the outdoor temperature is above what degree should you not operate it? 70, 70, 70, 70, 80, 65, 70. Okay, we're getting a range of it. The heat pumps in the heat pump mode when the outdoor temperature is above 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So 70 is the correct answer on that one, according to TREC. Now, you're not required to verify the compatibility of the components, tonnage or manufacturer matched of indoor coils and outside the coils or condenser units. And I have inspectors that I hear all the time, well, the tonnage of the evaporator coil doesn't match the outside condenser. Well, guys, as inspector, we don't have to do that. So why would you open up, go beyond the scope of the inspection to put your neck out and say that they don't match when someone may come back in and say, yeah, they do match? Be careful on those things. Yeah, I mean, if you got an HVAC license, you can do that, great. But as a home inspector, your license, really, you're stepping outside the scope. So I would be careful on that. You're not required to report the adequacy of the thermostat or the integrity of the heat exchanger, or determine sizing, efficiencies, or adequacy of the system, balance airflow of the conditioned air to the various parts of the building, or types of material contained in insulation. So, you know, there's some things that you just don't have to go into and discuss, and probably shouldn't, because it could be some issues there that you may open a can of worms there. Okay, we've got some questions coming up. This out here. What is the type of HVAC system that distributes conditioned air by avoiding ducts and only condition specific rooms? Type your answer in the chat box for me, please. So what's the type of HVAC system that distributes conditioned air by avoiding ducts and only condition specific rooms? Ductless, yeah, it avoids ducts, so it's going to be ductless. All right, let's go. All right, regarding HVAC supply registers, an inspector should what? All right, D is the answer. Every supply register. Not just one or two, but every one of them, guys. All right, what temperature degree drop do most manufacturers look for when cooling? I wonder which one it could be. Ah, 15 to 20 degrees. All right. Way to go. Let's give you another one. Which of the following is an example of a limitation that may affect the ability of the inspector to conduct a performance evaluation of an HVAC unit? weather conditions. Be too cold, too hot. All right, we're gonna go right on into Modular 7 here and keep going on it. So we don't, not time for a break yet. So we're gonna hopefully be ahead of the game. So we'll go over the report here a little bit. All right, Brenda wants to know if I have any questions. Let me look at the Q&A, see what you got. Let's see. All right, if you're not seeing this, Clay is answering a lot of the questions for me. And Clay, I do appreciate that. So if you have in the Q&A, if you have answers one side, I said, find one here to show you. Here, collapse all, you can collapse it, or it says show all, click it and you'll get answers. Somebody may have answered it for you. So look at those as you go through the chat or Q&A, and you may find a question that you have that someone else has already asked and has been answered. Okay, we're going to go into Modular 7. This is on the electrical and appliance SOP. So let's look at this. Overview. Electricity is a critical system. Time we get through with this, I hope you'll be able to explain the basic and difference of bonding and grounding, and understand the requirements for testing GFCIs. Recognize how and when to test the appropriate AFCI protection. Describe the basics of wire and breaker size for the AC condenser unit, and identify how to inspect for proper backflow prevention on a dishwasher. And we're going to summarize how to properly inspect the safety features of a garage door opener. So over a century ago, many people still relied on candles and kerosene lanterns to light their homes. In other parts of the world, they still, that's what they have because they have no electricity as we know it today. The magic miracle of electricity that brought us electricity and lights. Many years, electrical light remained a luxury for people, but a dream for most. Many people consider themselves lucky to finally have one or two electric lights to light their home. Today, though, electricity is everywhere. I mean, it's we have a power failure. It seems like we all go out of whack. Like, what do? We don't have a computer. We can't watch TV. Cell phones aren't working like they should. What do? We don't have electricity. So, I mean, if we had to step back 100 years from now, we probably wouldn't know how to survive, or a lot of us probably wouldn't. Electricity became something we just simply can't live without. The electrical demand on modern homes has grown significantly in the last century, but the electrical system of many homes have not kept up with these new demands. As a result, while electricity is one of the most critical systems in the home, it's also one system that is responsible for the most injuries and fatalities in the home. Plumbing, foundation, roofs, HVAC system are essential parts of properly performing homes. They don't have nearly that potential as electricity does to injure, kill, or cause fires. Therefore, there are three critical things home inspectors should know concerning electricity. And they're listed on the screen. 1, how does electricity work? 2, how to competently inspect a home's electrical system. 3, the warning signs that could make a home's electrical system less safe. Lives could depend on your investigation of this. This module does not cover electrical theory nor how a home's electrical system is designed. It's not an all-inclusive review of the potential dangerous electricity issues. However, this module highlights several topics that can better be understood by every home inspector. Second part of this module will cover appliances. We'll go into modern conveniences that wouldn't be possible if it weren't for electricity. We'll go ahead and discuss some of those. And you know, one of the things that comes up all the time, and I can tell you in teaching classes as long as I have, electricity has been one of the weakest areas of inspectors overall. Not that all inspectors don't understand electricity, not that all of them don't have a good handle on it, but they're not competent, let's put it, in the electrical and how everything works on it. So, you know, there's some things that we're going to go over today that may help you to understand some of this. And if you got questions, please put them in the chat box. Let's ask them. Let's see if our education staff can answer those for you. And we'll keep going and see where we're going to say.
I have to say, not in the chat box if they have questions. If questions need to go in
Okay.
Q&A.
Questions, Brenda tells me should go in Q&A, please. Not in the chat box.
Some answers.
All right, grounding versus bonding. They're not the same thing. They're very closely related, but they're not the same thing. Grounding connects a home's electrical system to the earth to limit voltage caused by lightning and other occurrences. The purpose of grounding is to maintain constant voltage of a home's electrical system. I'm not going to tell you, but this might come up on the exam here in a little bit. The purpose of grounding is to maintain constant voltage of a home's electrical system. Grounding is accomplished through a grounding electrode system. We have what's called the concrete encasing electrode. Some people refer to it as a U for ground. We have the ground rod electrodes. We have ground rods that are 8 feet, solid copper rods driven into the ground. So there's a lot of them there. Now, what is grounding? Grounding is connecting the home's electricity system to the earth in a manner that will limit voltage caused by lightning, any line surges, or unintentionally contact with higher voltage lines. Proper grounding will stabilize the voltage to earth during normal operations. Put another way, the purpose of grounding is to maintain a constant voltage of the home's electrical system by dissipating voltage spikes caused by outside influence. Ever had a lightning strike and your TV and everything else inside goes out? Well, that's because you got overloaded on that. So the grounding system didn't function as it should have. Voltage spikes impacting the home's electrical system are detrimental because they can damage electrical equipment and components in the house. Very, very, very important. And when you have an older home, it has a 2-wire system, because a 2-wire system is an ungrounded system. So if lightning strikes there, wham, it's in bad shape. Particularly in older homes where the system is not grounded, it's where you find the 2-prong receptacles, and you find maybe a 100-amp service main for the home. Well, today, with all the modern technology we have today, the computers and TVs and appliances, demand for electrical current is so much greater than it was back, let's say, in the 60s, maybe somewhat in the 70s even. So sometimes 100 amp, even though that's the minimum we can put on a house today for service, it's still too small. Most contractors now are going to put 125 to 150 amp minimum on the house, even if they have gas to the house for the major appliances. So older homes, you got to be real careful on it because they're not grounded. You should at least let your clients know, hey, these are not grounded, guys. And you know, grounded system would be important because ungrounded is an unsafe system. Grounding is typically accomplished by connecting electrical service to a home to a grounding electrode system. 2 of the most common types are the concrete encased electrode and the ground rod electrodes. The ground rod is normally an 8-foot long solid copper rod that's driven into the ground. This provides a path for voltage spikes to travel and dissipate into the ground. I would say probably at least 75% of the time when we find a ground rod outside, it is never buried 8 feet in the ground. I don't know what kind of rulers these electricians use. If they use a ruler that tape measure that cuts off 12 inches or 15 inches or whatever, but most of the time these things are sticking above the ground. Yeah, I've seen them anywhere from 2 inches to 20 inches. The codes do allow some exceptions if they can't drive into areas that have rocks or something. They do have a different means that they can put in rather than driving that ground rod 8 feet in the ground. If you're in those areas, you're probably already familiar with that type of grounding. Okay, what's bonding? Bonding typically uses a normal non-current carrying conductor to connect devices together to keep them at the same voltage. In other words, if you've inspected pools, you see the motors and all, they have to have a bonding wire from one motor to the other. It connects them all together. Same way on gas lines. Gas lines have to have a bonding wire on the outside wall where the gas meter is connected to that pipe. And then that bonding wire should run all the way back inside and effectively go to the ground again. Bonding is connecting everything together. So if you've got a water heater, it's got metal water pipes going to it. The bonding should be on both of those water lines and then down to the gas line. Everything has to be connected through a bonding wire. Now, the big question coming in as inspectors, can you verify that that bonding is done correctly or that it's really an effective bond? Well, again, you can only report what you see. And a lot of even electricians don't understand. I do a lot of code inspection for new home builders, and I'll get to the electrician. I said, where's my bonding wire going out to my gas line? Oh, I haven't put it in yet. Yeah, well, when you go put in, because they're fixing to put insulation in the house. So I have to put a hold on everything until they get out there and actually put the bonding wire on it and go out and make sure that they did it correctly. If they can skip that copper wire running or the number 6 gauge wire, they will skip it because it's money in their pockets. Bonding's been called grounding for many years. Most electricians and home inspectors still call it grounding, but it's not actually grounding. Bonding is achieved by using what many call the ground wire, a bare wire in a 3-wire system. The term in the electrical industry and National Electric Code uses for this wire is the grounding non-current carrying conductor. This wire provides a low impedance resistance path for fault currents to flow back to the panel and cause the overcurrent device, a breaker, to trip, thus clearing the high voltage and potential electrocution hazard. So bonding is very important. So summary of bonding and grounding. Let's see if that's on the next slide. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah. Grounding connects the home electrical system to the earth. It's designed to dissipate voltage spikes that occur during normal operation. These spikes can be caused by surges on the transmission line, lightning strikes, and etc. Grounding is designed to protect electrical equipment in the home. Bonding connects electrical equipment and other metallic parts in the home. Its purpose is twofold: to keep the equipment at the same voltage and to provide a path for fault current to flow and clear that fault. Bonding is designed to protect people from electrocution due to fault in electrical equipment in the home. So one more important note, it's in our manual. It says electrical receptacles can be grounded without a ground electrode conductor or a ground rod being installed. On the other hand, even with a ground electrode conductor, ground rod properly installed, all receptacles will still be ungrounded or show an open ground with your little test button that you use. For example, if an older home has a new electrical system, or service, I should say, meter, panel board, ground rod, etc. installed, but the branch circuit wire is still an older 2-wire system, then every receptacle in a home will still have an open ground. Ground rods have nothing to do with the receptacle being grounded. So there's a chart in the book that shows a bonding grounding side by side. And I'll give you a chance to look at that for those of you who have your manual, and then we'll come back. We're going to take a break here for a few minutes because I've kind of went over on one and in the middle of this other one. So we're going to stop here and take a 10-minute break. And if you got questions, pop up into the Q&A and we'll get those answers for you as quick as what we can. All right. Thank you much. We'll see you in just a little bit. Okay, everybody, we are back. Continue on Modular 7. And I had one question posed to me. It was asked, on older homes, do you list missing arc fault breakers deficient or make a recommendation for further evaluation? Well, in older homes, I'm talking 60s, 70s, 80s, probably even 90s, the arc fault breakers probably won't work like they would on new construction. The older homes, the wiring was different, installed differently than what it is today. But according to what we read in the TREC SOP, You know, if the arc faults are not present, then you are supposed to write it as a deficiency. In my reports, I would always put something like, while this system may have been acceptable when your home was originally constructed, building codes have changed and now AFCI breakers are recommended. They probably aren't going to do anything to it. Probably wouldn't work if they put the arc faults in. Panel boards sizes matter, wiring types and methods matter. So there's a lot to it. I would just go ahead and write it up as it's not present and recommend evaluation by electrician if they're concerned with it. Put it back in their ballpark. Let them be the ones to worry about it. Okay, bonding versus grounding. They're not the same. Bonding connects devices together to keep them in the same voltage. Grounding connects the equipment to earth, while bonding connects metallic parts together. So anything metal, bonding wires will connect all that metal together and send it back to the ground. Principal components: grounding electrode system for grounding. Principal component for bonding is a grounded non-current carrying conductor. Grounding dissipates voltage spikes into the ground, while bonding maintains components of the electrical system at the same voltage. Grounding functions primarily during the normal operation of a system. Bonding functions primarily when there is a fault or a problem with the system. To sum it up, grounding protects the equipment, bonding protects people. So there's your differences between grounding and bonding, the way that the standards are showing us. TREC states that the inspector shall report deficiencies in the operation of installed ground fault circuit interrupter devices. The failure of operation of ground fault device interrupts and protected devices. From the service entrance panel section of the standard, it's referring to testing of GFCI breakers. Item 2 from this section covers branch circuits connecting devices and fixtures and sections. It's referring to GFCI protected receptacle. Taking these two statements together, it's clear that all GFCI devices must be tested and reported as deficient if they are not operating correctly. Some deficiencies. Before I go on that, GFCIs, we're talking about the home with the 2-wire system inside the home. Those receptacles are going to show ungrounded because they're not grounded, even though you got a ground rod outside and the system outside is installed correctly. It's a type of wire. You got 2 wires instead of 3 there, so it can't effectively have the ground. Now, in years past, I know growing up in the industry, building and all, we used to ground those 2-wire receptacles to a metal water pipe. It showed them as grounded. It may not have been the best way to do it, but that's how we used to do it years ago. But today they just leave them open. But the primary thing you want to tell your client is that they're ungrounded. But going back on that, the GFCI, if you have GFCI receptacles in a 2-wire system, that GFCI device will not trip with your tester because it's ungrounded. And that's how it works on ground fault. So the only way you'll be able to test the GFCI receptacle is by pushing the button and seeing if it'll trip. If it doesn't trip by pushing the button, you probably need a new receptacle. But just I wanted to mention that to you just so we'll have it out there for you. Some deficiencies in the operation of GFCI breaker or receptacle include failure to trip, failure to reset, and failure to lose power when tripped. All 3 of those would be significant deficiencies that should be reported on your report and identified there. The first 2 are examples often caused by failure of the device. The third example is often caused by a receptacle having been miswired. So failure to lose power when it's tripped, and that could be just totally miswired. Modern GFCI receptacles are designed so that they cannot be reset if they are miswired. If the wire supplying power to the receptacle is connected to the load side rather than the line side of the receptacle, this is a safety feature that is now required on all GFCI receptacles in order to prevent the receptacle from becoming energized if it's been miswired. Okay, so how do we test a GFCI device? Well, the proper way to test a GFCI device is using a built-in test button, or it's using an external GFCI tester, such as a 3-light tester that most of us use as inspectors. And most manufacturers recommend testing the GFCI device with the built-in test function on the device itself. In other words, manufacturers say push the button on the receptacle and see. Often inspectors will encounter several receptacles that have been daisy chained together. In a daisy chain, only the first receptacle in the chain is a GFCI receptacle, and it protects all other receptacles downstream from that one. In this situation, inspectors verify that each protected receptacle is actually protected by plugging in a GFCI test device into each of the protected receptacle, pushing the test button, and ensuring that the GFCI protection receptacle actually will trip. So a lot of back and forth, pop it, go back, reset it. Inspectors should know that in external GFCI test devices cannot be used to test GFCI receptacles in open ground. This is what I was talking about in the older homes and the wiring. Consider a fairly common situation that we see in older homes. The situation normally include 1 or 2 GFCI protected receptacles along with some of the non-GFCI protected receptacles in location that require GFCI protection, such as kitchen islands or kitchen countertops. The non-GFCI protected receptacle may be daisy chained to a GFCI protected receptacle. Inspector must determine if the non-GFCI protected receptacle loses power when the GFCI that may be protecting them is tripped. How do you do that? You push the test button on the receptacle. So another change that we've got that's in an electrical system is where a GFCI protected receptacles required. And this may be something that is new to some of you. If you haven't kept up with some of them, this talks about testing that. Now, GFCI protection requirements should be noted with the absence of the receptacles of following location: your bathrooms, garages, outdoors, crawl spaces, unfinished basement, kitchen countertops. Receptacles are located within 6 feet of the outdoor edge of a sink, shower, or bathtub, in laundry rooms, indoor damp and wet locations, kitchen dishwashers, and electrically heated floors. So those are where they need to be at. So what's the best practices for testing the GFCI devices? Let's discuss that for a little bit. Throw me up some questions, Q&As in your Q&A box, and let's see what we can come up with there. So give me some of the best practices you use when you're testing GFCI protections, and let's just look at those for a minute.
I have a question.
Okay.
It says that can't open ground home be up to code by installing GFCIs where needed, correctly grounded, and leaving all other receptacles as 2-pronged.
Okay, if I understand it right, can they put GFCIs in and ground them properly and the rest of the house still be 2-prong ungrounded? Sure, they can do that. Yeah, they're gonna have to do some wiring, but yeah, they can do it. The question is, whenever you have a home that is a 2-wire system and the receptacles are 2-prong ungrounded, in today's society, that is just not acceptable, guys. I mean, it's an older home. People need to realize, I mean, there's nothing to say they can't use it. And, you'd write up as being incorrect, because if the house was wired that direction, that's the way it was made, the manufacturer. The biggest reason that you should make a big note on your report is I call it a CYA statement, if you will. You want to make sure that they know that most modern equipment today, toasters, microwave ovens, computers, televisions, all this stuff, you can't plug it into one of those outlets that's 2-prong unless you have an adapter. If you have to put an adapter in it, it's probably something that you don't want to do. But also, if it's a 2-prong receptacle house that's ungrounded, you need to tell them that they need to do something about some type of surge protection, something put on that house in case of lightning strike nearby, or power surges, so that it doesn't ruin all their equipment. It's a big deal on it.
Another question, are we required to test exterior and garage GFCIs in an occupied home with refrigerators and freezers plugged into the same circuit?
Well, the answer is yes, very carefully, because you have to know where that GFCI receptacle is so you can reset it. The last thing you want to do is trip that GFCI and not be able to find it to reset it. Then you've got a freezer full of food or a refrigerator full of food that the sellers are definitely going to be upset with you. And you could be having to buy some food and eat a little crow there as it goes on. So the answer to that is yes, but if it's crowded, you cannot see the GFCI before you trip it, then no. Write it up as it's not accessible and you did not trip the GFCI in the garage for those particular reasons.
Okay, another question, and I think that you probably answered this. It says, so does a GFCI receptacle on a 2-wire system actually provide proper GFCI protection? Or does it need to be individually grounded?
My understanding of that is, and it may not be correct, but my understanding is that yes, it does provide protection. It just doesn't trip and function like a normal grounded GFCI does. So my understanding is that yes, it does provide protection.
The receptacles that are located within 6 foot of a sink, an illustration came out where it was, a receptacle was right outside the bathroom, a bathroom. You could literally plug in and take the appliance to the sink there in the bathroom. Because there is a door, does that exclude this 6 foot rule?
No, my opinion is we try to keep it simple because there are people out there in the world that are not as smart as inspectors are, let's just say. And some people try to run a extension cord through to get around to bathroom sink or whatever. That's what we're trying to avoid, them getting electricity and water connected together. So 6 foot rule, it means 6 foot rule. It doesn't say anything if there's a door or not. So just consider a 6 foot rule as being, that's it. Run you a piece of string around, take your measuring tape, measure it. If it's 6 feet and it's not GFCI protected, then write it as a deficiency. Anything else?
What if the GFCI won't reset?
Well, it's probably wired wrong, or the GFCI has gone out, so it may need to be replaced. Either way, you make a note on the report that GFCI was tripped in whatever location and would not reset. Recommend evaluation by electrician.
This is a kind of a 2 comments. One says the GFCI was originally designed for the 2-wire system. Another one, which is funny, my father told me when they first introduced GFCI receptacles, the guy at the expo stood in a tub of water and dropped a radio in to show its effectiveness. The guy was in the tub.
Smart guy. He probably went real far in life, maybe. Yeah, don't do that. We don't want you doing something like that to demonstrate, hey, this is how GFCI works. You may only get one chance to demonstrate that. The guy was lucky is all I can tell you.
And then Derek said that he actually takes a small 6 foot extension cord, plugs it into the receptacle and see if it reaches the sink basin, a way of just covering
Right.
what 6 foot is.
That's right. And I know he has a jam box that he has plugged in on the other end card to listen to music as he does that. Way to go, Derek. Good job, buddy. All right. All right. Now let's go into arc faults, AFCI breakers. The SOP states that the inspector is required to report deficiencies in the operation of installed arc fault circuit interrupter devices. SOP also states that the inspector is not required to test arc fault circuit interrupter devices when the property is occupied or damage to personal property may result in the inspector's reasonable judgment. So basically what we're telling you there, if the house is occupied, don't test those arc fault breakers. If the house is not occupied and there's nothing that you see that's connected to the arc fault still left in the house for whatever reason, then you can test that arc fault by hitting the test button and resetting that breaker. There are some handheld type deals you can plug into the receptacles and see if it trips them, but those have not proven, from my understanding, to be that reliable. Looking at these statements together, though, we can see that the inspector is only required to test arc faults in unoccupied homes. So and you have to explain if it's occupied and you didn't test it, why you didn't test those receptacles or those arc faults. Now, if that said, I'm sure many of you have seen that we have now combination AFCI, GFCI breakers that are used. There are also AFCI receptacles that can be installed. So, I mean, the industry is changing, and that's what, when we say you need to keep up with changes in our industry and manufacturing of stuff that goes in these homes, it's important, because if not, you'll get left behind on these things and not be able to keep current on what's going on with it. So a lot of changes out there, a lot of things to be familiar with and see. So a lot of newer constructions, I'm seeing the kitchens hooked to GFCI and AFCI breakers in the panel board, and off we go on those things. So very important to stop and understand it. Okay, so where are the AFCI receptacles required? We talked about the GFCIs earlier. So now let's talk about the AFCI and where are those to be required installed at? Well, kitchens, family room, dining rooms, living rooms, parlors, libraries, dens, bedrooms, sunrooms, recreation rooms, closets, hallways, and laundry areas. So it gives you a whole bunch of them, areas to look for. So if you're inspecting a home and it does not have the arc fault protection in these required locations, then you should write it up as a deficiency. In your comment, like I said, on older homes, AFCIs won't work anyway. So put something in your comment that this home was constructed prior to the invention of arc faults, or whatever, however you want to word it. And you know, these may not be something that's applicable for your home, but yet we're required by our standards to report them as deficiency if not present. You have to just report it in the report where your clients will understand it. They probably will never go back and put these things in, but that's okay. Okay, let's go on now to after the arc faults. If you got a question on that, pop it up, or we'll see what we got before we move forward. Let me know, Brenda, if you have anything that comes on your end. Again, let me just say I appreciate all of you attending today. Thank you for being a part of the class, and hopefully we're getting around to a lot of discussion, which is good. I miss the in-person part of it, though. It's much more livelier and a lot easier to look in the eye and give you an answer rather than read a question and try to give you an answer on it. So hopefully we'll make it through this the best we can on it. So hang in there with us. Okay, let's go into inspecting smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms. Inspectors required to determine if smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms are present in the required locations. Testing, the inspector should verify that each alarm is functional by pushing the built-in test button on each alarm. If alarms are not tested, it should be noted on the report with the reason why. So the inspector required to determine if smoke alarms are present in the following location: sleeping rooms, outside each separate sleeping area in the immediate vicinity of the sleeping rooms, and in the living space of each story of the dwelling. You should verify that each smoke alarm is functional by pushing the built-in test button on each smoke alarm. Now, this is where what I've always done in my practice was I had a mirror on the end of a telescopic pole that I kept in my tool belt, and the thing would go out about, I'd say 36 to 42 inches long, and it was stiff enough I could reach up and push the buttons on the smoke alarm to see if the alarm worked. Most of the time, what you want to see is that the smoke alarms are wired in chain action. In other words, if one is activated, they all should be activated. So you test that by pushing the button. Now, if it's a monitor alarm system, I do not recommend doing anything on testing of those because you may get the police or fire department to come visit with you while you're at the job site. I do not recommend using smoke in a can. Newer inspectors see advertisement for smoke in a can to test smoke alarms. I don't recommend doing that. It could trigger alarm that calls the police or fire department out for you. Don't do that. Just push the test button. You're not required to determine if the smoke alarms are interconnected. You push a button, you can usually hear if they're all going off. I mean, it'll hear, and somebody else in the house, you may tell them, hey, I'm fixing to set off the alarm system for the smoke. And would you stand on the other side of the house, tell me if those alarms go off? Sometimes you can't be two places at once. So if you got a buyer there, it's a good way to get them out of your hair, send them off to go out and hear for the smoke alarms. But before you set off the alarm, if you got people in the house, tell them you're fixing to set off the alarm, because otherwise you're going to startle them. They may be on the phone, may not like hearing the thing keep going off all that time. So you could upset people if you don't tell them, hey, I'm about to test the smoke alarm, so beware. The inspector is not required to test smoke or carbon monoxide alarm if they're monitored by an alarm company. If the inspector chooses not to test smoke alarm, it's important to note on the inspection report that the smoke alarm was not tested, along with the reason why you didn't test it. The inspector is required to determine if carbon monoxide alarms are present outside each sleeping area and in the immediate vicinity of the sleeping area, whether when either one of the following conditions exists: if there's fuel-fired appliances installed in the dwelling. In other words, if it has a gas water heater, gas stove, gas furnace, if it's there, you have to check for carbon monoxide, or if there's an attached garage with an opening into the dwelling unit. So if you have an attached garage and the door opens to the house, you need carbon monoxide detectors, even if there's not gas appliances. Inspectors should verify that each alarm is functioning by pushing the built-in test button on each alarm. You're not required to determine if smoke alarms are interconnected, however effective they are, or if they're suitable for the hearing impaired. If someone is buying a home that has a hearing impairment, the smoke alarms, carbon monoxide, have to have a light on it that flashes not only the sound, but the flash of light, so that those that can't hear can at least see a light. But that's beyond what you're doing. So just make you aware that that's it. It's in the real estate contracts and all for hearing impaired people. Something that's required for them. Inspector is not required to test smoke or carbon monoxide alarms or monitored by an alarm company. If you choose not to test the alarm system for whatever reason, you need to make sure you write that on your report. Okay, got a question.
Smoke alarm that requires a 30-foot ladder for testing, is that considered a deficiency due to poor placement?
No, that just means you have to have a 30-foot ladder to reach that alarm. I hope you saw my straight face, because I'm kidding you. If it's that high up, it depends on where it's at. Oh, there are other alarms in the area. You're talking about a high voltage ceiling at, if it's a smoke alarm, heat's going to rise, smoke's going to rise. It should work. But outside the vicinity of sleeping locations is some of the major ones. So you can have one that high, but you still need, if you got a hallway, like a balcony where bedrooms go off of it, you still need one right outside those bedroom areas.
Okay, it says, did he say that each bedroom has to have a CO2 detector?
No, they have to be outside in the proximity of the bedroom and on each floor of the house.
Carbon monoxide are difficult to determine if it is in fact a carbon monoxide alarm.
I agree. A lot of these today, the newer ones, new construction, the smoke alarm, carbon monoxide are combined. If you have a ladder, climb up and look at the smoke alarm you get to, and usually it'll tell you on the side it's carbon monoxide. Some of the smart systems, we talked about those smart systems. Well, smoke alarm, carbon monoxide do that. A lot of times in newer construction, you hit the button to test the smoke alarm, it'll go off, and you'll hear a voice come out and say, fire, fire. And then it'll come back and say, carbon monoxide, carbon monoxide. So that's how you test them. When you have a test button, you can push on those things when they're combined smoke and carbon monoxide detectors.
Okay, and then how do you determine if the smoke alarms are, and I'm sorry, it just changed on me, are connected to the security system or are monitored by the fire department?
Well, most of the time on those, what my experience is, there won't be a test button. You will not have a test button on one that is monitored like that. So it's easy, pretty easy to look. If you don't have a test button, don't test it. Yeah, but make a note on your report why you didn't test it. That's the biggest thing about it. If you can't test it, report why you did not test it. Okay, you have any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
How about that new requirement that, I'm sorry, it changes on me every once in a while when other questions are being added. How about that new requirement to have tamper resistance on outlets not at least 5.5 feet above the floor?
Okay, well, what about them? It's required by the National Electric Code today to be tamper resistant. It has been for, gee, I don't remember how many years back. It's been quite a while. Tamper resistant, they're easily, you can easily tell if they are tamper resistant. You plug your tester in one thing, you can have a little resistance plugging it in. The other thing is if you back off, put your flashlight on it, in behind the slots on the receptacle, you'll notice there's something that looks like it's blocking it. Those are the tamper resistant receptacles.
Okay, in a two-prong service, if a GFCI breaker is in the panel, are the plugs protected?
Boy, that's a loaded question. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to answer that probably to your satisfaction, because the answer is going to depend on how the wiring was installed. You know, today we require 2 circuits to the kitchen. The bathroom has to have a circuit. And so if we put a breaker in there at the head of that circuit, if it's the panel board, then, you know, that would be considered protected. On older homes, you know, I was afraid if I saw that, I'd have to write it up and I couldn't verify that it was installed correctly, or if it would provide protection that it was intended to do. Something on that line.
Okay, that's all I've got
And
right
I
now.
just got told the tamper resistance was since 2008. I knew it'd been a while, so any home 2008 after should have had tamper resistant receptacles. The other thing I'll tell you about tamper resistant, if you folks are doing new home inspections, tamper resistant sometimes are confusing to people that have never had them before. And I've had people move into a house and call me and say, Paul, I know you tested my receptacles, but we can't plug in our toaster, we can't plug in our coffee pot, it just won't plug in. And you know, you kind of have to stop and say, well, I know what the problem is. And it's, to them, it's kind of comical when you tell them you got to push and wiggle. But sometimes on these receptacles that haven't been broken in, that's what you have to do, push in and wiggle and push those plates back so the plug will go in. So they'll usually be happy to know that. So what I like to do when I'm doing a new home inspection, my clients are there, say, look, are you familiar with tamper resistant receptacles? Of course, they'll say no. Say, okay, I'm going to let you do a little experiment with me. Here's my tester, go in and plug it into one of these outlets. Well, they'll go in and push, can't get it in. So I have to tell them, push and wiggle a little bit, it'll go in. And then I explain to them what's happening and tell them that, you know, you don't need the child safety caps on it because they can't put something in one slot by itself. And then they're happy. So it saves me from having that callback. So just a few minutes to show them. And besides that, I get to be so smart because I knew how to do that. Funny, funny, funny. Okay. Questions anymore? Popped
I
up?
don't have any more. Right
Okay,
now.
let me give you a case study then. Better safe than simple. A licensed professional inspector was hired by the buyer to perform an inspection. The inspector inspected the electrical system and reported no deficiencies in branch circuits, connected devices, and fixtures. The inspector's report indicated or included the following comment: the sample of switches and outlets tested appeared to be serviceable at the time of inspection. I don't know if one of the schools or some of the schools are teaching those words, but appears to be serviceable. You know, that's a terminology that's being used, and I see it. I don't know that I am opposed to it, but you know, the sampling of switches and outlet tested, you know, that could get you in trouble, as we've already discussed on what's required. During the final walkthrough, the buyer noticed several deficiencies that were not reported by the inspector. After moving in, the buyer commissioned a second inspection. Second inspector noted multiple deficiencies related to the electrical system, including proper wiring in wet areas, unsecured wiring, missing covers, and fixtures connected with extension cords. Now, analysis, the inspector should report wiring that's loose, exposed to damage, heat, or moisture, and should report other improper connections, such as the use of extension cords that may be attached to walls, floors, or ceilings. All right, here's the results. TREC says the inspector entered into an agreed order resulting in a formal reprimand and administrative penalties of $1,500 for a violation of section 1102.301 Texas Occupation Code by performing a real estate inspection in a negligent or incompetent manner. So basically what we're saying there is the guy didn't do his job, and he didn't perform it in a way that all inspectors are required to do. A lot of times I've seen the extension cords run through walls from one room to the other or up to the attic or whatever. You have to write that up, guys. It doesn't mean they're going to do anything with it, but you have to write it up in your report to avoid having something like this happen to you. So don't take a shortcut. Never feel so relaxed that, hey, I haven't had any issues. Nobody's ever complained against me. Hey, you've been in it long enough, you probably get someone to complain about you, be it frivolous or whatever. Sometimes you will get it. So just protect yourself on it. Write that report, protect yourself on it, protect your license. Okay, we're going to go into air conditionings now and talk about the condenser unit, the breakers, and the wire sizes. So this is something that most inspectors stop at, they get confused on, or just don't give a flip. So as an inspector, you should understand sizing on breakers known as the OCPD, or what's called the overcurrent protected device, and the wire size supplying the condenser unit. It's important because the wires and breaker sizes typically do not follow the same rules for wiring typically found on breakers sizes normally used as shown in the table that we got, where it says breaker or fuse amps. 15 amp requires a 14 gauge wire, 20 or 12, 30 or 10, and so on and so on. And that's on your table there on page 46 if you have your manual, you're looking at it. So why does the air conditioner condenser use a different rule? Well, any device containing a motor will have a higher current when it's initially starting up rather than when it's running in steady state. In other words, you've seen lights kind of flicker when the refrigerator kicks on or when the air conditioner kicks on. That's because it's drawing a much higher current when it initially kicks on, and it settles back down when it's at a steady running state. This state's starting current can briefly rise to as high as 8 times the steady rate of current in a motor. The effect of this can be seen, like I said, when lights briefly dim when the AC comes on, and you see that. So that means that there's something going on. So if you see in a house, you see the lights dimming when the air conditioner kicks on, there could be some issues with it because it's pulling the currents on it. So to prevent a breaker from possibly tripping each time the air conditioner starts up, larger breakers are used which can handle this brief amount of higher current. Since the current remains high only briefly, smaller wire sizes that don't necessarily match the breaker size can be allowed to be connected to that breaker. Since the current remains high for a very short time, the wire is not damaged of overheating under normal operating conditions. So in order to properly determine the required wire and breaker size, there's some terms which we need inspectors to be able to understand and be familiar with regarding air conditioner condenser units. The terms are MCA, that's the minimum current ampacity. And if you've got your manual there, you see in a little graph or chart down there, a picture of a label off of a condenser unit. These terms are minimum circuit ampacity. If you see the MCA down there, you'll see what the MCA is, and it's listed out, spelled out here, minimum circuit ampacity. And then minimum fuse size or maximum fuse breaker. The numbers associated with these terms can be found on that condenser label unit plate. So if you're looking at this label And the label, for those of you that don't have a book in front of you, is a picture of it. This one is a system that says minimum circuit ampacity is 28 amps. Minimum fuse breaker is a 40 amp. Maximum fuse or breaker size is a 45 amp. So according to this label, the minimum fuse or breaker size for this condenser is a 40 amp. The maximum size is a 45 amp. So it's the inspector's responsibility to ensure the circuit breaker for the condenser unit is between 40 and 45 amps. All right, let's assume that when the inspector checks the panel, the breaker size used is proper for a 40 amp. Using normal wire gauge line sizes, one would expect to find a number 8 or larger wire to be connected to a 40 amp breaker. Now, reading the label on the condenser unit, the minimum amperage capacity is listed at 28 amps. This indicates that the wire must be rated to handle at least 28 amps. So we don't have a wire gauge size specifically for a 28 gauge or 28 amp. So we jump to the next size, which would be a 30 amp breaker. So the smaller common wire size that can handle 30 amps is a number 10 wire. Therefore, number 10 wire is a minimum size wire that can supply this air conditioning condenser unit. So if you don't understand this concept and you don't understand how to interpret the numbers on a condenser unit label, then you may assume that number 10 wire must be protected by a breaker no larger than a 30 amp. The number of the table does not necessarily apply to air conditioning condenser units. It's important to understand this concept. Understanding the various numbers on the label of condenser will tell the inspector number 10 wire can be connected to a 40 amp breaker for this air conditioning unit. Now, every system is different, and this is just one example, one system and one label. So understand this concept will help you determine if it is a deficiency or if it's okay. Incorrectly reporting this as a deficiency could cause the homeowner to consult with an electrician to correct the wiring to the condenser unit. In the end, the electrician would tell the homeowner that there is no problem with the wire size that's being used. Wow. Then what do you think the homeowner is going to do? I would predict that your phone's going to ring. You're going to have a homeowner that's pretty upset with you because he just spent $150 or $250 to have an electrician come out, tell him, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. This is okay. So don't get caught doing that. All right, little group exercise we got in the book here. It says break out in groups for about 5 minutes, but I don't have, can't do it on a webinar like this, but let's do it in the Q&A. I'm going to ask a couple of questions and let you guys pop in with some of your answers so we can share with everybody. So tag along with me here and let's see what we come of this. Discuss best practices regarding inspecting smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, including things that may be beyond the scope that may be important to note in an inspection report. I'll read it again to you. Discuss best practices regarding inspecting smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, including things that may be beyond the scope that may be important to note in an inspection report. Go ahead and pop it in on your Q&A box there.
I'm just reading like this. Shannon Gateway, he's so good about it. And also in the chat. In the chat, and everything. Yeah, so here we can see it.
Q&A open. Okay, we've got quite a few people commenting on chat, some in the Q&A, so we got a little bit of both of them going on here, which that's okay. If you want to do that, that's fine. We can't seem to keep these things corrected on which one to go to, so either one's correct, so don't worry about it. Post it, comments where you want to.
Every 10 years, no difference. This is not hardwired. Keeping out corners, recommend fungal photoelectric and ionization. Test smoke alarm buttons that you can reach and don't touch carbon monoxide. Note that the SD not hardwired.
Okay. All right, question 2. What is a proper method to use for testing GFCI receptacles? Exam at the end of this thing too. Yeah, discussion. Okay, number 3, discuss the limitations of using various testing devices such as a 3-light tester used by many home inspectors. What are the limitations of using that or other devices that you use? Ever had a 3-prong receptacle go AWOL on you? Decide that it's got a mind of its own, it's going to do something that it's not supposed to do? I have. That's why I've always kept an extra in my toolbox. All right, tell me some of the various tools that you could use to inspect a home's electrical system. What do you use? Do you use an electric screwdriver, drill, a insulated screwdriver? And what are you doing if you walk up here and it doesn't have a screwdriver head? Instead, it's got a bolt head to it. Number one, you know it's going to be a pointed screw that could be screwed into a wire and grounded there. So be careful touching that metal housing. This is a screwdriver that I've used for years and years and years. The thing just keep on going. It's actually an impact screwdriver, and it's I use an interchangeable screwdriver bit on this thing where I can have a Phillips or a regular, and it's stuck on me right now. Can't get it out. Anyway, this comes out Phillips on one end, straight on the other. Hard to find, but you can find them on Amazon. I order them and use them all the time. But this little screwdriver is rechargeable. It'll last you the whole week, taking panel boards off and still have time to go. And it's, I think maybe it was 30 bucks, maybe less. Great little screwdriver if you don't have one. It's insulated handle on the thing. So it sure beats using your hand one turn at a time on those screws. So how do you test a 250 volt circuit?
Voltage tester, voltage meter, carefully. Volt detector meter for reading. One pin at a time. Volt tester limitation. Volt tester. Maybe get carefully. Volt meter, volt meter, volt meter, walking meter.
Good conversations, guys. Thank you for participating on. I really appreciate that. That gives us a lot more information, and others can learn from what you're doing and see how you do things or what you use to do them with. And I think it's great. The requirements from TREC on the discussion of testing a 250 like a dryer receptacle is a little two-prong tester. It has a light on it. You can stick into the 250 or to the 220 outlets, and you can see if it's hot or not. Now, if you got a house where you got a electric dryer and the dryer is already plugged into it, it's probably going to work anyway, but it doesn't hurt to unplug it and put your tester in, make sure you got the right voltage to it. Okay, so last question on this part of it. Determine the minimum maximum wire size and a minimum maximum breaker size for the condenser unit that I'm showing here on this picture. So remember we said you want to look at the minimum circuit ampacity right here. 26. Maximum fuse or breaker size, 45. And then of course your minimum is 35. So what wire size would we need on that particular illustration? Well, remember, you can go over, but you don't want to go under on the thing. The minimum size would be 35. We don't have a gauge for 35, so you'd have to go to a 40. 40 is going to be in between the two of them. So you're going to be okay. So what size wire would that take on a 40 amp breaker?
Say 8, most of them say 10, more than 8.
But the capacity is 26. So. Okay. Let's see. I put in the chat where we're going.
Yes, 8 and 10 is the answers pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're still getting conflicting answers here. We're getting 8 and 10. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we have got a 8 and a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And I would personally agree with the 10 gauge. You don't want to be over too much, don't have to be, but you don't want to be under. So it's got to be able to have that 35, 26 amp on the thing, which you're going to come up to a 30, 35 is going to be close enough on it. Okay. Well, how did this one jump over here? Okay, I'm being told it's time for a break. So we'll take a break. We'll come back and jump into we're going to continue on electrical for just a little bit here, an overview, and then kick over to the appliances. So take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Say it's 3:15. Be back by 3:25. Okay, everybody, we are back and continuing on Modular 7 of our lesson for today. And I did skip a couple of pages on the electrical summary or overview because we have already discussed most of this stuff. And it's just covering what the standards practice is that inspectors shall or shall not do. So you may want to review that on your computer and just make sure you're familiar with all that. Okay, we're going to go right on into appliances. We're going to start with the dishwasher. The process of liquid flowing in the direction opposite is what's called backflow. Backflow prevention in dishwasher is important to prevent dirty water flowing backwards from the sink or garbage disposal back into the dishwasher and causing water damage to the kitchen floor, even the cabinets. The ICC requires certain features on all dishwashers to prevent contamination water from backflowing into the dishwasher. First, all dishwashers must have a backflow preventer installed by the factory when the dishwasher is manufactured. Now, you'll hear that a lot of times people say, oh, it's already got one built into it. Yes, but it takes a second one. Even with the safeguard in place, an additional means of a backflow prevention is required when the dishwasher is installed in a home. So the two most common types of backflow preventers used when the dishwasher is installed are a high loop, you'll see on the illustration there on your left, and then an air gap device, which you'll see on the illustration on the right on my screen. The high loop is preferably, in my opinion, the way to go. But the air gap is required by code, and it's an either or deal. But some cities, like City of Houston, from my understanding, do not want the air gap. And I personally agree with them because these things get stopped up. They will shoot water all over the cabinet. If you see, most of these have a little groove. You can see a little blue line across the air gap device there in the illustration. When that gets stopped up, that will shoot water out that little groove there, and if it's not aimed toward the sink, and most people turn it away because they don't want to see that little open area on it as they're washing dishes or company coming over, so they turn it the opposite direction. As soon as that thing backs up, water shoot everywhere. If you've ever been in a house running that dishwasher and you're not watching out for the air gap being there, if it's stopped up or not, you may be surprised you come back to the kitchen and find water all over the floor. So watch out for it because it certainly can cause some issues there. But either or is okay. Either one of them you want to see, but you have to have at least one of these. Now, the high loop is one you want to look for. And Bob, just stick your head under that sink to see if that loop actually goes up. If it doesn't go up and make an upside down U, as you see on that left illustration, then you really don't have a high loop. So, all right, testing garage door operators. What's the best way to test a garage door operator? You know, there's three main safety features that should be inspected on all garage door openers. Number one, an infrared sensor to reverse the door if something crosses its path. You've seen those little electronic eyes that throw your foot across while the door's coming down, so if it goes back up. An auto reversing mechanism, it reverses the door if it comes into contact with something when it's closing. And then a safety release to allow the door to quickly be released from the operator should someone or something become trapped under the door. That's where the rope hangs down. You got the little handle on it that you can pull to unlock the door from operating with the automatic safety, automatic door opener. But prior to operating that garage door opener, I recommend that you check that garage door, check itself, inspect it, make sure the door first, that you're not going to have any damages when the door begins to go up or down. A lot of time in a vacant home, particularly, people will lock the lock on the door itself, little lever that slides into the channels of the guide, door guide, and they'll leave it locked like that. Well, when you have a garage door opener installed, that device, that lock is supposed to be disabled. So if you find one in a home that is not disabled and has a garage door opener, that would be a deficiency right there for you. The other thing is you need to look before you hit the garage door opener button that's on the wall to open that door. Make sure somebody didn't put that lock in place. I have actually seen people put channel locks, screwdrivers, vice grips, everything you can imagine stuck between the guide and the door itself to keep it from opening. So if you hit that button and any of those things may be present, you're probably going to wish you hadn't hit that button, but I guarantee you next time you'll go and look and check and make sure that door is capable of being operated before you decide to hit the button and let's just see if it works. You know, sometimes as an inspector, we may get in a hurry. You really need to learn to slow down and just take it one at a time, set your pattern, get used to what you do, how you do it, and don't deviate from those standards. Here's some items that should be inspected. Your door panels, stabilizers, hinges, rollers, rails, springs, cables, your locking mechanism is present, and other components that may be there. I mean, it's not unusual to find where the wheels are not in the groove that they roll up and down on. So, you know, if you don't look for those things first, sometimes when you're operating the door, if those rollers don't fit just in that guide rail just right, it could cause that door to kick off and become dislodged. And if you're by yourself, that's a bear to get that thing back on. A friend told me that. But yeah, be careful how you check it, operate so. But you want to check that safety release, check the infrared sensor and the auto reverse feature. Now, some inspectors, and from what this SOP is telling you, and most manufacturers recommend putting a 2x4 on the ground under the door, letting the door come down, hit it, and it should automatically reverse. Well, should is the operative word there, because if it doesn't auto reverse, it's going to cause damage to the door. I personally don't recommend using a 2x4 on the ground. I know some do, and that's okay. I mean, everybody's got their own way of doing things. People say, well, what do you do? How do you check it? Well, I simply put the door in the downward motion using the remote or the button. And as the door closes, I walk up, turn backwards facing the door, cup my hand, just hold my hand down straight side of my body, cup my hand and catch the bottom of that door. And if that door pulls me sideways, I know it's not going to auto reverse. It's not sensitive enough and it needs to be adjusted or repaired. That way I don't cause damage to the door. Yeah, if you hold it too tight, pull it too much, you could kick it off the rails. Just don't do it. Just let, you know, if it's too much, it starts pulling your shoulder down, kind of like that, you know something's not right on it. So that's the safest way that I found to do it, and it works and is effective. But the absence of any of these safety devices that we've talked about should be reported as deficiency. Okay, now another topic that comes out is bathroom exhaust fans. Proper ventilation is a critical part of a properly functioning house. After a hot shower, bathroom mirror typically is so foggy that it's unable to be used for several minutes. There's also the same amount of moisture or just enough surface in the bathroom. It's more visible on the mirror, but think what it does to the drywall, to the ceiling. If not adequately dealt with, moisture can and will wreak havoc on a home over just this brief period of time. It can cause rot, it can cause mold, it can create conditions more conducive to termite activities. And for this reason, the inspector should ensure that there is adequate bathroom ventilation. So with regards to mechanical exhaust system in bathrooms, exhaust fan, the SOP requires you to report as deficient the lack of mechanical ventilation in bathroom if no openable window is present. You and I both know they're not going to open the windows 99% of the time. But if it doesn't have an openable window, it needs to have an exhaust fan. If the unit's inoperable, you have to report deficiencies in performing or mounting, missing or damaged components, ducts that do not terminate outside the building, and a gas heater that's not vented to the exterior of the building unless the unit is listed as an unvented type. So the other thing we should have put on this list, in my opinion, is if the exhaust fan is excessively dirty, you should write it up and recommend that the fan system should be cleaned and cleaned periodically to prevent a fire from occurring. We had one of our inspectors, I don't know if he's online today, but his house caught on fire because of the bathroom heater with the stuff. And you've seen them if you've been in business long enough, they collect all kinds of dust and dirt and everything goes up there. Well, that stuff's combustible. So if the heater actually overheats, then it could cause you a fire. This guy's house was saved because the bathroom door was shut. Still had a lot of smoke damage in the house. So he was glad the door was shut, but saddened that he hadn't cleaned the vent, and happy that the insurance covered it. So, you know, there's a lot of things at stake here, but you know, if you see it dirty, it doesn't hurt to recommend, hey, you might want to clean this thing periodically, just for safety reasons. Okay. Those are the reasons you want to report it, call that out as deficient. Based on item 4 above, a missing exhaust fan is required would constitute a missing component. Current building codes require that all bathrooms have some type of ventilation. They must either have a window that opens or an exhaust fan capable of moving 50 cubic feet per minute of air. Codes also state that the exhaust fan must discharge outside the home. Many times, particularly in older homes, you'll find these things, the vent sticks up about 2 feet over the insulation. That's it. It doesn't go anywhere. It goes into the attic. That would be an improper installation, be written as a deficiency. Some municipalities do not enforce the requirement to discharge outside the home. However, the SOPs do require inspectors to report as deficient an exhaust fan that does not discharge outside the home. So what does outside the home mean? Give me some answers from you. What does outside the home mean on an exhaust fan? Can it exit in a soffit vent?
Out the roof to the exterior.
Okay.
Out of the rooms, outside of the exterior cladding of the home, outside, exterior,
Good.
discharge vent. Someone says here that their local codes allow.
Okay, you got some good answers coming in, guys. Thank you. Okay, let me pop a couple of questions to you here and shoot it on the message board for us. Discuss the proper way to test a garage door opener auto reverse feature. What's the risk with testing the auto reverse features? What's the pros and cons? Okay. Okay, give me some various ways that cross connections or backflow can occur with dishwashers and food waste disposals. What things should an inspector look for on these two appliances to ensure that cross contamination does not occur?
Water from back after the missing loop, or air gap plan before that loop should also be secured. Contaminated water backflow between dishes.
Okay, I got a question that popped up back on the exhaust fan section here. It says, in the master bathroom, although the room containing the toilet had an exhaust fan, the room containing the shower had no exhaust fan. So is that a common occurrence? And I can tell you the way that the code's commentary will discuss that for you. If the bathroom and the commode area, the water closet area, doesn't have a door to close the water closet off, one exhaust fan is all that's required. Now, if that bathroom has an exhaust fan and then the water closet has a door that closes it off, that water closet area is considered a different, separate room, and it too will require an exhaust fan. So there would be two of them in that case. So sometimes the builders will argue that with you. They'll argue about it. Should it be in a utility room or should it not be in a utility room? And you'll get 50-50 answers on that. I personally write it up. If there's not an openable window in the utility room, the same as a bathroom, it should have an exhaust fan. You've got a dryer and a washer that produce humidity, moisture. So they should have some type of an exhaust fan. All right. It needs to be clarified on vents discharging into the soffits. The duct cannot discharge directly into the soffit vent, but it can discharge through the soffit vent with the proper cover. This application soffit must be solid for 3 feet on either side. Okay, good point, Shannon. I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, what I was talking about was a duct just leaning from the attic towards the soffit vent and not going outdoors totally. So good question, guys. Thank you all for answering this question and participating in this. This is great. Yeah, this is one of the things I like about in-person classes. We can sit and talk about that. And everybody gets the same communication all at the same time. So awesome. Thank you. Great, great, great. Okay, let's go to a review of the appliances. Let's just do the standard review. We talked about the garage door open. We talked about some in the kitchen now, bathroom. Well, it took me back too far. It took me jumped ahead. It doesn't give me everything on it, but the standards cover 8 major areas of the appliances: the dishwasher, the food waste disposer, the range hood and exhaust system, range cooktops and ovens, microwave ovens, mechanical exhaust vents, and bathroom heaters, garage door openers, and dryer exhaust systems. Now, dishwasher, you're required to report as deficient the unit if it's inoperable, of course. Deficiencies in performance or mounting. The thing can't move all around the cabinet when you open and shut the door. If any of the components are rusty, missing, or damaged, you have to report it. The presence of visible active water leaks, and you can find them at times. The times you won't see them until it goes through the complete cycle and you come back to the end of the inspection and see if it leaked. Your disposal, inoperative units, deficiency in performing mounting, missing or damaged components, and the presence of visual active water leaks. On the disposals, you have to put your head or a mirror up underneath there to take a look up. You can use your phone, put your phone in reverse mode, and aim it up there and take a picture, several sides of it. That way you get a good view of what's there. That's not a bad thing to do even on the bathroom, lavatories and all. Range hood, you shall report as deficient units that don't work, deficiency in the performance of mounting, missing or damaged components, ducts that do not terminate outside the building, if the unit is not a recirculating type or configuration, and improper duct material. Electric or gas range cooktops and oven, you shall report as deficient, inoperative units, missing or damaged components, combustible materials within 30 inches above the cooktop burners. That can include microwaves, that can include wooden cabinets, that can include a lot of things, but within 30 inches of the top of the cooktop burners. Absence of an anti-tip device on those drop-in range and ovens. Gas leaks in the gas range cooktop, ovens not associated with the gas distribution centers, and deficiencies in the thermostat accuracy. So we check it, put it on 350 degrees, and we look for a variance of 25 degrees plus or minus. That's how you test the temperature on it. Type of thermometer you use, that's entirely up to you. I've seen all kinds. the mounting and performance. The other thing you need to look for on that, if it's a gas cooktop and you have an electric oven installed directly in the cabinet underneath the gas cooktop, you need to look for a gas shutoff valve location. That valve should be a readily accessible area and not hidden behind the drawer that's full of pots and pans. Usually it's, if you've got a cabinet door left or right side of the range top, they can put it in there. Most of the builders finally have started going with that concept, and it works out pretty good. But sometimes we'll find it where they put it behind the drawer. And if that's the case, if the drawer can be cut, where you can reach your arm behind it to reach the shutoff valve, that might be okay. But, you know, you have to determine a reasonable judgment. Is that's reasonable, accessible, and safe for the homeowner to get to. Microwave ovens, the inspector shall inspect built-in units and report as deficient if the unit's inoperable, if it's not performing correctly or mounting is loose, it has missing or damaged components, or if the interior is rusty. Something there may be, you know, could cause damage. And I have seen them like that, and where they're just rusty and it's terrible. Your mechanical exhaust systems and bathroom heaters, inspector shall report as deficient the lack of mechanical ventilation of bathroom if no openable window is present. If the units are inoperable, deficiency in the performance or mounting, missing or damaged components, ducts that do not terminate outside the building, the gas heater is not vented to the outdoor unless it's an unvented type. Garage door openers, we talked about those already, so I won't go over it. Dryer exhaust system, you shall report deficient, missing or damaged components. The absence of a dryer exhaust system when provisions are present for a dryer. Yeah, we have actually seen new construction where they forget to put the dryer vent opening to connect the dryer to it in the utility room. Oops, drywall guys. You have to report as deficient ducts that do not terminate to the outside of the building. Screen terminations. You can't have a screen or something that collects lint on the outside where the vent exits. It's got to be a type of device that opens and shuts to allow lint to flow out. And ducts that are not made of metal with smooth interior finishes. Now, the current code also says that you have to have that dryer duct, a label on it, telling us the length and the size of that duct. HVAC contractors are the ones that install these. They're the ones we've been trying to train in our area to put a label on it. If you go to our Facebook page, you'll see some examples of what that label looks like if you've never seen one. And yet we've got starting to see them more and more. I mean, it's for a while there, it was a, you know, it was just an unusual thing to find one, but now we're starting to see them. General provision, inspectors not required to operate or determine the condition of any other auxiliary components or inspected items. You don't have to test a microwave oven for radiation leaks. Inspect self-cleaning functions. Don't do a self-cleaning function on the range. You'll be there for a while. Yeah, I guarantee you'll be through with the inspection time it quits. I wish you were. Disassemble the appliances. You don't have to determine the accuracy of the venting system, determine proper routing or lengths of the duct system, or operate or determine the condition of clothes washers, clothes dryers, or refrigerators. I know some of you do and will do that. So, you know, those are things you don't have to do. Okay, that concludes our session for Modular 8. Now let's go in.
Questions?
Okay, let me back it up here. She's got some questions. Go ahead.
Okay, where should you point the IR thermometer for best results when testing the oven temp?
Inside the oven.
Okay.
Wait for it. I was being funny. Okay, I generally open that oven and stick my hand in the oven with the thermometer in my hand and shoot it right in the center of the back of the oven. You're gonna, whatever way you do it, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, depending on your infrared, what you've got that you're taking it with. But that's, if I'm shooting the infrared, that's what I do personally. Okay.
Okay, and the other says temperature probe on multimeter for oven.
Temperature probe on multimeter for the oven.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if it's got a temperature feature on it, I suppose you could do that. I've never done it with the multimeter, but I'm sure you could. Okay.
Okay, corrugated vent duct above a range, like a dryer vent.
corrugated vent duct above the range like a dryer vent. That would be improper. It should have a smooth interior so everything get out and not build up grease or anything in it that would be considered a fire hazard. So it should be a smooth interior surface.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions. There's some comments there, but that's all the questions.
Okay. I would like to say thanks to Clay Collins for hanging in on this thing and answering a lot of the questions. Some of you asked who's answering the questions, are they qualified to do it? And yes, I would say that the ones that's been answering questions have been qualified to do it for you. And even in the chat and Q&A boxes, we've got a lot of qualified inspectors out there that answer the question for you. We've actually got several that are on the IAC committee, and they are some good people that can do that for you. So we've got some really good people online that answers your questions. So yeah, I would count it as solid information for you. So don't be afraid to use it. Okay, exam system on electrical and appliance. What is the purpose of grounding? Okay, we talked about that earlier, so.
Majority is B.
Okay, the majority we're getting is B
Then D.
and then D. Okay, you ready? Let's go. To protect a home's electrical system by dissipating voltage spikes. That's the purpose of grounding. Okay, where can the numbers associated with a minimum circuit capacity for an air conditioning unit be found? This ought to be a quick and easy one for you. Watch out how the sentence reads, the answer reads, be careful.
A.
Those of you that answered B, be careful how the sentence reads. Is that label inside the condenser? Maybe not, maybe I'll change your answer. All right, it's on the outside of the condenser on that unit's data plate. Now, if you get to a house and it's an older unit, or even a new one, someone's taken that data plate off, you can't verify anything on it. You need to report that on your report. Data plate has been removed or it's not legible, and take a picture of it and put I cannot verify anything about this condenser unit for you, because you don't know if it doesn't have the label on it. What's the most common type of device to protect water backflow in dishwashers? The most common type. The high loop is the most common type. Which of the following is a safety feature that should be inspected on a garage door?
So we're going to get into a discussion regarding photo development panels and our inspection expectations and such.
For what?
Well,
No, we're not.
someone said that check the IC and then has to be.
No, it's not. It's incorrect.
Mostly C's.
All right. An auto reversing mechanism that reverses door as something crosses its path while closing. All right, modular 8. We don't need a break right now, do Time wise? Okay, we got a few more minutes to go for break time here. So this is our final section before we go into some of the other stuff that's added to this class. But we're going to talk about the plumbing and optional systems. And indoor plumbing became available for most Americans about 100 years ago. I can actually remember my grandmother's house when my dad and brother-in-law, and I was just a young guy at that time, I was too young to even help them. They put indoor plumbing, they called it, in my grandmother's house. And until the time she died, she still would not use it. She would go outside, cross the chicken pen out to the outdoor potty to go to the restroom. So times have changed, but I mean, 100 years ago, rural areas didn't have indoor commodes until probably the 1960s. And that was about the time that she got her indoor plumbing, and even though she didn't know what to do with it. So it's funny, but as older I get, it seems like you look back and think, wow, some of these modern things that we have today, we take for granted. They didn't always have it. So, it's very interesting to go through it. But plumbing, the big picture, plumbing systems protect the sanitary health of the nation. Clients depend on the inspection to notify them if the plumbing installation is deficient, if there's issues with it. Deficiency in a plumbing installation can not only cause future property damage, but may cause a client to get ill. Obvious leaks are relatively easy to spot. It's the more challenging leaks that can be easily overlooked. Maybe like a shower pan, maybe a commode tank that you don't see leaking much until you flushed it 3 or 4 times and the floor gets all wet. But remember, you don't ever leave a room with water running. I did a inspection years ago over in Ritzy in a town, and doctor and 2 doctors were by, a man and his wife, and it was beautiful wood floors on the bottom floor of the house, big 2-story house, nice place. And the lady asked me, "Are you going to fill up all my tubs with water?" I said, "No, I don't have time to stand there and fill all the tubs with water and leave it standing." She said, "I want you to do that." I said, "Well, I'm not going to do that. I'll run enough water. I'll know if that's going to leak or not. And that's all I need to do. I don't need to fill your tubs up completely." Well, she filled up every sink, every bathtub. And I told her, I said, she said, "I'm going to do it." I said, "Then don't forget to turn your water off." Well, you know where it's going from here. I finished the inspection, downstairs going over the report with her and her husband. And all of a sudden we hear water running, dripping. And I looked at her husband, I looked at her and said, "You left the bathtub running, didn't you?" She covers her mouth with her hand and says, "Yes." She runs upstairs, turned the bathtub off. And by that time, the sheetrock had gotten wet. The wood floors underneath it got soaked. I mean, I don't know how long it had been going on before it actually started being loud enough we could hear it from the opposite end of the house. And they actually ended up, they told we went next door to borrow towels to try to mop it up. That's how serious it was. Neighbors got to meet their neighbors and asked, "Can we borrow towels?" And so we did that, but they actually admitted to the builder that they did the mistake. It wasn't the inspector, which I'm so thankful, because that could have been a disaster if I had done that. So just think, I'm telling you now, do not leave any room with the water running. You could regret that in the long run. Okay. In plumbing fixtures, you always want to look for leaks before turning on any hot or cold water. Many times a homeowner will have the drain pipes, the P-trap disconnected underneath the bathroom lavatory. And if you turn that water on first and waiting for hot water to get to the fixture, you may have already flooded that bathroom. And if it's upstairs, you may have flooded downstairs to go with it. Just a little bit of water could cause a lot of problems. So be careful, look and make sure that things are installed correctly before you turn water on to see what may happen. Remember the broad terms that the plumbing system does protect sanitary health. We just need to know that effluent runs downhill. Having a sufficient flow of water is an assumed expectation, but homeowners also identify a plumbing condition that may contaminate residential water systems. or impact their clients or community health and safety. Obvious leaks are relatively easy to spot, but it's a challenge to see leaks that may be overview. Have you ever walked on the exterior of a house before you go inside and it was occupied and you have somebody in the house that just finished taking a shower and you see water coming out of the weep holes of the brick? Well, that's probably a shower pan. And you know, the homeowners may not even be aware that it's leaking, but you may be. So that the point of this thing is, if you got a shower, run the water for a little while. In a little bit, go outside and see if you get water coming to the outside walls. If you do, that's usually not a good sign. It's something you need to write up as a deficiency, because those kind of things can certainly happen. So remember, look under the sinks before you do anything, turn on the water or anything. Another consideration, you should consider the age of fixtures and fittings. Are they original to the house? A previous repair has been made properly? A lot of times we'll look and see. God, I saw a Facebook page just this week where underneath the lavatory, the inspector took a picture. Someone had wrapped all the drain pipes with some type of a tape or duct tape material or something. Well, you know good and well that's an improper installation, and you probably should write that up as a deficiency because it probably leaking and they had a leak and that's how they fixed it. But slow down, take time to find the leaks, avoid complacency. Sometimes it takes a while before a leak would be apparent. Water pressure reducing valves or devices. Water pressure that exceeds 80 psi should be reported as deficient. Anything under 40 psi should be written up as inefficient, because that's not going to be enough to provide adequate water flow. If you have a water hammering effect, that could be a surge of high water pressure. It forces water to stop and change direction. That's where you hear it sound like this, a bang, 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 bang noise. And that's an air gap needs to be installed on it. Sometimes the high water pressure, that can indicate high water pressure, but your water pressure should be somewhere between 40 and 80 psi. You know, if it's over 80 psi, report it as deficiency. Washing machines, water softeners, dishwashers, ice makers, even toilets can be damaged because of high H2O water pressure. So expansion valves, air pressure inside the device should be the same as the incoming water pressure. Common locations where separate hot and cold valves exist. You know, at those times, it's, let's see, where am I? I lost my spot there for a second. Look for the sink air admitted valves. You know, sometimes under sinks, you may not have a complete drain pipe vent system that you typically see in areas that may not have an island where they can use an air admittance valve to it. So stop and look for those. But if the water pressure is high, you may need a water pressure reducing valve or devices that are used. Expansion devices like expansion tanks are also installed. I know I did an inspection with one of our Austin inspectors recently, and the water heater had an expansion tank on it. And I asked him, I said, do you have high water pressure in this area? He said, oh yeah, everybody in this area has high water pressure. So we put a reducing valve out front, and when you put that reducing valve, we put an expansion tank on it. Well, that's all. The Houston market, I don't see that very often. I mean, I've probably only seen it a handful of times in my area. But in your area, you may be different. You may have a high water pressure. So make sure that you're looking at it. Common location for mixing valves are in bathrooms, where bathtubs have two separate handles, one for hot and one for cold. Code requires now a mixing valve be installed on newer construction. And the place you'll see this require is when the bathtub has two faucets. So if you see a bathtub that has a valve on one side for hot and one on the other side for cold, then you need to start looking for a mixing valve to be somewhere. And mixing valve, you go online, just Google what is a mixing valve for a bathtub. And it'll show you some illustrations if you don't know what they look like. These things can be put in a number of different spots, and you got to look for it to find it. If you don't find one, then write up and you could not verify that one was present, and it is required on that type of tub faucet. My wife did not let me put one on ours when we built this house. She said, I don't want that to regulate my water flow, hot or cold. I want to keep it where I want it. So, you know, sometimes that's if you inspect my house, if I ever go to sell it, you won't find that on my tub. So no use looking, wasting time. I found on master bathrooms downstairs and this valve upstairs. So it depends on how the water flows, the pipes are lined is where they can put this thing at. Now let's talk about sink drain vents and air admittance valves for a second. Sink drains that do not have separate air vents for the drain may have an air admittance valve installed. Island kitchen drain loop vents may be replaced with this type of vent. These mechanical devices are installed past the sink drain trap and extend toward the countertop at the sink cabinet area. They should be identified as an item to be monitored for possible future replacement. If a sewage gas odor is observed, the inspector should recommend replacement. Now, in our plumbing classes with the state of Texas Plumbing Board, at times the question was asked, how many drain waste vent pipes should be exiting the roof of a home? If you wasn't in that class, you're probably surprised with their answer, but they said one. So they would allow the air admittance valve installed on other drain waste vent pipes inside the attic, but you had to have at least one that exited outside. So, you know, if you have your book open, there's an illustration of what a air gap device looks like underneath a kitchen sink in the picture there. We have the illustration of what they look like. You've got the soil vent pipe with the vents closed, and then you have it where it opens. Negative pressure in the pipe causes that seal to open and air to enter the pipe. Therefore, it'll escape the gases, but it'll also allow air into the system where the drain pipe would work like it should. Oh, that's where I'm going. Gas distribution center system. This was added to as a new section in your plumbing system SOPs, and it's included in a new section under section V1, plumbing systems on the property inspection report form 7-6. That has been approved by the commission for mandatory use on February 1st. The report form requires the inspector to identify the location of the gas meter and identify the type of gas distribution piping material. So you may not have used to have to do that. A lot of us did it already, but now it's required that you report where the gas meter's at and identify the type of gas distribution piping material. And again, I'll use that term where visible. The overview of the plumbing system SOP at the end of this chapter provides detail of what the inspector shall report. A report is deficient, what the inspector is not required when evaluating the gas distribution system. So gas leak detection. A lot of you carry a gas detector that can smell for gas leaks. The little TIF 8800, whatever it's called, is one, but there's a bunch of them out there you can use and buy. But testing for gas leak does not require the use of any electronic gas detection device or leak detection bubbles. Some would take a bottle with soap and water in it, squirt it on the fittings and see if it leaked. It'll bubble. I mean, that's how we did it for years before any of these electronic things came out. And some plumbers still prefer to use that themselves. Gas piping, if you lost your sense of smell for gas, you can't smell, then you can't smell the chemicals that we put in gas so that you can detect a leak, then you'll have to do something like the bubble or the gas leak detector to make sure that there's not a leak. Gas piping system should be sized to provide adequate BTUs to gas fixtures and appliances. Type of gas material used impacts the size, length, and pressure needed to meet the BTU demands. Steel gas pipe sizing is not the same as corrugated stainless steel tubing. If a gas system has been altered from its original installation by a non-professional, then further evaluation to verify proper installation of gas piping is advised. One example is connecting a new gas line to a kitchen cooktop from the gas dryer piping. A lot of people have a gas dryer maybe somewhere on the next wall or something, and the kitchen be close to it, they'll connect to their closest gas pipe, clothes dryer, go to the kitchen. That can change the flow of the gas and the amount of gas that's needed should both of those appliances be operated at the same time. Smaller gas lines may be used with lighter gas pressure piping. This allows a plumber to install a smaller gas line to a gas pressure regulator and still meet the BTU demand by feeding a manifold of smaller gas pipes. That reduces material cost, of course, and eases on the installation. Now, when gas pressure regulators installed, it should be installed in a horizontal position for proper installation. It should not be installed in a vertical gas pipe. When gas pressure regulators are installed in foamed or unvented attic areas, they must have a separate gas vent tube from the valve bleed fitting that terminates outside. So you have to have one exit out. Now here's a case study. TREC inspector does not include an optional gas line test. Okay. Professional inspector was hired by a buyer to perform an inspection. As an optional part of his inspection, the respondent performed a gas leak test, and the respondent represented to his client that his TREC license allowed him to perform a gas leak test so long as the system was not pressurized. Accordingly, the respondent, his method for inspecting gas lines for leaks is to turn off all pilot lights and gas appliances inside the home for approximately 30 minutes and check the gas meter for movement that would indicate leaks in the supply system. The inspector did not detect any leaks in the gas supply system. After moving into the home, the buyer learned there was a gas leak in one of the gas lines. It was determined that the leak was caused by a roofing nail penetrating the gas line when the roof was installed by the previous owner before the sale. The roofing company acknowledged responsibility for damages to the gas pipe and paid for the repairs. Analysis, according to the Texas Plumbing Board, to be effective, a gas line leak test requires pressurization, and only a licensed plumber can perform a gas leak test. The inspector was negligent in performing the inspection, failed to report the damage to the gas line. The results, the respondent refunded the entire inspection fee, $895.10 back to the buyer, and agreed to cease to perform gas line leak tests. Respondent entered into an agreement order resulting in a formal reprimand and administrative penalty of $1,100 for violation of section 1102.301 Texas Occupation Code by performing a real estate inspection in a negligent or incompetent manner. The order was also addressed an advertising violation from the same inspector. So they got him on one, but they looked for other things too. So they kind of nailed this poor guy, but he was going outside the rim what he should have been doing. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we surpass the minimum standards that we have, and a lot of times by doing that, it gets us into deep water. And it's something that one of those things you do, and then you say, "Gee, I wish I hadn't done that." So we don't include optional gas line leak test. So when you're talking to your clients, if they asked about the gas, tell them you can only check what's visible. You do not do a gas line leak test. If they want that done, hire somebody else to do it. All right. When we recommend further evaluation, client seeks evaluation, there's some things that we have to stop and look at. Some items in the plumbing section will require a licensed plumber. So be clear to discuss that with your clients. Example would be a shower pan testing by a plumbing contractor. The shower pan test by a plumbing contractor typically will include a removal of the shower drain cover and insertion of a test ball below the level of the shower pan. There's a picture in the manual on page 59 that shows you a tile floor and one of the test methods that some inspectors use. That little rubber piece that looks like a stopper with a hole on top, it goes up a couple inches, and that's what they stick in the shower and turn the shower water on, let it run, and stop it at the top and let it hold that throughout the inspection or for a limited amount of time, and then come back and see if that water is drained out. If so, they consider that the shower pan itself is probably failed or is leaking and needs help on the thing. So should an inspector test for a shower pan leak? What effect can foundation damage and repairs have on drain pipe beneath a home? And how can the drain pipe damage be detected? Well, you can do the scope test on the sewage line and maybe see it. The shower pan, the little device that's shown in the picture for us, it works. Is it the best way? It's not really pressurizing the line, so it may tell you if the water was staying in the shower floor, but it may not tell you if there's leak underneath the pipe down there. So should you inspect for a shower pan test leak? That's up to you. You're gonna have to use your own reserve opinions on that and go for it, or don't go for it. But as far as foundation damage, I can tell you, golly, in my early career of inspection, I inspected a little house, single-story house, and there wasn't a brick crack on this house. All four walls, it was a hip roof all the way around. All four walls of brick, 8-foot ceilings in the house, simple home, not a brick crack, not a drywall crack inside. The people were heavy smokers, so the walls were yellowed from cigarette smoke, and not a crack, not a separation, nothing. When I measured the foundation, I found that at the master shower, I had almost a 4-inch slope from the rest of the house. No matter which way we ran that shower, it was down about 4 inches versus everything else. Well, the realtor got upset at me and told me that, he'll never use me. He's going to badmouth me. And he did. And he never used me. I'm glad he didn't. But I shouldn't write up that kind of report because it scared the buyers. Well, all I can do is report what I see. And I know the shower wasn't a sunken shower. It was level with the rest of the floor, supposedly, originally. But what happened on this thing, my clients, the realtor asked me, Paul, is it that bad? I said, well, you got foundation issues. Yeah. They'll have to do some destructive issues here to correct this, but it can be corrected. Well, she told her clients don't buy the house. They went and bought a different house that didn't have that problem. Well, a few years later, we got a call in the office. People gave my office the address of the property. I said they had one of my reports that had been done on the house previously a few years back, and I wrote up foundation repairs. Said those repairs have been corrected, and they wanted me to say if it was okay or not. They didn't want me to come out and do an inspection. They just want me to tell them if the house is okay. Well, of course, I can't tell them that unless I go out and look at it. But what happened to it, they said they'd done $80,000 worth of repair on this house. So I thought, wow, yeah, maybe the inspector wasn't wrong, So a few weeks later, they passed on it. A few weeks later, another phone call, same thing. Can you tell me if it's okay? And they told the same story about the repair cost of the house. Well, when the house was being sold, this has been back in the 80s. I want to think that house was listed at around 89,000 or so. So, I mean, it was a major foundation repair. I guess they sold it. I don't know. My report probably got through the expiration date on it, regarding TREC, and if someone lost the report and quit sending it out, but they probably sold that house. But anyway, the moral of the story is, whatever you find, report it as you see it. Just because a realtor says, I'm not going to use you no more, so what? There's other realtors out there, there's other clients, and there's enough business out there. We don't have to worry about one realtor saying, I'm not going to use you. I don't trust your opinion. Hey, the opinion's there, guys. That's what we do. All right. Water heaters. Let's see. My wife's telling me it's time for a break, guys. I'm sorry. I got tied up and trying to get through here. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. I've got about 19 minutes after 4. So let's come back, say at 4:30, and we'll get started again and wrap this thing up for you. All right, everybody, we're back. Break time is over, and that'll be our last break for the day. Next time we tell you time to go, it'll be time to shut this thing down and go about your rest of the day. A beautiful weekend. We've got beautiful clear skies here and 55-degree temperatures. Beautiful day. Terrible day to be looking out the office window and doing a class, but hey, anything for all of you. All right, let's go ahead and talk about water heater safety for a little bit. Inspection and possible test of water heater temperature and pressure release valve, TPRV, is necessary due to the possible impact of time on this safety device. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but if you haven't, you should go to YouTube and type in exploding water heaters and see some of this Mythbusters videos where they had a water heater actually explode and show you how it works. So these things can actually explode if these valves fail to open and that water heater overheats. But inspection and re-inspection of the safety devices are part of your responsibility and your duties. When it's applicable, you have the authority to report to the client that further evaluation of the TPRV valve is advised and that it should be replaced or properly installed by a licensed plumber. Now, how do you inspect a temperature pressure release valve? Do you inspect the TPRV valve? If you do, how do you do it? You ever had one fail and continue to leak and you couldn't cut it off? What are your thoughts about when you can test it safely and when you can't test it? And mine has always been, if I can see the entire drain pipe from where the valve connects to the outdoors, I'll test it. But if I pull up on it and it has any resistance at all, I will not continue to operate it because I don't want it to lock and be stuck. And a lot of inspectors over time, they say, oh, we'll hit it with a hammer or a pair of pliers or something. Well, gee, it'd be my luck the thing would break off the water heater and then I've got a big time expense. So I don't carry a hammer with me to try to use. That way nobody can ever accuse me of having one. But you know, how you test it, that's entirely up to you. It's your call as an inspector. The water heater relief valve, a new TPRV valve should be installed whenever water heater is replaced. Well, that would only make common sense. You don't want to use an old TMP valve on a new water heater. It's just not going to work right. Water heaters, most clients that you have, they're not going to know where hot water, how it works. They call that a hot water heater, but really it's just a water heater. And they don't understand that. So a lot of times they think, well, it just heats water. When I want hot water, it's okay. Some people say, I've been here for 10 years and that water heater's worked just fine for me. And that TNP valve never had an issue. Well, at 10 years, they probably never tried to trip that TNP valve to see. So you can say they were blessed by not having any issues that would cause that water heater to explode. But inspection, re-inspection, safety of the devices, that is a part of your responsibility as an inspector. Prevention of water heater explosions, personal injuries, a reason that the valve should periodically be re-inspected and operated. The installation of this temperature sensor should be water heater relief valve installation. The water heater valve temperature sensor measures temperature and pressure. The relief valve temperature sensor should be located at the hottest part of the tank, typically the top 6 inches of the tank. The sensing element should be immersed into the hottest water at about 6 inches of the tank. Usually a dripping relief valve is a result of thermal expansion of foreign matter at the seat, preventing it to close. A valve that relieves the pressure, the volume is usually due to excessive high pressure. A new temperature and pressure release valve should be installed when the water heater is replaced. And alterations of any part may result in some devastating damage or even cause personal injuries. So the SOP goes into some things on the standards that we go in and talk about on the plumbing section for a minute. So you can see we hit the SOPs occasionally here and go over some of this stuff. And then we're going to go back to the optional system as our next slide shows. But in the plumbing system, the standards say the inspector shall report the location of the water meter. You will report the location of homeowner's main water shutoff valve and static water pressure Static water pressure means nothing else in the house is running. You've got a gauge outside on the faucet that you're testing and see what the pressures are. Again, those pressures should be between 40 and 80 PSI. You report visible material used for the water supply line and the drain lines. So now you're reporting different types of materials. And again, the term where visible. We know you can't move walls, open walls up, move insulation. There may be multiple types, so you have to identify it, let them know this is what I could see. So we're visible. I can see this. You report as deficient the presence of active leaks, water pressure that exceeds 80 PSI, the lack of a pressure reducing valve for the water pressure when it does exceed PSI, lack of visible expansion tank when the pressure reducing valve, check valve or backflow preventers in place at the water supply line system. You report the absence of a fixture shutoff valve, dielectric unions when applicable, backflow devices, anti-siphon devices, or air gaps at the flow end of the fixtures, and report deficiencies in the water supply pipes and water waste pipes. The installation, the termination of the vent system, report the deficiencies in the performance of the fixtures and faucets not connected to an appliance. Report water supply is determined by viewing fluctual flow of two fixtures operated simultaneously. So one of the easiest things I've always done in my practice is I'll run, if there's master bath has two lavatories, I'll turn both of those on or one of them on. I'll turn the shower on. Then I'll go in and flush the commode, because that's usually when someone's in that shower, someone flushes the commode and the person in the shower hollers, "Hey, you know, my water pressure dropped." So check those three and see if you got a continuous flow on it. If not, then it would be a deficiency. You'd have to report it. If the hot and cold water faucets are reversed, hot water goes on the left, cold on the right. If you've got hot on the right and cold on the left, there's an issue. It needs to be reported. So the orientation of hot and cold faucets, you write in a deficiency if it's incorrect. Deficiency be installed mechanical drain stops. Commode, fixture, shower, tubs, enclosure, and the condition of the gas distribution system. You're not required to operate any main, branch, or shutoff valves. You've been in business long enough, you turn enough of those things, they break off, they don't work, they don't shut off, then you know why we don't do that kind of stuff. Inspectors are not required to operate or inspect sump pumps or waste ejector pumps. They're not required to verify the performance of a bathtub overflow, to close washing machine drains or hose bibs or floor drains, or to inspect any system that has been winterized, shut down, or otherwise secured. You're not required to inspect circulating pumps, freestanding appliances, solar water heating systems, water conditioning equipment, water filter systems, water mains, private water system, water wells, pressure tanks, sprinkler systems, swimming pools, or fire sprinkler systems, inaccessible gas supply system components for leaks, sewage cleanouts, or for the presence or performance of private sewage disposal systems, or determine the quality, potability, or volume of the water supply, or the effectiveness of backflow or anti-siphon devices. Now, water heaters, the SOP says the inspector shall report the energy source. You will report the capacity of the unit. How many gallons is the unit rated at? What does it call for? Is it gas? Is it electric? Is it propane? If you have propane tank and the water heater says it's for gas, you probably ought to tell them that, hey, this is rated for propane or for gas, but you got propane as your gas source. That could be a big difference on the thing. Report is deficient inoperative units, any leaking or corroded fittings on the tank, damaged or missing components, absence of a cold water shutoff valve. There should be a shutoff valve on the cold water coming into that water heater. If applicable, the absence of a pan or pan drain system that does not terminate over a waste receptor or to the exterior of the building above ground surface. Inappropriate locations. Water heaters can be put in location that they shouldn't be put into, and that would be an inappropriate location. You can list some of those out for me in your Q&A or chat box if you'd like. The lack of protection from physical damage. If the water heater is installed in a garage it has to be protected from vehicular impact. There's multiple ways they can do it. You probably have seen a bunch of them. So there's several ways that they can do it. I wish we had pictures to show some of the samples, but put it out there. Let's see some questions and comments of how you protect it from damage. Burners, burner ignition device, and heating elements, switches, thermostats are not a minimum of 18 inches above the lowest garage floor elevation, unless that unit is listed for garage floor installation. Report the absence of an opening that would allow access to equipment for inspection, service, repair, or replacement without removing permanently constructed or building finishes. Sometimes we see them remodel or even build, or sometimes we'll put it in an area of the attic where you have no access to it. You can't get it out without having to cut the walls of the ceiling to get to the water heater. Report the absence or visible deficiencies in a temperature pressure release valve and the discharge pipe. Those discharge pipes have got to go down, never can go up. And a lot of times you see them where the valves are turned the wrong direction. Water runs downhill, guys. Temperature and pressure release valve that failed to operate when tested manually. You're not required to verify the effectiveness of the temperature and pressure release valve, discharge piping, or the drain pipes, or operate the temperature and pressure release valve if the operation of the valve may, in the inspector's reasonable judgment, cause damage to persons or properties, or determine the efficiencies or adequacy of the unit. In other words, if that water heater temperature pressure release valve and water heater is located in a spot that if you open the valve, it could cause damage to that property, you don't want to operate it. Determine the efficiency, the accuracy of the unit, requirements for electrical units, the system inspector shall report as deficient, deficiencies in performance of heating elements, and the condition of conductors and requirements for gas units. The inspector shall report as deficient. Gas water leaks in water heaters not associated with the gas distribution system, flame impingement, uplift in flame, improper flame color, or excessive scale buildup, deficiency in combustion and dilution air, vent pipes, draft hood, draft proximity to combustibles, and vent termination points and clearances. There's just a whole bunch on a water heater that you want to write up. That you'll see and you'll be able to write up. Not that you have to, but you'll find it. I mean, there's things that are just there that inspectors see all the time. A lot of this stuff gets to be redundant. You see it so many times, and some inspectors say, well, if that's how it's done so often, it's got to be right. Well, no, it doesn't always have to be right. You don't have to go with the crowd because they're all headed in one direction, guys. The right is right and wrong is still wrong on it. Okay, the hydro massage therapy equipment. The inspector shall report deficient inoperative units, the presence of active leaks, deficiency in components and performance, missing or damaged components, the absence of an opening that would allow access to the equipment without removing permanently constructed or building finishes, the absence or failure of operation of ground circuit fault interrupters, protected device, and the inspector not required to determine the adequacy of self-draining features of circulation systems. So if it doesn't have a GFCI device for that tub, dedicate that tub, then it's a deficient and something you should write up. All right, gas distribution systems. The inspector shall report the location of the gas meter. Now this is new on the report forms and on the standards for inspectors. This is something brand new for you. So it's on the 7-6 report form under plumbing, but the inspector shall report the location of gas meter and visible material used for gas distribution system. The inspector shall report as deficient noticeable gas leaks, the absence of a gas shutoff valve within 6 feet of the appliance, the absence of a gas valve connector or one that exceeds 6 feet in length, gas appliance connectors that are concealed within or extended through walls, floors, partitions, ceilings, or appliance housings, and deficiencies in gas shutoff valves, access to the gas shutoff valve that prohibits full operation, gas appliance connector material, and deficiencies in the condition, type of gas distribution and fittings, lack of visible bonding on gas distribution system, including CSST, and a lack of settlement traps. Specific limitation for gas line: the inspector is not required to inspect sacrificial anoid bonding or for its existence. You don't inspect for pressurized or test gas systems, drip legs, or shutoff valves. You don't operate gas line shutoff valves or light or ignite pilot flames. You don't have to do those things, guys. I know some of you do. And if that's what you want to do, then be confident in what you're doing and go for it. But most of the time, it's not going to be something that most inspectors are going to do. But that's the standard practice, and we're going over what was required and not required, just so you'll hear it and see what there is. Now, towards the end of the SOPs and the report form, we have an optional system overview. There's 6 categories for inspection. You can name them all, I'm sure. Inspectors not required to inspect optional systems. Can you eliminate this section from your report if you're not doing those? Yes. You have your lawn irrigation system, 3 key components: rain sensor, backflow device, isolation, shutoff valve for it. Swimming pools, pool spas. Inspectors should report the type of construction, common construction types that include concrete, vinyl line, fiberglass. Note that when what may seem obvious, such as in-ground or above ground, you still have to report that. So there's certain things on that that you need to go through and read. Safety barriers, referring to whatever is used to completely surround the pool and control access. Many times, I was one up here on Walden in Lake Conroe that has a pool outside the back of their house, sits on the golf course. There is no fence around the pool, nothing. It's been like that for years. No one has probably ever wrote it up or called them out on it. But if someone drowns in that pool, then the homeowner is definitely going to have some liability for it. Outbuildings, private water wells, private sewage disposal system. Some of those are things that you really need to be qualified for, like on a water well or on the septic system. There's inspectors across the state, registered sanitarians that you can call, engineers that will inspect those type of systems for you. So you don't have to even get involved in doing that yourself. But if you want to, then make sure you're qualified and are competent in order to do that. Outbuildings, of course, that's an opinion if you want to do it or don't do it. It is an optional part of the system. So usually if I have a little rural property and I have a barn or some outbuildings like it, I'll charge for going out and doing them. And I get the client's permission, they agree on the fee, and I'll go out and inspect the things and write down the optional system. So it can be surmised that the SOPs are probably meant for outbuildings designed for use beyond storage, but it can be included for whatever they use it for. I mean, who knows? And it's good to know. But other built-in appliances not listed, you got the optional system overviews. Like we said, the lawn sprinkler system, we've got the shalls and shall not do. And I'm running short on time here, so I'm going to let you go in and read those on your own as far as what the standard says. And I want to scoot back here. Let's see. These are the optional system. It tells you the key components, what you need to do, and the training that's needed on these. These aren't difficult to inspect. You just need to be properly trained and certified to be able to go out and do these things. InterNACHI has some great classes on the sprinkler system and on swimming pools, on water wells, and on septic system that you can take online classes. And they're very much informative, and they are approved for TREC education hours. So if you need some hours, have time, sit down and take some online classes, go check it out, go look at it and see. I think you'd be surprised on what you can find. But the outbuilding, water wells, private sewage disposal, and then there's other appliances listed there that became effective in February 1st, 2022 in the appliance sections: backyard patios, kitchen, auxiliary, prep kitchen, all this stuff. Optional system overview, Modular 8, plumbing and optional system. Let's go over this, and then I'll see if I've got some pictures on the report form. But let's go ahead and answer these questions at the conclusion of Module 8. What's the purpose of a water pressure reducing valve? What is it for? All right, getting a lot of answers here. And C is the one that most of you are given, and that is the correct answer. Okay, let's go to the next question. What does the temperature pressure release valve on a water heater measure? Oh, you guys are quick. Very good. All right. Pressure and volume.
It's V.
Temperature pressure release valve on a water heater, what does it measure? Pressure and volume. I think they got the wrong answer on this one. I would think it would be D, but we'll go with C. If you got C or D, I'm going to tell you you're still okay. All right, inspector required to report which of the following, see the question, following lawn irrigation system has a deficiency if not found. Rain sensor device. That's been a requirement for some time on lawn irrigation. If you ever drive down a road and it's raining, you see somebody's sprinkler system going off, they probably don't have a rain sensor on or it's not working. Which of the following is one of the optional systems according to the SOPs? SPAWS. All right, appendix, and this is in all your manuals, those of you who took time to print those things off or have it on your computer. This tells you some of the things that's there. It does have the new report form there. It also has a red line standard report form showing you the red lines of changes and all. It talks about the SOP rule changes adopted at the August 9th, 2021 TREC Commission meeting that became effective February 1, 2022. So that's in your manual on page 66 through 95. It's a lot of material to go in and read. You just want to take time, stop and read it. The appendix shows the consumer protection notice. They have a sample sign saying inspector on premises. This is a sign you may want to print off and tape to your front door of a home you're inspecting so that people know you're inside or you're on site. Appendix D is optional equipment list, and then helpful links. And this is what the report form looks like. We talked about you can eliminate this line here if you're not sponsoring somebody, or if you are a sponsor, inspector been sponsored, your name goes here, your TREC license, and your sponsoring inspector goes here, and their TREC license number. Responsibility to the inspector, responsibility to the client. If you have not read this section, I strongly encourage you to read that because I love this section. I actually started using some of this in my report when I wrote something up as a deficient or deficiency item. I would use this as responsibility to the client, even after I made my recommendation to contact a service provider or professional. I put it there. It's not my job to call them. It's your job. And that's what I like about it. I think they did a great job on that one. All right, concerning hazardous conditions, deficiencies, contractual agreements. These are some good information on it, guys. Read it. If you're not familiar with it, read it. That's in your report form. This is right before where you can add your additional information that you want to provide for your client in the report form. But this is some really good information. I mean, if you haven't read it, I can't express enough that you really should go in and read the thing. Print off a blank report and just read the report in its entirety. You know your clients aren't going to read it, but hey, it has a lot of things for inspectors benefits on these paper, on this wording. This is where the change was in the report on the plumbing system. Yeah, it talks about location of water meter, location of main water supply, static water pressure reading, type of supply piping material. You have to identify the type of materials now. And again, that's where visible, even though the standard says we're visible. It doesn't hurt to put it in your report and let the clients understand what I could see, what I observed, this is the type of material I saw. And get underneath that section, you got your hydro massage therapy tub. And then you go down to the gas line distribution system. This was an added item on the new report and on the standard. It tells you you have to identify the location of the gas meter, left side of the house, right side of the house, rear of the house, front of the house, wherever. The type of gas distribution piping. What did you see for pipe material? Yeah, you may see two. You may see black iron, and you may see CSST. Maybe two of them. You could see whatever type of material. Just list it out where you saw it at. Wow, look at that. We reached the end. Okay, I am through with the presentation. If you've got Q&As you want to ask now, ask them. We've got a couple, 3 or 4 minutes before it's 5 o'clock, so we're finishing right on time here, guys. So I want to just say thank you for attending the class, and a great big thank you for Shannon, Stephen, Jim Latrell, and Jim Heim for being there, and for Clay Collins for pitching in and answering the questions that you folks asked during the class, and for y'all's contribution to the class. Again, I always welcome those of you to be able to consult and put your information out for all to see. So again, I thank you for attending the class. Again, we will not issue any certificates for this class. Don't call Brenda asking for a certificate. You will not get one. These she'll go in and analyze, have your TREC number, your name listed in the boxes, and that will be uploaded to TREC and it'll be posted on your profile. So check back. And how long, many days, Brenda?
We have up to 10 days. We'll start
working. Yeah, we have up to 10 days to post it, but we'll start working on it Monday, she says. So a couple of days it'll be on the TREC site. So go in and check, make sure you've got it. For those of you that want to add this to your InterNACHI membership profile for the education, just simply log in to InterNACHI under your profile, go to education, and add these 8 hours, and those will be added to your requirements for the NACHI CPI status. So I wish all of you a great weekend. I hope you have a great afternoon left. And I have one question, Brenda says.
It says, I just consulted 2 master electrician friends of mine about the size of the wire for the exterior AC. And both told me the number 10 wire is wrong for a 40 amp breaker. No matter the 28 amp, I'm also a licensed electrician and this could not leave my mind. Can someone explain a little more about this? And then Jim Latrell answered, this is a special provision for HVAC systems only. NEC has verbiage, but I don't have code reference. Basically, you must match the data plate. Normally, the issue is not the wire, but the breaker that is too large. And the wire is determined by load as listed on data plate.
Correct. Thank you, Jim, for pitching in and answering that question. I could not have done it. I've said it any better myself. Good answer. Yeah, that is pertaining only to the air conditioning system. And that is something that the electrician will go back to NEC and look at, and it'll go back to the standard wire size and breaker size that we have the chart on. But the air conditioner is an exception to the rule, and you have to look at the nameplate and the ampacity of that to be able to come up with the correct answer. And don't feel bad. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm just going to tell you that this has been an ongoing issue as long as I've been doing inspections and teaching these classes. But I'm telling you what the TREC standard of practice calls for on that. And, you know, sometimes we just have to back up and say, whoops, this is for air conditioning system. It's a different ball game, and go with what we have been teaching in the class today. So I hope that answered your question satisfactory. I don't know anything else to add to that one. Any other questions, Brenda?
No, I think everybody has answered the other
Okay,
questions.
guys. Well, we've got to that point where we are at the conclusion. Again, thank you. Hats off to all of you for sitting and attending this class today. I appreciate you being here. I hope you got something out of it. God bless you. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you soon.